yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people. a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that will continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Mhm. Yeah. Yes. 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 Greetings and salutations all. Uh,
Blessings, 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 everyone. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
unmute your
Because
mic. Unmute your mic, Rebel. Unmute your mic.
the mic is unmuted.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Can you
Loud and
hear us?
clear.
How about our guests, our family members? Somebody said, "Time come. We mean business." Yes, indeed. Oh, loud. Good, 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 good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Um, as usual, we are going to focus on holding government accountable. But today we're also going to be holding the opposition accountable because they've put out a manifesto and we're going to be looking at all of the manifestos. Our mission, as you know, is to inform, explain, and educate our people. And Malcolm X said it best. He says, without education, you are not going anywhere in this world. Without education, you're not going anywhere in this world. Think about that. And so today, as voters, financiers, and employers, we are going to take a firm stand in holding our government accountable. Today, as you know, is the last Saturday before the election. And we're going to make a plea to every one of you, whether you vote, whether you're a PNP supporter or JLP supporter, or any one of the third parties, or you're on the fence, we are going to make a plea to you. And that plea is to be an informed voter this Wednesday. Yes, indeed. It is not going to be pretty today, I can tell you. Despite, see the way we're dressed, we mean business today. And I've spent a lot of time this week just reading, analyzing, assessing, writing. And we're going to provide you with the benefit of that effort. And again, the whole purpose is to inform, educate, so that you can become, or you will be, an informed voter. Let's just look at the segments and then we'll talk about a range of things because some of the things are not on the list. So here we go. I stand by that. You turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in your other eye. And that's what's going on in Jamaica right now. Our leaders are blinded by corruption. Here's the agenda. The Prime Minister and Minister Vaz. We're going to look at two suspicious financial activities. And they're going to be appropriate. They are appropriate. And you know why? Because the Prime Minister said that being born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican. It's the choices you make for your country. And we are going to show you some choices they made for our country. And then you can tell me if they had, and if they still have, our best interest at heart. The second one is we're going to look at the recent debates. There were 3 of them. Lots to talk about. And we're also going to examine the JLP'S manifestos because a lot has been said about promises and commitments. And we're going to be looking at what they promised in 2016 when they won, what they promised in 2020 when they were allowed to continue, and what they're promising now. And we're going to look to see if some of these promises have been fulfilled or these promises are just regurgitated. They just promise you because they think that you're not paying attention. And, we're just ray whenever they shout at the top of their voices and say, we're going to promise you this, or we're going to give you this. We're going to look back and see if they did promise some of those things previously and what happened. We're also going to be looking at the PNP's manifesto. So for the manifesto, we're not going to go through every single item. We're going to randomly, well, not randomly, we're just going to take like a couple because time, although we have, 7 hours today, time is of the essence. It's at a premium. And we won't have time to go through all of the items. We're also going to be joined by 2 members of the Maroon community, Chief Curry and his deputy, Anu, and they're going to join us later on. Lots to talk about. So you got to stay with us. Let me see what else we have here, Kevin. That's it. There you go. You, my people, you are our guests today, along with Chief Richard Curry and Ambassador Anu Tafari Zionel. But we're going to spend a lot of time making sure that the focus is on you. That whatever we present it for your interest, for your analysis. Because a lot of you, I'm telling you this, you're going to hear things today that for most of you, you heard in passing or you didn't hear. But when you hear the details, you are going to be shocked. In fact, some of you who are on the fence about voting, you're going to say, I want to vote today based on what I've heard and what you're going to see. Of course, the engagement norms. Kevin, you want to make any comments on welcome, my brother? You want to make any comments right
Yes. As this part here in red, I feel strongly about it. Being open-minded, it's important that we always live in an open-minded space. And this is as it relates to not just this broadcast, but everything. And so as we get into the moment with the emotions and everything else that goes along with it, keep an open mind, stay objective. That way you reason intelligently and you don't just come from an emotional place. Because when we come from an emotional place, we can go off track real easy. So keep a level head, stay open-minded, take in information from all sides and make educated choices. And we're not talking about degree-earned choices. We're talking about having knowledge based on truth, facts, and past experience. Let's put all of those together, not leaving any out, adding them all together to come to a final decision. And that's the place where we're coming from as we present information. So be open-minded, stay there. When you have your comments to make, come from a constructive place. Not anything to tear anybody down, not anything to disrupt. Ask questions that you legit want answers to, or you hold an opinion on. And that way we can grow together. Yeah, Carl, it's common sense, but that's not so common anymore. We're just running, forget a few cents to rub together. So it's we're misguided easily. Celebrate each other's contributions. Thank you for that. Though we can't use that information right now, we thank you for your input. keep it moving. And we're serious about this thing. Yes. Uh, as I was saying to Will, people are going to think that we planned. The only thing we planned to do was to wear a tie today. That was it. And so here we are in similar colors. Hey, they say great minds think alike. They also say fools seldom differ. I leave it to you. Rebel.
Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, Relax with the Rebel. We won't have that program tonight because we're going to go over. We swap with DJ Kevin Stew. So, yeah. So, choo, 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 choo. Sharon.
Choo
So, what
choo.
we're going to do is we're going to go from 3 to 8. No, 3 to 10. Yeah, 3 to 10. And then Kevin Stew is going to go from 10 to midnight, followed by
Tentatively.
tentatively. Yes, yes, because we're going to see how this thing goes because we're all revved up and we're ready to go. We're also going to open the phone line later on because we want to hear from you. And we have a little bit of extra time, so we want to hear from you. And when you call, please, just with all due respect, just get to the point. We don't want a lecture. We don't want a speech. Just you can set the question up, but please don't take too long, because then we're going to be forced to have you hurry up, and we just don't want to do that. So Relax with the Rebel will not be on tonight. Easy like Sunday. Tomorrow's program, we had planned on doing the Magnitsky and the ATI. Well, I can tell you right now that disappointingly, we're not going to, because I spent so much time this week. If there's one week that I really, really spend time looking at the material, researching the material, writing the material, it's this week. And I just want to take off tomorrow. I'm sure you will see with me. You'll see with me, right? So we're gonna take the time off. This past Wednesday we had a great program, except for the part where we wanted to enlarge a document and there was a problem on my side, and then the other thing was that the phone line wasn't working. We apologize. Next week Wednesday I won't be on. Not quite sure what I'm going to be doing. Some people have asked me to be on their program, but I have some domestic things I have to take care of, so we'll see how that goes. Let me just send out some greetings. We have some prayers up for Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean. Big up yourself, Ma Jean. Me know you watch me now. Bunny Jump, big up yourself, my brother. Jonah Marie, short boss, big boss, real boss. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, get well soon, get well soon, get well soon. I know you're watching. Get well soon. I hope this program going to lift your spirits, my brother. And of course, Roland, the valiant one. Big up the production crew. Big up producer June. Big up producer OT. All right. So let's get to the thick of things right now. Let me see what else we have here, Kevin. Let me see what John says. If the cockroach wants to rule over the chicken, then it must hire the fox as a bodyguard. Leaders must recognize their limitations. Seeking expertise and building a strong team ensures effective leadership. And that's what we don't have in Jamaica. And good behavior must start from the top. A leader's actions set the tone for the entire group. When leaders demonstrate integrity, respect, and responsibility, it encourages others to follow suit. Sometimes people want to read these things and you listen to them, I hope you don't have the tendency to kind of like just like go in one ear and come out the other. I want you to concentrate on the words and your living experience, not even lived past tense, your living experience, what you're experiencing right now. I want you to have these things resonate, have them seared in a cranium. He who is destined for power does not have to fight for it. Authentic leadership doesn't require force or manipulation. True leaders earn respect through competence, character, and humility. Yes, indeed. Wait, I want to sink in, people. And I'm going to stop it right there so we don't want to, Kevin, because we have a long program, so we're going to have to come back to some of them things. But it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Well, if you come around here, believe me, if you come around here and you come with an open mind, we will be able to show you where you've been fooled. If you just come with an open mind, we will show you. So, keep saying we're not going for another one, but you're going to leave at this one. The truth will set you free, but first, it will make you miserable. And Kevin, we plan to make a lot of people miserable today. People already. Yeah, people who don't want to hear the truth, but you come around here, you're going to be miserable at first. And then once you settle down, then you'll realize that the truth is truth. And you'll have no other reason but to submit and say, you know what? You're right. You're right. Let me remove this. We'll come back to this, producer Joan. Don't think we're going to leave your handiwork half done. Like we're looking at only half of it. We're going to get to the whole thing. Kevin, you have anything you want to say before I jump in?
Yeah, just a couple other things. As it relates to donations, people wanting to donate to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, please do so on the website. Those who are interested in signing the Magnitsky petition, when you go to the petition site, do not make donations there. I repeat, do not make your donations on the Magnitsky petition site. All you're doing is signing the petition. You're not making your donations there. Any donations you wish to make it by way of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website, ojldf.net. Whichever method you choose, whether you're going to send a check, you ask for the mailing address to do so, credit card, or any of the donation options. There's information that is in the chat right now. Those of you listening at some other time, at 3:33 p.m., you'll see that comment there for the OJLDF donation information, along with the address if you want to send a check. It is 11582 Southwest Village Parkway, number 571 in Port St. Lucie, Florida, zip code 34987. That's for those that are listening in on the radio platforms. Thank you for joining us from the various platforms. Truly appreciate, love the support, and ask your continued indulgence and support. I believe that would be it. And like up the live, people. Like up the live. It contributes to our analytics, which are very important for some. You will notice that Rebel seldom mentions it because that's not the point. And I mention it because I'm mandated to do so. I'm also answerable to producers Joan and Doty. So the Rebel is not alone. Let it be known.
Yes.
All right, Rebel.
All right. Now, folks, fasten your seatbelt.
Oh, Rebel, come in.
Yes, sir.
I mailed that check and it has not been cashed. What's up? Pauline, what was the address that you mailed that check to? And you could drop us a line by way of the messages on OJLDF with some of that information when someone gets back in touch with you, okay? Rebel.
Yeah. Just want to say, as I lean back a while ago, just want to say, bim and bam, big up on yourself.
Yes.
Right. I know you guys are watching, and just want to say thanks again for the hospitality. Thanks for the company. Thanks for the time. Now, folks, let me start out by saying this to you. If you picked up the Gleaner, and there's a story in the Gleaner, and you write about that story, quoting everything that's in the Gleaner, do you think you should be sued? Before you answer, I think you're going to tell me no, because the story didn't come from you. The story came from the Gleaner. You were just regurgitating what the Gleaner said. Well,
Correct.
I'm going to show you something that happened this week. And then you'll understand why we're smiling.
So why you starting at the end?
Hold on. Folks, there you go. Folks, this week, can everybody see that?
Yes, man.
Okay. August 26th, 4 days ago, we received this letter from a law firm called Dabdoob and Company out of Jamaica. And they said that on one of our videos, we talked about their client, Mr. Paul East. And here are the things they've accused us of doing to Mr. Paul East in that video. They said, to be clear, the entire video is posted in such a manner that the statements and references to our clients are defamatory, in that they impute to our clients, inter alia, that they are, and they say clients. One, that Mr. Paul East has improperly used his alleged personal connection with the Prime Minister to secure substantial government contracts for his own behalf and the benefit of companies with which he is associated. Two, Mr. Paul East is unprincipled. Three, Mr. Paul East breached his fiduciary duties as a director to the companies in which he's a board member. Four, Mr. Paul East is lacking in morals. Five, Mr. Paul East is manipulative. Six, says promote their own selfish interests over the national interests. I don't know what they're saying with six. I said the company and Mr. Paul East. I don't know about six. Seven, Neveast Supplies Limited and NF Barnes Construction and Equipment Company Limited improperly benefited from conflicts of interest, corruption, or unlawful self-dealing in the award of public contracts. And eight, our clients have engaged in corruption. Let me see what else they have. And then they quoted me. They said the following words are defamatory. There it is. All of these things that I said. Okay. Everything right there. And you know what? For those of you who didn't see that video, who haven't seen that video, it says here that I said that Mr. Paul East is affiliated with two companies which were awarded contracts of 190 million in a period of 5 months. That this is the man who the Prime Minister loaned money. The Prime Minister bought a boat with this man, and he gets contracts of 190 million in 5 months. That Barnes Construction and Equipment, that they receive contracts valuing 84 million to renovate buildings. And look who was the director of Barnes. Paul East was added as a director. Don't know if it's a coincidence, but things happen. Another contract, Barnes, contract value 7.1 million. The contract was awarded by Factories Corporation of Jamaica. Paul East is a board member. So he's a member of the company issuing the contract, and he's a member of the company getting the contract. And another one, the company called Neveast, owned by the East family. Managing director is Paul East. And people look upon the contracts where them get government contract totaling 777 million. And if you add up all the monies Paul East got from the government, you're talking over $1 billion Jamaican dollars. This company that Paul East and his company owned, they got $750 million worth of contract. And he said these statements are not only defamatory, but are calculated to expose our clients to public scandal and contempt. And that by innuendo, we have imputed our client and his companies engaged in corruption and were the beneficiaries of illicit political favors. And they go on to say Paul East is a well-known and respected businessman. upstanding member of the community, pillar of the community, that the statements I made are wholly inconsistent with his long-standing reputation and achievements and are likely to cause further unwarranted damage to his personal and professional standing. We are again making clear to you, Mr. Rattigan, that this publication is dishonest, inaccurate, and contrary to the facts which are known and was available to you. Actually, when you say facts, it should be were available to you, not was available to you. And is therefore done maliciously with the intention of bringing our clients into disrepute, causing them to suffer damage to their good reputation and character and damaging their business trade. So this would have injured Mr. Paul East and his company. And here's what they're asking me to do. We are instructed to demand, and we hereby demand, that you, Mr. Rattigan, immediately remove the video from YouTube and any platform where it's been published or shared, that you cease and desist from publishing or repeating any similar false or defamatory allegations regarding our clients, that you publish a full and unequivocal retraction and apology in a form to be approved by us, equal prominence to the original publication within 48 hours of your receipt of this correspondence, and that you contact our offices for settling a sum for substantial damages for our clients' compensation. And failure to comply, Mr. Rattigan, with our demands will leave our clients with no alternative but to pursue all remedies available at law and in equity, including limitation proceedings for injunctive relief, damages, and costs, and this without further notice. And there it is, signed by Jalil Dabdoob. All right.
Well, signed on behalf of.
Yeah, for Jalil. Thanks. You're right. I stand correct.
Yes.
Now, folks, those of you who know me, want to think this frightened me? Those of you who know me, want to think this frightened me? Really?
So,
here's what I'm going to do. I don't know if they sent this letter to the Integrity Commission, but everything they said that I said came straight out of the report. And I'm going to show you. And this gentleman, Mr. Paul East, I hope you're watching, because I don't want you to get the news secondhand. I don't wish to be sued, but if you would like to sue me, please proceed. Please proceed. There are several things that you're going to have to be wary of. One of them is jurisdiction. Where are you going to sue me? Are you going to sue me in Jamaica? Or are you going to sue me in America? Does the court in Jamaica have the power and the authority to render an opinion against Rattigan, who lives overseas and has no assets in Jamaica, didn't make any allegations against you in Jamaica? So that's the first issue you're going to have. The second issue you're going to have, and it's a nice issue for me, it's an issue concerning this disclosure. You are going to sue me. And if you don't sue the Integrity Commission, then guess who's going to sue the Integrity Commission in the same lawsuit? I will. Because there's a process called discovery. And discovery means you have to turn over all the documents pertinent to the lawsuit that is going, all the documents that will help my case to prove that what I said was true. Now, here's the thing. Truth is a complete defense to any allegation, any lawsuit concerning defamation. If you can prove that the things you said that they were true, you're fine. But in addition to that, when you sue someone in a reckless manner, that person can also sue you. It's called a countersuit. And if the judge says, yes, you shouldn't have sued this person, and you've damaged this person, so now we're going to render a verdict against you. So Mr. East, and also Mr. East, just so you know, I was told not to even mention this to you, but I'll tell you this, Mr. East. We are looking had a complete background on Mr. Paul East and his businesses. And if the Integrity Commission is interested in that information, we can forward it to them. Because Mr. East, whether you believe it or not, you were and maybe still are being looked at by the Integrity Commission. And I'll show you that the Integrity Commission, they're looking at you and your business dealings and your connections to the Prime Minister and his wife. Kevin, are we ready?
I don't think we've been more ready. Well, I have so many questions though, but okay, let's go.
No,
Let's go.
you know, you ask the questions before we go to the document.
Okay, first of all, me, Kevin Stew, to you, Will Rattigan. How many years have you been practicing law?
Well, I was teaching law when I was in the FBI, and I've been practicing since 2017.
I see.
And then I
And how
was
long
practicing before, huh?
So combined, prior to FBI, while in the FBI, and since.
If you can
Combined.
count all of that, it's because as a legal advisor, you're talking 2017, that's what, 8 years, 9, 10, maybe about a dozen years.
Okay.
But the thing is, I've been around the legal profession because when you work for the FBI, you're constantly in court, you're constantly working with the prosecutors, yeah.
Okay. Would an experienced attorney
Hold on a second. Andrew said, Ratty, you did not advertise this program today. I couldn't put everything on it. And Andrew, you're right. I apologize, Andrew. I should have put this on it. So Rattigan is on the verge of being sued, and he's on the verge of suing somebody too. So and I'm known for. I'm known for suing people. So that's okay.
and so would you say that such a move like this would be that of an experienced attorney?
No, do you mean Mr. Dabdoob and company?
Yeah. So is it that
No, you don't
he's
know.
going to take up something like this just because his client says, I'm paying you to do it, so do it?
You know, I wouldn't. And here's why I wouldn't. What I would do is if someone came to me and they said, I want to sue Kevin Stew because he did this and that. First thing I would do, I would look at Kevin Stew. And so who is Kevin Stew?
Mm-hmm.
And then depending on what I discover, I may say, look, it's based on what you're giving me and who Kevin Stew is, this is not the lawsuit. Find somebody else, but I'm not the guy for it. Because here's what happened. This threat, and it is a threat, saying that you will do these things or otherwise here's what you're going to suffer. This threat doesn't do anything to me. In fact, I see it as a plus because there is information I want to get from the Integrity Commission and they won't give the information to me. I want to know everything that they have on Mr. Paul East. I want to know about everything they have on the Prime Minister. I want to know about everything they have on all the people that they mentioned in their report. They won't give it to me. But a lawsuit now, when Mr. E says, well, I'm going to do it, then what will happen is that either he's going to sue them or I'm going to drag them in and I'm going to say, I got this from you guys. So now you give us the documents and so I'm going to get the documents. And guess what? The whole world is going to get those documents. So now we're going to see what they have on Mr. Paul East and the others, including the Prime Minister. And it is going to be an interesting thing to watch play out. So I'm looking forward to it. So they sent me this, and it's there, and I've spoken to attorneys in Jamaica, reputable attorneys in Jamaica, and they said, "You know what this is? This is an attempt to shut you up."
Clearly,
they said this is an attempt to shut you up because if the information you got came straight from the Integrity Commission, and it's a public document,
correct,
then this is a waste of time.
They got some free advertising though.
Yes.
And company.
Indeed.
Not sure who going to hire them for their services. No, but they got some free advertising.
Professor Furman, who taught me real property, he would tell us that when you enter into a lawsuit, make sure that you know your opponent's case better than your opponent. He said, just don't focus on your case. Make sure you know their case better than they know their case.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get into court, you can school them. And so, Kevin, bring up this document and now let's show the people what I said and what the Integrity Commission said. And Mr. Paul East, I hope you're paying close attention.
And so it begins.
No, it's not
You know,
that one.
You had everything right at your fingertips. Oh, my connection went. My connection to your computer went.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh, wait on it. Nope. This is it.
So this lawsuit, as I reconnect to Will's computer, ladies and gentlemen, this lawsuit actually stems from this document that we're going to be displaying right now that we've been talking about for the past couple, let's say about 3 weeks.
Yeah, let me take it down while you talk. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
for about 3 weeks now, we've been addressing this. Could be 4, since we got the document. Now, for those who have never been a guest, a classmate, a listener to this broadcast, there are a few things that ever since day one hold true. One, a question is not asked without the answer already being known. Not by me. I'm not the one asking the questions. This guy here beside me is not going to ask you a question if he doesn't know the answer to it. Officially. Officially. As we're talking, yeah, casually, he might. But officially, not gonna happen. And the second thing is, we are not going to be discussing on this broadcast collectively something that we cannot support with the documents. And if there's one thing that we're known for, it is to show documents. We haven't fabricated any. We haven't doctored any, except to maybe redact information to keep parties confidential, or to highlight information. Outside of that, you're getting it the very same way you'd get it if you requested it yourself. With that being said now, Mr. Rattigan, I have to call you Mr. today, you know, and Sir. Because please.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Counselor. Now, folks, what we're going to do, we are going to go through a report, and everything that I just read to you and you just saw from Mr. East's attorneys, judge for yourself. This is an IC report. Now, this came from the affidavit of Craig Beresford. Who is Craig Beresford? Craig Beresford is the Director of Information and Complaints over at the Integrity Commission. And his job is he receives all of the statutory declarations, and his job is to make sure that they're compliant with the rules, and then he certifies or he recommends certification. But if he finds issues, then the process is a bit longer, because then he's going to reach out to you and say, hey, there's information here I think that's missing. Can you please provide? And then they go back and forth. And then at some point, it's either resolved, or if it cannot be resolved, then he's going to recommend that an investigation be conducted. So in the case of the Prime Minister, and we all know the story, there is a case pending in the Court of Appeal. And this affidavit came out as a result of the lawsuit filed by the Prime Minister. And this one is in the Supreme Court, but there's a case pending right now. Now, what is an affidavit? An affidavit is a sworn statement, essentially. And it's saying that what I'm telling you is true. End of story. It's saying what I'm telling you, believe me, it's true. And it's coming from someone who should be believed. Whether you believe, you may say just based on the position and his affiliation, is to be believed. So Mr. Craig Beresford did an affidavit, and he said, everything I'm telling you, believe me. And here in paragraph 2, what does he say? He said, the facts and matters deposed in this affidavit, meaning everything I'm telling you that you see in this affidavit, are connected to the affidavit or attached to the affidavit. Everything is true to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief. To the best of what I know, to the best of information I have, and to the best of what I believe to be true. So that's the first thing. Then he goes down to say here, he said that as part of my statutory duties, as part of my duties to look at these certifications, I may request information from the person who submitted the information, the statutory declaration, or I may do it through third parties. Why? To determine the accuracy of the statutory declaration. And here he's saying, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, he said, I have acted impartially, meaning I have no bias. I wasn't doing anybody any favors. I've acted impartially, fairly, independently, and faithfully. Strong words, in accordance with the statutory powers and obligations I have as the Director of Information and Complaints under the Act with respect to Mr. Holness's statutory declaration. So he's saying, believe me, everything I'm saying here is true, and I have acted within the scope and the authority and the power of the law with respect to Mr. Holness's statutory declaration. That's what he said. Now, what did he do? In addition to doing this affidavit, he had attachments to prove his point. He said, everything I'm going to talk about, Mr. Holness, you find it right here. I'm attaching all of these documents. Go read for yourself. That's what he's saying. Hold on a second. So now let's go to page 10, because there was a report done. He mentioned it. He said there was a report done concerning the Prime Minister's statutory declarations. And there were some things that we found out that we did not know beforehand. And so we're going to tell you about them. But before we do that, let me show you. There's a page I want to show you. Okay, here we go. On page 35 of the Integrity Commission's report, they said we're looking at. You can see that, Kevin?
Yes, man.
If I go one about that, can you see that?
In its entirety, yes.
Okay. The first highlighted area, you see what it says? They said, here are some confirmed and unconfirmed associations of Mr. Holness. So they're talking about his friends and compadre, right? It's come below. First person mentioned is his sister. And then the second person is Ian Moore. Somebody that we'll talk about maybe next week or the week after. Look at the third name, the highlighted. It says Paul East, business associate Canadian. That's a company we're going to get to.
Mhm.
And it says Paul East is also associated with Carousel, a company, along with George Neal. Mr. East. Mr. East. Mr. East, take a look at that line. You see what the Integrity Commission is looking at? Not Rattigan, the Integrity Commission. You see what you're looking at? They could have said Paul East, Business Associate Canadian, and that's it. But they went on to mention Carousel along with George Neal. Mr. East, I hope you're sitting down. So they were also looking at Donovan Williams right here, and they have a whole bunch of things to say about Mr. Williams. Then they talk about Patrick Bailey. They talk about person A who's involved with the drill. That person A is the person who is the beneficial owner of Meditech, that nobody knows who this person is. And they said, we want to know who this person is. I remember this was before the drill incident came to light. Then, all right, so let's go back up. So we see where they're looking at a whole bunch of people. And we'll show you where they actually say that. So we come to this. And I did mention this, people. Here we go. The title is Personal Loans and Advances. And they're talking about the Prime Minister now, right? Let me highlight this. As always in green. Personal loan and advances. And they're talking about personal loans made by the Prime Minister. Not loans he received, but loans that he made. And as we go down, what do we see? Right here. A personal loan was made to Paul East. In 2010, in the amount of $2,382,141.82 Jamaican. And the Prime Minister said, I got $13,500 from my JMMB investments, and I got $1.3 million from SSL. All right. And he said that Mr. East paid me, he repaid me in 2011. He borrowed the money in 2010. And he repaid me in 2011. Now, I said that coming from this report that came from the Integrity Commission. I did not know this. This report enlightened me. So, Mr. East, I hope you're paying attention. That's point number one. Because I said you borrow money from the Prime Minister. In the event you didn't know where it came from the Integrity Commission's report. Here it is right here. That's point number one. Let's go down some more. All right. Point number two. You mentioned something about Canadian. See this? And I'll read it from the top. Mr. Holness explained, this is the Prime Minister telling the Integrity Commission now about your relationship with him. This is not me saying it. Right? And by the way, the loan, it was the Prime Minister who told the Integrity Commission that he loaned you money. It wasn't me. Here's something else the Prime Minister told the Integrity Commission. It says that Mr. Holness explained in his financial journal that the company, Canadian Limited, was registered to facilitate the acquisition of the boat. Kevin, you have a picture of the boat? I think you have two pictures.
We still have a picture of the boat, you know.
Show the two boats and show the small one first, now, please. Let me finish it and then we can show the boat. And it says, when the opportunity arose in 2008 to acquire the boat, the agreed sale price was, in 2008, $220,000 US dollars and was to be borne equally by the three shareholders. So they might buy a boat. Three people are buy a boat. The Prime Minister is telling Integrity Commission. And he said, here are the names of the three people. Andrew Holness, Ian Moore, and lo and behold, Paul East of the company. Hold on. People maybe want to not see it good enough. Let me just big it up yourself. Hold on. See it right outside now. Hold on. Look right there up the top. You say by three share Andrew Holness, Ian Moore, and same name as a person to whom the Prime Minister granted a loan. So we don't know if it's two parties, two different parties. We don't know. But we do know that a Paul East was given a loan and he repaid. And we know that a Paul East purchased a boat with the Prime Minister. Kevin, I see you smiling. Go ahead.
The Paul you're referring to, his name was Saul.
That was on his way to Damascus. It changed, right?
As he head east.
Kevin, you take serious thing and make sure. So you call him Saul East, and then you said that and change him name to Bar. All right.
He was West before.
Okay. You have the boats, Kevin?
Yeah, the boats are here. They've no swimway.
And this is 2008, people. $220,000 in 2008 was a lot of money. 220,000 US. No, it's not this one. Move that.
Yeah.
No, well,
I tell you.
No, that for sure. That get rid of that one. The other one was, remember, we redact.
Yeah.
But this one unredacted.
No, that wasn't what I was opening.
So I could just kick back people while Kevin look for the boats and just let you know that for those of you just joining us, I received a letter instructing me to do certain things, including pulling down a video in which I had mentioned certain things about a gentleman by the name of Paul East. And I was instructed to remove the video, apologize, and also contact the law office to discuss a substantial amount of money. This one, Kevin, this is the one that's up right now. This one, we redacted this morning.
No. That's not the one that the replacement is there.
All right, so just get rid of that one because I don't want people to see all that information there.
Yeah. It is the I don't know if it's the internet with between me and you, but my response on your computer is lagging. So that is why. So if inside that tab, yes.
Hold on. You want me to look for it?
Yeah, right there. Yeah, in that tab, you will see the boats in question. So those of you who don't know, as we had looked through this document, and we did it here on this broadcast.
No, this is bus. This is not it.
The boat one.
Yeah, this is not inside of the one. This one is about the bus. This one that's open, it's all about the bus. About 2 million things inside there about the bus. It's all about this one. I'm gonna close it.
It's true.
So should I look? Oh, here it is. Is this boat right here? Yeah. No, here it is.
Yeah.
Oh, right here. Yeah.
Is it 15 million things from the boat side?
Okay. All right, folks. So remember now, one, the Prime Minister loaned a person that he identified by name as Paul East. loaned him 2 million plus Jamaican dollars. The money was repaid. Then the Prime Minister told the Integrity Commission that he purchased a boat with 2 people, one of them being a Paul East. And here we go. That's a nice looking fishing boat. What do you guys think?
I, however, doubt that was the boat
Well-
they purchased.
You don't think so?
I do not believe so.
All right. Let me move it. Kevin seemed to believe on a boat the man buy. I don't know why Kevin would say that. Unless Kevin know that it's this boat the man buy.
Ah,
It's similar to this.
let us sail away.
Same make, same model, same year. Here we go.
Well, how do you know that to be true, Mr. Rattigan? Same model, same year?
It's same, yeah, because the Integrity Commission, Commission, they mentioned it, sir.
Oh, okay. I was
and-
just wondering how you knew.
Yeah, and let's run through some of the pictures of this boat. Nice looking boat. Nice looking boat. There you go. Yeah. Oh, what was that?
It comes with its own bathing suit and pliers.
Oh, wow. This is
I don't know
below
where the
deck.
person that
No?
wore that bathing suit is, but
Can sleep right. Oh, bathroom on this boat. Oh, kitchen. Sleeping quarters. Nice engine. Look like some of the
Clean.
engine. Look at the engine on my bus. That's what it looked like. But that's the boat, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So he bought a nice boat with this gentleman.
yes, yes.
Let me find out the document. Here we go. So there it is. Purchased the boat. And by the way, the Prime Minister said right here, he said, Mr. Holness said he paid $40,000 from his Olint account to Mr. Moore. No additional amount was paid over as Olint collapsed shortly thereafter. Well, we're going to show you that maybe he didn't collect any more money from Olint, but he did pay $80,000 into the company for the boat because the company was formed only to purchase that boat. All right, let's continue. So our Prime Minister buy a nice boat with this gentleman, Mr. Paul East and Ian Moore. All right. Here's the company, Canadian. All right, hold on. This thing I keep. All right, there it is. And it says, you see that, Kevin?
You could go up one more.
One more.
There you go. And then center that.
It said, Canadian. This company was incorporated not in Jamaica. Remember now, Ian Moore is a Jamaican.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least, I'm not sure if he's dual citizen, if he has dual citizenship. Paul Moore, the Paul Moore I'm thinking, I mean, Paul East,
Paul
I'm thinking of. Yeah, the Paul East I'm thinking of. I believe he has dual citizenship. He's an American citizen and he's also a Jamaican citizen. I believe.
Okay.
But they didn't do the boat. They didn't register the boat in Jamaica or the US. They registered it in the British Virgin Islands during the same year they purchased it. And here it is again. Mr. Holness declared that he was one of the 3 shareholders with equal shareholdings. The other 2 shareholders were Paul East. There it is, Paul East. Paul East.
What's his name?
So, let's go to the next point that there is in their thing. Here it is. And again, people, family members, let me explain to you that what we're reading from is from a report produced by the Integrity Commission. All of this information is coming straight out of, well, I don't even have to tell you. There it is. It's right here. Canadian Investments Limited, according to Mr. Holness, and remember now, people, this is the Prime Minister telling them this. So I don't know how I get involved in any potential lawsuit saying I said these things. The Prime Minister himself told the Integrity Commission that the company was formed to simplify the process of acquiring and registering a 2003 36-foot leisure boat in the British Virgin Islands. And that the investment, listen to this. Remember a while ago, Kevin, they said they paid 40,000 from Olin, and he didn't, the indication is that he didn't pay any more. And I was saying, well, he didn't pay any more maybe from Olin, from his Olin account. Here's what happened right here. In case people are wondering what happened to the other 40,000, it says, look at the second line where it says, Open Sport Express Leisure Boat in BVI, and that his investment, the Prime Minister's investment in this company was equal to $80,000. Where it is, which was 1/3 of the total cost of the leisure vessel. So, Prime Minister purchased the boat with 2 other people. His investment was $80,000. He told them on one occasion that, on a separate part of the document, that, hey, I paid $40,000, and then Olint went bankrupt or went under. And so if you read that, you would think, okay, so he didn't pay 80, he only paid 40. Well, here it is right now where he told them, the Prime Minister told them himself that he paid 80. And that one of his partners in this venture was a gentleman by the name of Paul East. Now let's go down some more. Now, the Integrity Commission is now looking at Canadian, this company right here. Canadian Investments Limited. They're looking at it. Now, right here, they said it was stated that the Prime Minister's accountant told them that the following, that the company has not traded since it was incorporated in the British Virgin Islands on April 21st, 2008, that the company doesn't have a bank account, that the company has no records of any commercial activities except the boat, that it maintained reasonable financial records, and that the company owned only one item, the boat. Now look at what the Integrity Commission said. Look here. They said the declarant, the Prime Minister, failed to provide financial statements for the periods 2010, 2011, and 2012 requested by the then chairman of the Legacy Integrity Commission, Justice Paul Harrison. And then it goes on to say right down here, it is unclear, second highlighted area, it is unclear whether assets were held by this company locally or overseas for which Mr. Holness would be the beneficial owner. They're having problems with the company, Canadian, the company that he formed with Ian Moore and Paul East. They're saying, he's not giving us the records that we need. So that's one. Let's go down some more, Kevin. I think we have some more now. Hold on, let me go back up here and say something.
It's loaded.
I was looking at the Prime Minister's and his taxes. He said he has as many as 8. Started out with 3. All right, anyway. So now I showed you this, that they were looking at a whole bunch of people. They're looking at a whole bunch of people. And one of them was Paul East. And they're looking at, they said Paul East was associated with Carousel along with George Neal. And they were looking at the Prime Minister's sister. They were looking at the Prime Minister's business partner, Mr. Donovan Williams, and Mr. A. They're looking for Mr. A. They're looking at Mr. Patrick Bailey. I just saw something about the Prime Minister. Okay, I'll skip that. All right. Now, folks, look at this. You have to pay attention to, you see the whole page green up. You have to pay attention to this. Now, this says, based on the following, what following? All of this stuff beforehand, right? All of this. Patrick Bailey right there. And you're talking about St. Lucia and monies and all of that. They said, now, based on the following, it is necessary, based on the following, based on the following is going down. Everything. But when it's based on the following, they're looking at what they've said before. Trust me. And they're going forward because they want to know if the prime minister is a crook. That's what it came down to. Is he a lawbreaker? They want to find. So they said, based on the following, it is necessary to identify the shareholders of the company, Richwell Investments Limited. I never hear about that company until this report came out. Then they said, and to determine whether there are any ancillary contracts between the previous owners. Let me see if I can put this up somewhere. If I do it one, Kevin, if I do it, that's good enough, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. Between the previous owners and natural owners of 6 Saxthorpe Avenue and Saxthorpe Holdings Limited, if they are not one and the same. I never heard about Saxthorpe until I read this report. That's the first time it came to my attention. Now look at the paragraph 1. Because they're saying that I am alleging that the Prime Minister is a close friend of Mr. Paul East. Look at paragraph 1. Look at what it says. It says, a close associate of Andrew Holness, Mr. Paul East, is affiliated with 2 companies which were awarded contracts in excess of $190 million in a period of 5 months. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what they, and that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what they said. I said they, meaning Mr. East's attorneys.
Attorneys.
It's right there. It came straight out of this. A close associate of Andrew Holness, Mr. Paul East, and for them to say that, I guess they're connecting the dots and say, if you lend him money, if you buy boat with him, then you must be a close associate. I guess that's what they're saying. But it's right here. A close associate of Andrew Holness, Mr. Paul East, unless it's a different Paul East, this Kevin. Unless it's a different Paul East. What are the chances that the Prime Minister is going to have friends, more than one, with the name Paul East?
It's possible. It's possible. I went to high school with 2 other individuals with my name,
Yes.
and then went to community college and met another one who lived in the same community that I lived in Hugh and Lynn.
That's
so it's
you.
possible. It's
That's
possible.
you. That's you. But it would be very, very. It's too much. So let me ask you something, Kevin. So if this Paul East, the one who received the contracts, is a close associate of the Andrew Holness, what would you say about the other 2 Paul East, the one that he loaned money to and the one that he purchased the boat with?
Those are other associates.
Oh, I see, my brother. I see.
Yes.
All right. Well, guess what? The Integrity Commission did not make that distinction. So it would be safe to say that they're saying that all of these Paul Easts, they're the same person. Because otherwise they should have said, this Paul East is different from that Paul East. They did not make the distinction. So as a reader, you have to just go along with what they're telling you. So it says you're a close associate of Mr. Paul, a close associate of Andrew Holness, Mr. Paul East, is affiliated with 2 companies which were awarded contracts in excess of $190 million. And that's exactly what I said. It's right there it's right in the report. And it says the payment of US $300,000 for transfer of property and the ambiguity surrounding the natural owners of Saxthorpe Holdings. So the Integrity Commission is saying, what's going on with this transfer and who's Saxthorpe? What's the connection between Saxthorpe and the Prime Minister? But it gets better. Gets better. Gets better. Here we are right here. Now, NF Barnes Construction and Equipment Company. I never heard about this company until I read this thing. Never knew about this company until I read this thing. And it says that contract valuing $84.8 million Jamaican dollars was awarded to this company, Barnes Construction, on October 31st, 2019. To do what? For for renovation of existing building for transformation project office, blah, blah, quarterly contracts. There it is. And the site location was 8 Saxthorpe Avenue. So that's why they're trying to figure out, well, what's going on with Saxthorpe? Look at the next sentence, the very last sentence in that paragraph. It says, Paul East was added as a director of NF Barnes Construction and Equipment. When? July 19, 2019. When did they get the contract? October 31st, 2019. So they got the contract after he was put on the board. He was put on the board in July. See it, I saw. With my pen that Kevin like this, right? All right. Let's make people understand what we are doing now. All right. Here it is right here, right? Mr. Paulis became a director. Is it showing, Kevin? No.
October. You using it?
Show.
Why are you frozen? Oh, your screen went out. Okay, that's why.
Okay.
All right, that's one. Let me bring you back. You know, people, every now and then, I think there's something going on with this connection here, you know. But grab your notebooks, hold on to your hats. We didn't tell you this at the beginning. Put on your helmet, strap on your seatbelt, because it is a ride of your life that you're on right now. The ride of your life.
You want me to go ahead and add
Go
it?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead and add it back, please.
Share screen? Okay.
Yes.
There it is. See the red? That was when Mr. Paul East was put on the board of Barnes.
No. Wasn't that when?
No,
Oh, yeah, that was when he was put on the board. Yeah.
Yeah, he was put on the board then. And then look at this. Let's see. Look at this. And then the contract was given. Oh, man.
What's going on here?
All right, see it right here. So, folks, you see, I just want to make it abundantly clear. So please bear with me if I'm going over this, because I want to reinforce this in Mr. East. I want to reinforce this in Mr. East and his attorneys when them sue me, that the Integrity Commission said that based on documents they have, documents provided to a large degree to them by Prime Minister HOLNESS, that Mr. East went on this company, the board, in July of 2019, and then 3 months later, little over 3 months later, they got a contract for 84.8 million. It doesn't stop there. Let me get rid of this. Look at the, hold on. What's going on here?
You're going to erase those?
All right, look. Next paragraph. It says, NF Barnes Construction and Equipment Company Limited were awarded, same company that is on the board, that Mr. East is on the board, was awarded a contract valued at 7.1 million for repairs at 76 Marcus Garvey Drive, Garmex Free Zone. Now, listen to this carefully, people. The contract was awarded by Factories Corporation of Jamaica. Look at the next sentence. Mr. East, I want you to look at the next sentence. Look at the next sentence. Paul East is a board member of Factories Corporation of Jamaica. So Paul East is a board member on Barnes Construction, and Paul East is a board member of Factories Corporation. Now, Factories is giving Barnes a contract to do some work, and Mr. Barnes is sitting on both boards.
Mr. East.
Mr. East is sitting on both boards. The information is right here, people. It's right here. And it says, read this. Come on. Well, go on, Kevin.
Okay.
This thing will give me a problem.
Where you scrolling to?
Right. Hold on. Right there. And now have the pen. Pen won't go in, no, Papa.
Oh, just click on it again.
Let me
Yeah.
click on it already, and I'll go away.
It's all right. Let me do
See it
it.
right there, sir? You see it?
Yeah. So the pen itself is now a
No, the pen will work. Anyway, all right. Since the pen will work, let me show you something. Right there, where you see the reds. Read from there. It says another contract. Another, meaning different from the one we just talked about. Another contract of 221.3 million was awarded to the company, same company, Barnes, subsequent to Mr. Paul East assuming directorship. You know, subsequent means after, prior means before. So these contracts we're talking about, the two contracts we're talking about, they were provided to Barnes after Mr. East got on the board. And it says it was awarded to the company subsequent to Mr. Paul East assuming directorship. The public body was stated as National Housing Trust on the form. All right. And it says Barnes Construction and Equipment was stated as one of 26 companies that benefited from the National Housing Trust program offered to developers of residential properties during the period, blah, 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 blah. Look right here now. Well, look at this. It says right here. Right here. It says a letter dated January 15, 2021, requesting, that letter is coming from the Integrity Commission, requesting copies of application for registration and re-registration as a public sector contractor, along with all supporting documents for Barnes Construction and Equipment Limited, was sent to the Public Procurement Commission. Right? I don't know who sent that letter. Correction. But it says a letter dated January 15th was sent to the Public Procurement Commission. And look at what happened. The Integrity Commission was informed in letters dated January 28, 2021 and February 5, 2021 that the most current file containing documents after July 31st, 2018 could not be located. What could I go so? They said, we want to see the documents. And them said, oh, you got, well, guess what? Some documents we just have the documents. Can't find them documents. Over at the Public Procurement Commission. Now, a review of the file provided by the Public Procurement Commission revealed that one of the professional engineers employed to Barnes is also a shareholder of PEKH Developments Limited, along with who? See me again. Paul East. Him all over the show. So him in this company, him in Barnes. Him in the one up with the other one named Kevin. Him in Barnes, him in a Factories Corporation. Him in a Palladium.
in a Palladium.
Yeah, and then we'll get to a big one when we know. And see him right here with PEKH, and it says he's there, he's a shareholder in that company. And it says it is unclear whether any of the government of Jamaica projects undertaken by Barnes was subcontracted to this company. Them don't know. Them say a more comprehensive review will be conducted when the current file is located by the PPC. So you're saying when we get the file, we'll know whether this other company, PEKH, whether the Barnes and all of these other companies, we're going to find out more about the contract situation. We don't have the full information yet because we're still waiting for the file to be provided to us. So that's must be a different Paul East. Now this is the one, people. Look at this one here. Nevis, I've been told that it's a furniture company. It says
office furniture.
Office furniture company. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
See that, people? Nevis Supplies Limited, owned by the East family. Managing director is who? Senior Paul East. Must be a different Paul East. And look at the next sentence. government contracts totaling 777.7 million Jamaican dollars were awarded to this company during the period June 2006 to March 2020, which means that contracts were issued to this company during the period or at a time when Mr. Holness took the reign of power. Because if you remember, Mr. Holness became prime minister in 2016. And they're saying they got contracts up to March 2020. So they got contracts on the prime minister. That's a fact. They got contracts while this prime minister was prime minister. So I don't know what Mr. East and his attorneys are thinking, but all I can tell him is that truth is a complete defense. Now, if you want to know the truth, what they should do is just don't sue me, sue the Integrity Commission, because guess what? I want this information too. And I want you, my family and friends, the general public, I want you to see the information to see how Mr. Prime Minister is connected to Mr. East. We want to see what the connection is. So let them bring the lawsuit on, because lawsuit will also bring discovery. And we want to discover what they have there, because they won't give it to me. I asked the Integrity Commission for a whole bunch of things, and they don't even acknowledge me. I think one time they acknowledged me. I'd filed a complaint about my favorite minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith. And they said, yes, we're going to look into your complaint and we'll get back to you. And they haven't gotten back to me. And since then, I filed things with them and I haven't heard from them. So this is a chance for me now to get the information from them, because they won't give it to me under ATI. So maybe they'll give it to me under discovery. So, and Mr. East, just keep in mind that you might not like what they come up with. You might not like the stuff that they come up with. We are looking into stuff that you're involved with right now. Let me just be honest with you, Mr. East. We are. So, and we have uncovered some serious things, but we're not going to say anything until we can verify. And once we verify it, we're going to go public with it. Once we verify it. We're hearing things, but hearsay doesn't count. And I wouldn't want to taint you, or if anybody say, oh, you taint the man and you haven't provided your evidence. No, I don't go by hearsay. So what people are telling me right now, I'm trying to find out for sure with documentary evidence, or people who will come and say, I was there with Mr. Paul East. And so far, we haven't gotten that. But rest assured, whenever we do, and if we do, it will become public. All right. Let me see, Kevin, what else we have here?
You know, as
wait, look at this. See, look at this one right here. Look at this one right here, Kevin. Breaches, they're saying the prime minister breach, and they're saying he didn't provide. They say he didn't provide information for Canadian. What going on?
I think you're going to go again, you know. Let me try it. Let me try it on my side.
Look at one. Canadian just it's not highlighting it, right?
No.
All right, that's fine. But people, number one, you see where it says right there? Failure to provide financial statements for Canadian investments. That's the company that the Prime Minister formed with two people, one of them being Mr. Paul East. And then they go on to say, Mr. Prime Minister, we want evidence showing that you're no longer a director, shareholder, or beneficial owner of the same company. Now, you know, the Prime Minister must have a shaking and boots now, because when Mr. East filed a lawsuit, guess what information are going to come out about? What the Prime Minister? So you know the Prime Minister will call Mr. East and tell him, said, no, don't do it. Because if you do it, what we have right now, we just have a summary. And if you do it, them go and get the actual documents now and them going to go. But I'll leave that to Mr. East and his lawyers. And let me see what else is here. They must have something else here, so Kevin. We couldn't come this far now and end.
Well,
here we go.
As just as I was about to say, there's a little bit more down at the end.
All right, here it is. No, remember we're talking about the Integrity Commission looking at people, looking Looking, whatever looking means, right? Look at the conclusion. It says, put this up. An investigation at the top of the screen, an investigation. This is more than just looking. An investigation is necessary to ascertain Prime Minister Holness's sources of funds invested in assets to grow his net worth exponentially during the period 1998 to 2019. There are questions to be answered regarding the Prime Minister's interest in assets held by family members and close associates. Now, you remember I showed you the thing where they said Paul East is a close associate of the Prime Minister? They're looking to see, all right. So they're looking for answers regarding the Prime Minister's interest in assets held by these people. And it says, and to ascertain his net worth as of December 31st, 2019. Now look at the recommendation. It is recommended that the investigation includes the following. And you see, I have examination of information pending from, and I put right here, Canadian Investments. That's the same company, the boat. And Saxthorpe, they don't know what Saxthorpe is, but they suspect that there's something going on with Saxthorpe, because if you remember, there's a Saxthorpe in St. Lucia that's connected somehow to these folks, I think to the Prime Minister. I'm not sure, but it's mentioned in the report. And there's an address, Saxthorpe, 8 Saxthorpe Avenue or whatever it is, where work was done. So you're looking to see if there's a connection between them. And here it is, commercial banks, another financial institution. And then there is Canadian again, the Prime Minister's company that he has a 1/3 interest in. And let me see. All right. And here it is. It says you're looking at funds invested in SSL, etc. And look at the highlighted area. It said that they have to ascertain, they have to find out whether Mr. Holness or his spouse, Juliet Holness, has invested directly or indirectly in business ventures undertaken by individuals named in this report. One of the people named in this report, Paul East. Here's another one. Ascertain, find out, discover whether there were transfers between accounts held by Mr. Holness, his wife, his children, their companies, businesses, and companies or individuals named in this report. And Mr. Paul East is one individual named in this report.
Indeed.
So I think we finish up with him, Kevin. No.
You know what this reminds me of? As we look at the lawsuit and, the threat of, and we look at this Integrity Commission affidavit, that African phrase, that African proverb, that the truth will set you free. But first,
it will make you miserable.
But
the truth will set you free, but first it will make you miserable. So now I'm saying
that's why
again,
you get the letter, people miserable.
Yeah, I'm saying again that Mr. Paul East, I've received the letter from your attorney. You gave me 48 hours to contact your office and the lawyer's office and to do the following things. I can tell you as I sit here, sir, I will not.
Wait.
So
when did you get the letter?
The letter was 4 days ago.
48 hours, sir.
Yes. Yes. So if you want to go ahead and seek judicial intervention, in other words, technical court, sue me, please do so, because I want to find out more about this Paul East, because he's all over the show here. He's mentioned several times. His companies are mentioned, are Nev East and the companies where he sits on the board, they're mentioned in this report, and I did not provide information to the Integrity Commission. This came to them from the Prime Minister himself and through third parties. From the Prime Minister and through the third parties. And so we are just waiting for that lawsuit. The producers are sitting manning the email to see if they're going to file this lawsuit, because as I said, it is something that I welcome. And I'm no stranger to lawsuits. So they can file it and then we'll go from there. But I'm telling them, I'm giving them adequate notice though. When you lick Rattigan, be prepared to get licked back. So when you file that lawsuit, just prepare for me send you a complaint. Just prepare for that. So you'll get a complaint. First, I'm going to challenge jurisdiction. That's the first thing. And then after we challenge jurisdiction, then guess what we're going to do? We're going to file motion to dismiss. And then if we not win this out, then what we're going to do, we're going to go through discovery. And now we'll get the stuff. And then guess what? I am going to dig as deep as I can on you, Mr. East. As deep as I can. And I'm going to try and find out everything that I can know about you. Within my power, I'm going to find out everything I can find out about you. Argument done. Thank you, Donette. All right, Kevin, we finished with Mr. Paul East. So where do we go now?
For this moment.
We finished with him for now. Yeah.
Because it's difficult to go through the information regarding the Prime Minister and still not touch on him. So, but he got a featured segment for himself.
Well, yeah. And the thing is, he's saying that basically he's a private person. He doesn't want his business out there on the street. And look, how many of you, talk to me now, family, how many of you remember that I did a piece on Paul East? Because it was brief, basically. And then we put the thing out. How many of you remember them? No, very few of you remember them. But how many of you will remember him after today?
Yeah, man.
All right. So that's where we are. Now, Kevin, you know what I want to do right now? We have the manifestos to do, but there's something here, and I think it's going to take a little while. 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to show the Jamaican people something. Remember, the Prime Minister said during the debate, he said, being born, and I'm paraphrasing, being born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican.
Mm-hmm.
It's the choices you make for the country. For the country. I am going to show you a choice that our Prime Minister made. And it was not in the best interest of the country. And people, you know me, I am going to put up a document. And them can sue me for this document as well. And my documents, they come from very, very outstanding sources like Integrity Commission, their report. And then I'm going to show you another report. I'm going to show you a report now. But Kevin, do me a favor. Pull up the thing with rooms on the beach. Let me see what I mean. No. Pull up the divestment document. It's right here. Let me see. Is it this? Yeah, this is it. Let me show them this. Now, folks, when you hear about divestment, I know all of you know what it means. Divestment means to just sell off, or to get rid of, or to give up ownership. Not total, because there are different types of divestments. You can divest in a piece of property where you lease it. You can divest where you actually go in business with somebody and you sell them shares or you sell them a piece of it. You can divest where you sell it completely. There are many ways that you can divest. And our country, because I've heard the songs and I've heard people talking about, boy, we sell off everything, we don't own not more. Lots of reggae artists have made songs about divestment. I want to show you something about, I want to show you something concerning the amount of divestments that our governments, plural, because it's not just this government, other governments as well have made of our property. Now, keep in mind, remember what Jeanette Calder explained to all of us. You're not only a voter, you have a duty to do this Wednesday. Some of you did your duty yesterday, but that's as a voter. But remember, you own everything owned by that you hear owned by the Jamaican government. That you hear is government property. It's actually our property. Everything that they're financing, it's actually ours because it's our money. It's a taxpayer's money. Government doesn't have money. They collect money from us, except when they get gifts from international partners and organizations. And we employ them. We are employers. We employ them to do things in our best interest. Now, one of the things that is not difficult to understand or to conceive is that you have certain government officials, they can sell off your property, your asset, and take money under the table. They can do that. And look, we don't have to play coy around here. We know that that's been done from time immemorial. That's been done, where things are being sold, money passed under the table or passed around the table. Decades. You're right, Serene. So, country for sale is spot on, right? So here is something I'm going to show you, and you're going to believe me. This is just a partial list. Just cringe. Well, I shouldn't tell you to cringe because I know you're going to cringe. Here are some of the things that we have sold off as assets. Here we go. See that? You can see that, Kevin? Or should I go?
You can go up one more. Yep.
Okay, good. This is Government of Jamaica divestments, right? What page is this? Let me just show it because I want people to see where page 31, and here's the document. Assessment of Government of Jamaica's divestment process. And it's a relatively recent document. It is Omar Chedda, August 2022. Now let's go to page 31. All right. Is this 31? Come on. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now, you see what it says right here? It says table 1 below indicates some of the divestments, not all of them, some, and illustrate the extent to which assets were owned by the government of Jamaica. And table 2, this is table 1. Let me see if this will work, Kevin. Let's see if it come back. All right. Yeah. Table 1 is assets that we have sold. Table 2 will be assets that we still own, but the government is planning for divestment. Now, think about it. How many times have they come to us and said, we're selling this? What do you guys think? Because we represent you. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. Here are some of the divestments. See that? Bursair Flight Limited. Never heard of it, of that company. And the government of Jamaica, the people of Jamaica had an interest in it. The government of Jamaica sold the ship.
Is that the same verse here that was out at Dinson Pen?
I have no idea. But the shares are gone. It's sold. Look at the next one. Southern Processors Limited, shares sold. Zero Processing and Storage Limited, shares sold. National Commercial Bank, I didn't even know this. It's right here. Sale of shit. NCB was once owned by us. So Caribbean Cement Company, they sold the shares. National Hotel Supplies sold the shares. Telecommunications of Jamaica sold the shares. Royal Caribbean Hotel sold the shares. Surge Island Dairies Sold the shares. Casamonte Hotel. Sold the Royal Caribbean Hotel. They sold the asset. They sold the not even shares they had in the whole thing. They sold it. Right? Casamonte Hotel. They sold the hotel. Here it is, assets. So there's a difference between assets and shares, because shares doesn't mean you own it outright. Just means you sold whatever your portion of the ownership of the company. You could own it outright, or you could own it in conjunction with other people. Here's another hotel, Casa Montego Hotel, sold. Inn on the Beach, sold. Here's another one, Wyndham Rose Hall Hotel, sold. Eden 2 Hotel, sold. Jamaica Hotel, sold. Montego Inn, sold. We even owned Hedonism at one time.
I didn't know that.
Sold. There it is, sold. Hedonism 2. Trelawney Beach, sold. Jamaica Gypsum and Quarries, they sold shares in this one right there, shares. Wyndham Kingston, no shares. The whole thing is gone. Sold. Jamaica Frozen
I didn't know the government owned it.
Jamaica Frozen Foods, sold. Mallards, I've stayed at that place. Mallards Beach Hotel across the street from Doctor's Cave, I believe. I think that's where it used to be. Yeah. Sold. Americana Hotel, sold. Workers Savings and Loan Bank, they sold the shares. West Indies Glass sold the shares. Negril Cabins, sold. RJR B shares, they sold the shares. Government Printing Office, they sold it to Employee Stock Ownership Plan. I don't know. I don't want to guess at that. Caribbean Steel sold shares. Cornwall Dairy, see that? Cornwall Dairy, they sold that. Jamaica Soya Products, they sold the shares. Skyline Hotel, gone. Pegasus, they had shares in Pegasus. They sold their shares. Or they sold our shares.
I guess that was when they changed the name.
National Computer, they went to an Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Look at this. Sugar Estates, Frome, Money Musk, Long Pond, Bernard Lodge. They sold some of it and they leased some of it. Holiday Inn Hotel, they owned one of them. Sold.
Gone.
Water Valley, sale of land. Grains Jamaica Limited, sale of shares. Eastern Banana Estates, shares sold. Victoria Banana Company, shares sold. Air Jamaica.
Yep.
Them salam all Air Jamaica, Papa. See that gone.
Yeah, no love for the lovebird.
Them have a police garage partial. There's a service contract there. And Astrom Building Systems Limited, they reorganized it. Now, it's not done yet. We think it's done now. Trans Jamaica Airlines, that's the one out at Tinson Pen you're talking about.
Okay.
They sold the shares in that.
I know
Tanner's
that one.
Limited. Tanner's Limited sold the shares. Digital Computer Systems liquidated it. NIBBI Tractors, they sold that. Jamaica Grains and Cereals Limited, they sold the shares. Long Pond Poultry Assets, they sell off the buildings. Abattoirs, so they lease out the abattoirs. That's what them kill animals. Aqualapia Limited. Aqualapia, yeah, must be tilapia them grow right. So are the Marias. They sold the assets. Areguanabo, Company of Jamaica Limited. Lease of assets with option to purchase. Black River Upper Morass Development, sale of assets, that gone. Catering Hospitals, provision of services, collection, provision of services. Cotton Polyester Plant, gone. Geochemical Lab Services, Government Electrical Inspection Services, Hospital Services, provision of services. Innswood Vinegar, gone. Kingston Industrial Work, they sold the shares there. Kingston Port Royal, Portmore Ferry Services. Yes, sold services, divested services there. Wigton Wind Farm, we know about that farm there, sold the shares. Caymanas Track Limited, sold shares. Petroleum Company of Jamaica, that gone. Sale of assets, that gone. Natural Cane Products Limited, I think they used to make bagasse board and all that, gone. Spring Plain, St. Jago, the sold assets, sale of assets, that gone. Montpelier Agricultural Lands, they leased it. Sugar Estates, lease of non-cane lands and residual assets. That would be like the place, non-cane lands, the one of them bulldoze the people in place. That would be, I guess that would be it. Tropiculture Limited, sales of shares. Watch out, people. Sangster International Airport, contract management. Now, why this is important? I have a friend who's telling me that I told him that there's a Mexican group that is running the airport. He might run me, don't tell me no, it's a Jamaican government have I manage the thing. And I said to him, no. Because he was telling me how the airport looked pretty out of Montego Bay and the Jamaican government is doing a wonderful job. And I said, it's not them, it's a Mexican outfit that's doing it. And in fact, you know what? One of the last things that Dr. Nigel Clark did, him take an advance on the amount of money that they're supposed to pay every year. And we don't know where that advance went, several $1 million. We don't know where the advance went, but he took an advance. So he said, don't pay us every year. Pay us all of the money we have for the next 5 years. Just whatever the period was, give us that money. Took it, we don't know where it gone. So that it is. Kingston Container Terminal, somebody's managing it. Somebody's managing that. We're not. Here it is. All right. Now.
That's Kingston Wharves, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't that sold?
The Chinese, I think it's Chinese, yeah. The Chinese took it over from the French. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, see where they're getting all of this information from here, no people. National Investment Bank of Jamaica, Development Bank of Jamaica. It's not Rattigan and Kevin make up this thing here. That's where it came from. So if they want to sue, them can sue us for saying it, but they also need to sue these people. Now here is divestment. It says in the making as of 2022. We don't have the current information, but as of 2022, these are the assets that the Jamaican government was looking to divest. Oh, that was what I was talking about. The Bernard Lodge development. This one right here. And they're planning to sell the land. Braco to be determined. They might plan to sell Braco. They might plan to sell White Marl. They might plan to sell courthouses. They might plan to sell Montpelier agricultural lands. They might plan to sell Tower Street land at Tower Street. They might plan to sell Vernham Field. They might plan to sell the agricultural marketing complex. They have planned to sell Bath Fountain Hotel. They might plan to sell that. Caymanas Special Economic Zone. Soapberry Waste Treatment Plant. They might get ready to sell that. Correctional facility, I don't know which one. Tamarind Farm, I don't know which one they're planning to sell, but they're planning to sell a correctional facility. Jamaica Mortgage Bank to be determined. Now I plan to sell that. Jamaica Public Service, we know that they're planning to do something with the shares. Jamaica Railway Corporation. Look at this one. Milk River. They're planning to sell that. Nutrition Products Limited, they're planning to sell that. National Solid Waste, I know they're planning to go into private-public partnership or something to that effect. Jamaica Exotic Flavors and Essence, they're planning to sell that, sell the assets. Oops.
I don't know which company that is.
No, I know. And here's another one, National Water Commission, Rio Cobre, to be determined. They're planning to sell it. So people, Kevin, give me rooms on the beast, please.
When we were looking for it, I meant to say this earlier. We didn't quite find one that you were talking about, you know.
Which one?
The rooms on the beach. You said like 15 images or something.
Anyone you find.
I had found one for Negril.
No, there's one in no. There's one in
Ochi.
Ochi, yeah.
Yeah. It's just destinations.
No. I'll send it to you right now because I have it up, but it's on another computer.
Okay, no problem.
You find it?
No, send it to me. Send me that link.
Okay.
Send me that link. because cause and say um when and I heard somebody I was talking with said, some of these things you guys talk about on this broadcast, I've never heard of any of them. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you because they're there and it's information that's available. You just have to know where to look. And some of it is well hidden, and rightly so. They don't want, it's not often that you want everything being let out. And especially when you have moments where it could cause problems. Now, for me, this leads me to believe that the more they keep people from asking questions, the better off they are. And I generalize the they. I'm talking about government, former and present, because a lot of people now are learning a lot of things that are quite old. It's not new information. A lot of the information we're talking about 2016, 2017, 2015, 2020 as information that are just coming out. And someone someone was saying Jamaicans don't read.
Just send it to
But
you.
yeah, all right, thanks.
Mm.
But even so, the ones that are reading and not seeing some of what we are seeing, so to speak. So they read the lines, they read the words, but they're not reading between the lines. So sometimes it's not what is said, sometimes it's just what is not said, where you have to start asking questions. Or those are the things that you need to ask questions about. You mentioned A and you mentioned C, but between those two, you have B. Where's that? And that is how we're encouraging people to think. Rebels say it all the time, and I don't know why this page not loading up, Rebel.
Oh, it's load up on mine.
It load up on your side.
Mm-hmm.
Let me all right. Let me just put it up on. Let me see if I can load it up on
Yeah.
my computer and share it with you. So people, when you come across some of this information, you have ways now that you can ask questions yourselves. Jump has afforded us the ability to file ATIs. So when you come across some of this information and you want some answers, you drop them at ATI, it doesn't hurt. It helps you to get some of your questions answered, for sure. And okay, so this was the very same one that I had found, Will, with the bookings and all that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah, if you look at the picture,
Yeah.
well,
Let me share it with you.
no, if you look at the picture, it says open all photos. If you look at the picture at the bottom of it,
Yeah, I'll just share the screen with you. Pop, 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 pop. I think that is the one. Ah, here we go. All right, so what am I sharing with you now? Oh,
if you see that picture and you see open all photos at the bottom of the picture,
ah, there we go. All right, so where you want to go with this?
just put it up on the screen, please.
Oh, that's over on your side, man. You're sharing that. I share it with you and you share it to the people.
Oh, this is it. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Where is the thing to?
I have it. Where you want to go?
The pictures. Why is it doing
No,
that?
no, 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 no. I have it. It's on my. It's
All
showing
right, all
from.
right. Let me just give people. All right, people, take a look. No, no, no. Don't go back. Go back, Kevin, to the first picture.
Gladly.
All right, people. That's. What do you think about that? Nice location, nice
Yeah,
pool.
man.
It's right there on the
Where the cruise
beach.
ship come in.
The cruise ship on the other side. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Can I do it or no? You have to do it.
No, yeah, yeah.
All right. Go to just start scrolling past scrolling the pictures. Nice bedroom. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going till I tell you to stop. Nice. Very nice. Look at that. Nice. Nice. Keep going. All right, stop right now. See that? No, go back.
You get kayaks when you're on the beach.
All right, keep going. That's the front. No, you're going back. Or you're going forward. Okay. Keep going. Keep going.
No, no. This is it's all
No,
56
there's
of
more
them. We
pictures.
keep going.
There you go. Ah, whoa.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
back. Go back. No. Yes. Back. One more. No. You're going forward. No. No. The other way.
Oh, you want to go back? Yeah, yeah. This one?
Ah, stop. Yeah,
For the
nice.
beach?
Look at that. Yeah, the whole thing. Very nice. Keep going. Now go the other direct. Go the other direct. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Continue.
Okay, that's the
Yeah,
dining room.
I'm
Yeah,
continuing.
continue. There you go. Oh, wait, look at that.
Like this one here.
Yeah, nice. Keep going. Keep going. Nice garden area. More rooms. Gym. Dining. Nice. Whoa, look at that. One black man on the beach. Keep going.
Yeah. Token. You know.
There you go. Nice. Very nice.
Oh, well, we have the hills in the background. I didn't even realize that.
Wow, look at it right now. Keep going.
Yeah.
Nice.
They recycle some of the photos though.
All right. You can take it down. Up. That's a conference room, I think. Yeah. You can. Oh, whoa,
Yeah.
bathroom. Okay.
There's another nice beach.
Mm-hmm.
There's another nice beach one that I see. Where is it? Oh, this one.
Very nice.
Yeah.
All right, you can take it down.
That's
Kevin.
them
You can take
place.
it down. All right. Folks, I have a question to ask all of you. Those pictures that Kevin just showed, that hotel, who owns that hotel? I'll wait to get some answers.
That's an excellent question. Because so there's rooms on the beach, Negril. There's rooms on the beach, Ocharias. They're owned by the same entity. Is that
I'm not sure if
franchise?
it's the-
How it go?
I'm not sure.
I guess that's the question that you want answered to.
Somebody said Mexico, China, Mexico, the government. Family Jamaica. Could it be Ed Bartlett?
Rooms Ocharias is now owned by Moon Palace. Larkland, you have literature on that?
Could be Spanish. Is it Edmund? Cartel. Somebody said cartel. We know if the drug cartel or price cartel. Is it you and Kevin? Andrew Holness, Craven, Andrew Mars. All right. We get like 10 more seconds. Vaz, Moon Palace, Well, Jamaica. So far, only one person provided the right answer. One person that I've seen. Maybe other people answered it, and I just didn't see it. Oh,
tough time. I just can't teach you.
Battle Tapa, Ed Barking, Moon Palace, Vaz, we still.
Wow. Somebody said
Michael Mann won it. And the winner is, all right, stop. I'm going to stop now. Stop. Just pay attention. Just stop now. I mean, just, please.
So you have
stop.
2,200 devices waiting for the answer.
All right, stop. But people still answer. All right. Let me tell you who provided the correct answer. And some of you have there's a technical answer and there's another answer. But Tanisha, Vestel, and Desmond, they said, we own it. We, the Jamaicans, we own rooms on the beach. That hotel I just showed you, right? Because remember now, government and some people, I guess, on another level, when they said the Jamaican government, the people who said that, to some degree, you know, you're right. You're right. But the truth of it is that we own it. We own that hotel. No, Kevin, we don't have it up because we just lost everything a while ago when the screen went dark. But when the Prime Minister, maybe I should just put this one, this thing that he said right here, Kevin, if we can get the video of it.
Which one? The one that's out there now?
Yeah, if we can get the video of it.
Oh, yes, man.
Okay, because I want to show the Jamaican people something.
Let's switch.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Folks, pay attention to this, and then we're going to launch into this presentation. Here we go.
It's not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country.
You hear that? You hear that? It is not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It's the choices you make for your country. Let that simmer.
Okay. Your country being which country?
He's referring to Jamaica.
Okay. So it should be more along the lines of the choices you make for this country, Jamaica.
For Jamaica, right. I am going to show you, and I hope the Prime Minister is watching, because him can sue me too. I hope he's watching. Because I'm going to show you that if you use his theory, he's not Jamaican. You know what it says? It's the choices you make for your country. And what do we need from our leaders? Good choices. Good choices. I am going to show you now a choice made by the Prime Minister and Minister Vaz that was not in the best interest of the people of Jamaica. And I'm going to show you what the Contractor General said about Mr. Vaz. And you're going to be scratching your head saying, well, why after this, Mr. Vaz, we still see him in the government? Why? You could also ask yourself the question, why is it that the Prime Minister is still Prime Minister? You know why? Because a lot of us didn't know about this deal. You probably heard about it, read a little, but today we're going to dig into the details. And you are going to see that if for no other reason, this deal, this suspicious deal, should have given us reason to pause, reason to think that is this man making good choices for us? Think about it. Kevin, with a document now. PM, right?
Yes.
Oh, East Letter, no.
Hey,
Where is it?
listen. That one, you know, so that one growing too, like the boss.
Which one?
The PM category.
Okay. Where's the report of? I think this is it. All right. Fasten your seatbelt. Hold on tight for the ride, because
Maybe a helmet.
yeah, and all of the people, you know, when people say, "Well, bad mind," when them say a bad mind because them can't answer the question. Because if I say that Minister Vaz purchased buses that you know, we still don't see the receipts yet or anything like that, and I'm say a bad mind, that cannot be the answer to the question, where are the receipts? Your bad mind. No, that's foolishness. Why that tell me that them people never go school? Never go school. Mm-mm. And like I said in my video on Thursday, I'm sitting in the back of the bus, but by no means should you ever think that I'm sitting in the back of the class. By no means should you think that. Because if you do so at your own peril. Not mine. Here we go. Well, before I get into this, let me just give you a background. This piece of property I just showed you, that's beautiful piece of property, beachfront property. They said that they wanted to sell it, and they said, well, Puerto Caribe, they own Moon Palace, that they wanted to purchase it for a certain amount, and there were negotiations, and there were valuations done, and the valuations came out to about 13 million. And our UDC, Urban Development Corporation, what did they do? They said, no, we'll take 9.5. It's worth 13, but we'll take 9.5. And then I'm going to show you that the Prime Minister got involved, Mr. Vaz got involved based on the report, and they sold the property for 7.2. Think about that. Prime real estate valued at 13 million, sold for 7. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Wait. So when you're in business, if you manage to get, especially real estate business, and you're going to be flipping a property, you flip it at a loss?
Think about it, people. If you own property valued at 13 million, and you tell your real estate agent to sell it, and you know it's 13 million, and your real estate came back and said, yeah, sell it for 7.2, what would you do?
I'd ask for the remainder of the 13 million. So give me where's my 6 million?
And that's called, in government parlance, it's called a surcharge action to get back the money that we should have gotten. And Mr. Vaz was allowed to continue to play with, you know, in the field of government until today. He's still there. But enough said. Here is the document. See that? Report on review of complaint received regarding sale of rooms on the beach by Montego Beach Limited to Puerto Caribe Properties Limited and the sale of beachlands by the Urban Development Corporation to the Puerto Caribe Properties Limited. Now, here we go. This was back in 20, I think it was 2016. Yeah, this was back in 2016. So that's why you're going to see the contractor general, because remember, the current integrity commission did not come into existence until 2018. The law was passed in 2017, and I think they became effective in 2018. So what we're seeing here is an investigation done by the contractor general. Now, let me just, before I go any further, let me just say this. I've read a lot of documents put up by all kinds of government agencies, and especially the ones done by investigative bodies. Mr. Mark Golan, based on what the polls are saying, it looks like you will be the next prime minister, sir. Here's what I suggest you do. Reach out to me so that I can teach him how to write. And I don't mean it in a derogatory way, because I tell you what, they've done the investigation, you know. An investigation, well done. But the way they write it, it doesn't flow. So you have to, you know, you see things on page 1, and then you're wondering where the rest of the story. Then you don't see the rest of the story until a connection is made on page 4. Then you have to go back to page 1, and you know, it's back and forth. And so it's difficult reading. And what makes it worse, when you have intricate transactions, you have very involved contracts, and then you have to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so it's difficult. I come from a culture where the way we write our reports, anybody could pick up that report 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, and they just read it, and it just flows. You know, it's, as OT said, it's fluid. They read it and they understand, and they can get up to speed in no time. But this one, it takes not just this report, but with other reports, even some from the Integrity Commission, they take some time for you to read, because it's back and forth, and you have to try and you really have to make notes while you're reading this thing. So what I do when I read these things, I read them first, and then I stop when I'm finished. I said, no, what do you understand? And then I write down my ideas. This is what I understand from this. And then I go back, and I usually do a second read, and then look at what I have written to see if the second read will send me in a different direction. And then after that, then I start making my notes. And that's what I have to do with this. So bear with me, all right? Now, how this investigation started. Like most investigations, here's how it started. It says it right here. Somebody went and told the contractor general that, listen, the government is selling land below, is selling the people's land below the value. It's right there. But this is OCG, that's the Office of the Contractor General. It says the OCG's decision to undertake this investigation. Let me see if I can make it bigger. I hope all of you wait.
Other way. One more. There you go.
Here you go. All right. The OCG's, the highlighted area, decision to undertake this investigation was prompted by information which was received from an anonymous source. Somebody went and told him. Anonymous source by the contractor general, suggesting that the UDC, the Urban Development Corporation, was in the process of selling government lands to Moon Palace Jamaica Grand Hotel. The information alleged that the lands were being sold below market value. Below market value. Okay. Now, there's a law in Jamaica. It's the Contractor General Act, Section 2.2.7V. And it says, whenever the government is selling the people's land, the government should seek to maximize the profit. Maximize the divestment. Make sure you get as much money as you can. So what they're telling you is when you do a valuation, get as much as you can based on the valuation. If you can go over the valuation, go, because this money is for the people of Jamaica. Except, and they have an exception. They said if it's for strategic purposes, and that's a term of art, strategic purposes as determined by the government. So if the government says, you know, this selling this hotel is going to cause a lot of investments in Jamaica, it is going to cause end up with a lot of jobs for Jamaicans, they can actually sell it below the valuation price. That's the exception. So let's go to the sequence of events. And there it is right here, 2.2.7. For those of you interested, it says here 2.2.7 is an exception to the principle that the government shall seek to optimize income for divestments. That is, where land is being divested for strategic purposes as determined by government policy. And one of them would be like, you know, the creation of creating more jobs and developing the economy. And then you can say, okay, fine, we can sell it below the valuation. But it not mean you forget it. It not mean that. So let's go on. The first time the contractor general got involved in this was in a letter November 17, right? And the letter was for the UDC, asking a bunch of questions. But I tell you what, before that, I can tell you what happened before that. In December 2015, forget about the November 17, 2016. In December 2015, UDC, the general manager of UDC, contacted the general counsel, the lawyer for UDC, who was KD Knight at the time, and said, there is a private party, private interest that would like to buy this hotel. KD Knight said to him, listen, we have a lease on the property because the property was leased to the Issas. So we have a long-term lease. So he said, listen, in order for us to sell this property to anybody, the terms of the lease says we have to offer it to the Issas first. And then if they don't want it, then we can sell it. And then when we sell it, we can't sell it for lower than the price that we were offering the Issas. You with me so far? This is before any complaint. This is now in 2015, because the complaint didn't come until 2016. This is 2015 with them trying to, with the UDC, I think the general manager contacting the lawyer for the UDC saying somebody wants to buy the property. And the lawyer says to him, okay, you know, before we can sell it, we have to offer it to the person that we lease it to. And if they don't want it, then we can sell it. That's 2015. In January now of 2016, the general manager contacted his superiors to ask if an evaluation or evaluation should be done. Because remember, the last word he got was, we cannot sell it unless we offer it to the Issas first. And then if they don't want it, then we can sell it. And then there was nothing between that conversation in December until January. In January, a month later, same general manager says, should we do a valuation? Guess what happened? Right after that, there was an election. Government changed. Nothing picked up until April 23rd. Sorry, April 19. April 19 of 2016, we came to understand that the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, he had a meeting with Puerto Caribe people who own Moon Palace. He had a meeting with them. Now keep in mind, this is not his bailiwick. This is not his concern. It's supposed to be handled by UDC. And for those of you who don't believe me that he did, here we go. Oh, by the way, see, these are some of the people that they interviewed. These are the people they interviewed and they got information from regarding the investigation.
This is the contractor general's investigation and
Yes.
interview.
Yes.
Okay.
We did it with Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness was, they asked for information from him, they questioned him, but they didn't do a hearing with him. They did a hearing with Mr. Vaz, who was Minister without portfolio, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation at the time. Now, here we go. Pause that. Pause that. Pause that. Okay, here it is. So that on December 8th, Mr. Desmond Malcolm, he sent an email to Mr. Keith Knight, and he said, right, there's a strong interest in the property, blah, 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 blah. And then it was followed by some more emails. Now let me get to where the Prime Minister's piece is. Okay. Here it is. Okay. Prime Minister, April 19. Okay, I'm gonna go back though. This lady here said it. All right, here it is right here, people. We're not lie. They had asked this lady, Miss Maureen Denton. I'll show you what she wrote. And in August 7, 2017, they questioned her, the contractor general. And here's what she said right there. She said she had a meeting with Gibran Kapoor, Desmond Malcolm, Balfour Denniston on December 3rd, 2015 at Moon Palace, received and reviewed a copy of the Rooms on the Beach lease agreement on January 22nd, 2016. And look at this, look at the first highlighted area. Attended a meeting called by the Prime Minister with Palace Resorts in April 2016. I believe it was on Tuesday, April 19th. So the Prime Minister, he got involved and he's meeting with these people. Gibran Kapoor is an executive with Moon Palace. I believe Desmond Malcolm, don't hold me to this, but I believe that he was representing Moon Palace as well. But there it is, the Prime Minister met with those folks, right? Then on the 23rd, let me go to page 8. See what, I'm going to tie this up for you when I finish. Page 8, look at this. On April 23rd, so that was April 19, right? That was April 19 that the Prime Minister met with these folks. Look at this. April 23rd, see it right on? Same Maureen Denton from she's the Executive Director and Head of Economic Growth Council. The ministry headed by the Honorable Darrell Vaz. And she sent this Desmond person over at UDC, she sent him a letter. He's a general manager, and here's a letter. Hi, Desmond. Minister Vaz has asked that you speak with him on Monday regarding the two entities to do the valuations, because now they hear that they're going to do valuations. And she said, so there are no issues. Once UDC has defined the area to be valued, it may be worthwhile to just pass that quickly by Palace Resorts. So once you're doing the valuation, go tell the people, the potential buyers. So there is no misunderstanding, especially with respect to the adjacent piece of land they want included. Huh? So now we see them telling them that there's a piece of land besides what we're selling, there's a piece of land that they want included. Please let us have this done as quickly as possible and at least within the 3 weeks you committed. So that's April 23rd. Now, let's go to page 9. Now, remember the Prime Minister met with this gentleman, Gibran Shapur and some other folks. Now, look at this, April 21st. One second. All right. Oh, hold on 1 second, folks.
People must set up the thing.
All right, sorry about that, folks. So now they had this meeting with the Prime Minister. First meeting, Prime Minister's meeting with the, these top level executives who want to buy this piece of property. Now, you see what it says right here. In the meeting with the Prime Minister on Tuesday, so there was a meeting. See, they were talking about offering a cash payment of $500,000 to Mr. Issa. They want to buy him out because I think he had 2 years left on the lease. So they said, look, we'll give him $500,000, we'll have him finish out the 2 years, and then we'll take the property. How much? It is right here. At the meeting, see, John, at the meeting with the Prime Minister, Mr. Shapur noted that his company's intention was to pay a maximum of $5.5 million for the property. And this would include $500,000 to Mr. Issa. So he's actually paying $5 million for the property, and just the $500,000 he's just going to give to Mr. Issa. Now, Mr. Malcolm said 5.5 may be problematic because, and this is later on, he's telling the OGC this, because he said the valuations that we receive can't do it. That's April 21st. Now, April 25, here it is, right here, April 25. Mr. Vaz, they sent UDC, sent something out saying that, okay, we have the people who are going to do the valuation. We have shortlisted 3 companies. We have shortlisted Breckenridge and Associates, Allison Pitter and Company, and CD Alexander and Company. They have been shortlisted. And here's what Mr. Vaz said. Please specify 3-week turnaround for valuation in land. We want it now, man. We want to close it. Remember, no, they just got into power now. They got into power February 2016. And here it is by April. They're well on their way to selling this piece of property. And he said, please specify 3-week turnaround for valuation in land. And look at that last one. Please remember the beach. Don't forget the beach. When we sell the building, we want the beach included. So, I'm going to go down. May, page 5. Let's go back to page 5. In May, we had this thing on page 5. What is the sequence of events? Okay. So in May, they did the evaluation. And here's what they did. All right. The first one is is this page 5? I'm going to go back and look. Because the valuation is there, page 4, page 5. Okay, here is the valuation, right? Now, they did 5 valuations. They did 3 valuations for the building and the property where the building was on. And then they did 2 valuations for the beach and some other pieces of property. So it's 5 valuations. 3 for the main agreement was for the building and the land surrounding the building. And then they have another one that they did 2 valuations for beach and some other pieces of property. Now here is what they found. Here's the valuation. Hotel and Beach, you see that? This is the first company. They said the Hotel and Beach, 6.6 million, and the additional development lands, that's the lands around the beach, 2.9, come out to 9.54 million US dollars. Right? That's one company. The second company said it's 6.53 for the hotel on the land, and the excess development land is 2.93. That comes out to 9.46 million US dollars. And the third company said 5.5 million for the hotel only, and the land somewhere between 3 million and 3.25 million. So it'll come up around 8.75 million. That's it. And then those are the three valuations for the hotel and the land around it. Now, for the beach and the extra land, and see it right here where I said Moon Palace Beach. They said, one company said it's somewhere between 3.6 million and 3.7 million for that piece of property. And the second company said it's about 3.4 million. Right? So we're past May. So now we're going to June now. On June 2nd, pay attention to this, people. Two things happen on June 2nd. Now, I hope you're following me so far. Let me say June 2nd. Okay, here we go. June 2nd. The UDC sent something to Mr. Vaz, and they said, here is the recommended price. 9.3 million US dollars. Remember now, folks. We'll go back and show you. See that? The hotel on the beach is for the two. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, 9.5, 9.4, and 8.75. And so they said to Mr. Vaz, we are selling this, we're offering to sell this for 9.5. Let me find the page number. Stay with me. Remember now, the company, the Mexicans are offering 5.5. The property is valued at 9.5. And so here is UDC saying, we will take 9.3. Right there. 9.3. Now, this is what they conveyed to Minister Vaz. Here is something that I think you should know, and this is very telling about our Prime Minister. They asked him, asked the Prime Minister, whether he was asked to approve a sale price of 9.3. And listen, I'll read you what he said. He said, no, I was not requested to approve a sale price of 9.3 million. The law governing the UDC only requires reference to the minister by way of an expression of non-objection in the disposal of asset. As minister responsible for the UDC, I have never been asked to approve a sale price for any asset disposal. Now, people, this is a play on words, and it's a damn lie. If somebody brings something to you and say, listen, we want you to provide an expression of non-objection, meaning you don't object to what we're doing. And if you says, fine, I'll give it to you, you are agreeing with them that, yes, go ahead and do it. You also have the choice to say, no, I'm not going to give you my non-objection because I don't like the way the deal is structured. You have the right to do that. The Prime Minister now is playing games saying, oh, but because I was charged with the responsibility of issuing a non-objection, it doesn't mean that, it's not the same thing as saying I agree with it. I would just ask to issue a non-objection. A non-objection, in essence, is an agreement. It's saying, I have no objections to what you are doing. Mr. Prime Minister, don't follow Mr. Vaz when him say we're dunce, dark, and stupid. We look dark in our complexion, but we're not dunce and we're not stupid. Don't underestimate we. No, this is what happened. I show you something of these people. Wicked. This is what happened. On this June 2nd, follow me. On June 2nd, right? They sent something to Mr. Vaz and they said they said that we have agreed, the UDC, to sell the property for 9.3. You know what else happened on June 2nd, people? You know what else happened on June 2nd? This. There was a position paper put out by UDC. Right? It was sent to Minister Vaz.
But before you go on, Mr. Rattigan, what is a position paper?
A position paper, all right, thanks. Good question. A position paper is an opinion rendered by the agency to say, here is how we view the issue, and here is how we think it should be resolved. It's just an expression of an opinion, a position that they've taken, that this is how we think this deal should be handled. That was June. So June 2nd, when the same UDC told Minister Vaz that we're selling the property, we have agreed to sell it for 9.3, right? The same day they put out a position paper and they sent it to Mr. Vaz. I know what the position paper said from the same UDC. It said, we should not sell this piece of property, we should lease it. We should lease it. June 2nd, the two things cannot reside in the same space. You cannot say lease it, and at the same time you're saying sell it. Here it is right here. It is right there. The UDC in its position paper, right here, ultimately recommended a lease to the prospective investors for a term of 25 to 30 years. There it is right there, people. There it is right there. So the question is, which one came first? Did they say to Minister Vaz, we should lease it? And Minister Vaz said to them, you full of crap, you're going to sell it? And then they followed saying, we're going to sell it for 9.3. Or did they say, Minister Vaz, we're going to sell it for 9.3? And then there was a conversation, and then they said, we're going to lease it. Something happened. Something happened there. Phone calls were made. Something happened, my people. You can't have the two of them going out the same day and saying opposites. One to sell, one to lease. No. Then June 15th, Minister Vaz said to them, I want to see the valuation. Let's see, June 15th. He said, I want to see the valuation. I want to see how much these people. Okay. So when he met with them, I think it's before this. June 15th, he did meet with them. We'll find out. Oh, here it is, June 15th. In a letter dated June 15th under the signature. Here it is. Honorable Minister Darrell Vaz was involved as by way of letter dated June 15 under the signature of the then. The minister was provided with copies of the 3 valuations. So he asked for him, and they gave him 3 valuation reports. The 3 I just mentioned to you, the 3 only for the building and the land, not the beach and the other pieces of land, right? And then when they asked Minister Vaz, why did you ask for the valuation? Because remember, all of this is supposed to be handled by UDC. Minister Vaz says, just for my purposes, my own purposes as Minister of Investment, to see what the values were, right? Then he met with them on July 29, right here. And he said, they have the minutes, said the minister stated that it was a matter of investment, that if it was because they were expressing concern about the price. And he said, if it's not Jamaica, it would be elsewhere, as everywhere is open for business. So he must say, everywhere open for business, staff Jamaica, we don't care. And he stated that the Moon Palace offer currently was low because they moved it up from 5.5 to 6. And he said it's low, but the ministry would be meeting with them and negotiating to increase offer. Now, keep in mind, people, the ministry is not supposed to be doing this. It's UDC and the Montego Bay Limited, Beach Hotel Limited, whatever they were called. So Minister Vaz is not supposed to be involved in that, but he was. That's July 29. Then August 18, if you feel confused about the whole thing, we're going to wrap it up at the end and you fully understand. August 18th, the attorneys for Puerto Caribe Properties, the owners of Moon Palace, they moved it up the offer now to 7 million. Right? And they offer 7 million for, remember they started out at 5, then 5, then I think they went to 6 and then up to 7. Now look what they want for 5. Look what they want for 7 million. They want the land on which the hotel sits. That land is valued at 6.2. Remember now, they're offering only 7. They're offering 6.2. So they're only supposed to get property now worth 800,000 to make the 7 million. But no, look at what UDC and the ministry and all of them did. They're now asking for proposing it to buy the hotel and the beach land in front of it with an average value of 2.9 million. So now you're gone over the 7 million. And then look at this. Them not finish. They want the beach land in front of the Moon Palace Grand Hotel with an average value of 3.5 million. Think about that. So they were at 7 million. Then on September 26th, they had another meeting and they offered another 200,000. So it's 7.2 million. Then on October, the board of directors had a meeting and they agreed that it should be 7.2. But then what they said was, oh, you know what? The agreement we signed, we left off the beach land. So we have to put back the beach land. We have to put the beach land and put all the other lands them with the 3.5. And look at this, people. It was approved by the board on November 2, 2016, included in the purchase price of 7.2. They did not pay a dime more. They did not pay a dime more. Now, when the investigation started, they talk to this gentleman, Mr. Donald Hamilton, who was acting general manager. And look at what he said. He said, top of the screen, he said, both the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister Vaz have agreed to the sale at the amount indicated, as well as their payment schedule if an agreement can be reached by the end of the month. Both the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister Vaz, not UDC. Not UDC. The Prime Minister and Minister Vaz decided that we're going to sell this thing for 7.2, even though the whole thing worth 13 million. Now, the board approved it. Here it is right here at a cost of 7.2. But then they had a clause in the contract that says they have to start building no later than, remember now this is 2016, 2017. They have to start building by 2019 and they must complete by 2022. Now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about contracts towards the end to tell you how stupid these people are when they write them. Well, maybe they're not. Maybe it was intentionally done that way. But I'm going to show you that if me I write that contract, how that contract would be written. Because there's something called contract breach and there's something called contract rescission. Big difference. Big difference. All right. So it says they'll pay 2.5 upfront and 4.7 when they transfer title. All right. So let me see where we are now. We're up to June, we're up to October 19th. No, listen to this. See it here. October 19th, the Prime Minister says, I have no objection. Only can sell it for 7.2. Right here. The most honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Andrew Holness, in his capacity of Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and him run the country and him run the ministry, offered his no objection to the sale of the following lands for the price of 7.2. And here is the land. Right? But the land, what you know what wasn't involved in it? The beach. See it right yourself. It wasn't included in it. Somebody make a mistake or whatever the reason was, it was not included in it. So here's what happened now. The story gets sweet enough, people. But believe me, just follow me. It may sound convoluted, but think about how much time I had to invest in it so I can get the story to you. And when we're finished, when we're finished with this, we're going to go to the conclusion. And the conclusion now, that's going to tie everything up. Here's how it works. When you have a sale of property like this, Ministry of Finance must be involved. When? They must be involved before the cabinet can sign off on it, so that they can render an opinion as to whether this is good for the people of Jamaica or not. So, when the Prime Minister did his letter of no objection, the Ministry of Finance wrote to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the Prime Minister's ministry, and she said, the lady who wrote it said, we support the sale. We support the sale, but we want an explanation justifying the low price. Because she said the price should have been the average of the three prices. And if you notice, she didn't talk about the beaches right there. And if you look right here, let me show you. She said, oh, sorry. Right. This additional lands and access roads, right? No beach involved. And she said, but look, guys and girls, before you can do this, the ministry is asking, no, the ministry supports the sale, but the ministry is asking, why is it that we have this substantial discount on the price from the valuation price to the sale price? Why? And she said it should have been the average, but that wasn't done. So they wrote back and they said, you know what? You're too nosy and too fast. Just write the thing and just shut up and make a move on with the sale. Because what happened is that, and if you remember, those of you who were with me when we started this segment, it says that there is an exception to the rule, that you have to get the most money you can get for it. And that is, if it's going to bring an economic boom to Jamaica, then they don't have to use the valuation price, the highest price. But it doesn't mean you must give it away either. So that's what they were saying. They're saying, oh, it's going to be an economic boom for Jamaica, so we can lower the price. Now look at this. 29. The cabinet. Those leeches. Those nincompoops. Those idiots. Those sellouts. Look at what happened on October 31st. They approved it. See, try that song? They approved it for 7.2 million. The cabinet, who's supposed to represent our interests. Remember what the Prime Minister said? No, the Prime Minister said, just because you're born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican. It depends on the choices you make for your country. So the choice what they make there, 7.2. It's going to get worse. They went, and the UDC board approved the sale of the additional prime beach land, right? And the UDC board also recommended a waiver on the transfer tax. You're right here. And the UDC's portion of the stamp duty, considering the substantial gains lost to the corporation. So they want transfer tax waived and stamp duty waived, right? So they have a meeting in November, UDC, and when the chairman was asked if the valuation included the beach land, remember now we don't see the beach land, he said it did not, and that the cost for this portion of land was approximately 3.95 million. So keep this in mind, they were selling off the land, some of the land, the building, but then the beach wasn't included. And here it says that a few of the directors expressed concern with the sale, but they moved on. Look at this now. Them put now the beach in it. Remember now them put the beach and them don't increase the price by a penny. Look at this. Cabinet again. November 7th. Remember they did the first one in October. And the first one was just for the building and a piece of land. The second one, 1 month later, was for the beach and a whole heap of land. Look at that. Cabinet approved CETA. Approved as part of the original package, which was 7.2. See there? See there? These people are some wicked people. No. There's a lady in Jamaica who should get an award. This lady, at least for this, she should get an award. Her name is Hope Blake, Mrs. Hope Blake. She's a Deputy Financial Secretary from the Ministry of Finance. Remember I told you that the Ministry of Finance, they have to get involved in the process and render an opinion. Say, yes, you know, this is good, blah, 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 right? And they did. She did. But here's what she said. She said, when they sold the second part, the beach and everything in November, they didn't contact the ministry. They did not contact the ministry. And here she wrote a letter and she's complaining. She said, we support the overall initiative to sell the thing. But however, the initiative should be done in accordance with the general agreement with our multilateral partners, whereby, and this is important, whereby integrity of revenues is preserved in every regard. You know what she has said? We agree with the sale, but we don't agree with the price. We agree to sell the thing, but not for this price. So she said the integrity of revenues should be preserved in every regard. But she cost them enough. And then when she did that, them start tell her, say, them start tell her all kind of nonsense. Well, you know what she do? She said, when it's the transfer tax and the stamp duty, we don't want, we're not supporting it. Ministry of Finance not supporting it. We're not for pay it. We can't stop them from selling the thing, but we can stop them because the tax thing, we can't stop them upon that. And we're not going to support it. So, she write a letter after the, again, November, I think it's the same letter, November 10, and she said, based on the submission, it appears that the sale of the beach lands, no, this is the second sale now, would be in contravention of the draft beach policy. It is recommended that consideration be given to ensure consistency with the policy being developed. She's saying, no, one are do wrong. What you, the cabinet, are doing, including the Prime Minister, what you're doing is wrong. So here is our world-class Prime Minister now. Them ask him some questions, the Office of the Contractor General. Here are some of the questions I'm asking. I'll show you his answer. Here's one. They said, were you aware of the comments made by the Ministry of Finance, saying that we don't have to sell the property for that kind of money? He said, yes, I am aware of the specific letter. And I'm aware that while the Ministry of Finance and the you're the gobbledygook now, a whole bunch of nonsense. That I'm aware that while the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service raised some concerns, they noted their support to the overall divestment initiative to facilitate further private sector investments in the parish of St. Anne, and noted from the submission that The policy framework and procedures manual for the divestment of government-owned lands require that government-owned land be divested at current market value. However, this may be accepted where it is being divested for strategic purposes as determined by government policy. Gobbledygook, whole heap of nonsense. What I'm just done said is that, yeah, you catch me. But you're going to tell you now. Don't tell us right now. We do it because of strategic purposes. Don't tell us we bring money in the country. And the central point what I'm raising is not that you can't sell it for a lower price, after a lower than the valuation, but don't give it away. And in the case of the beach, we're going to show you that they gave it away. We tell you that, but we're going to show you the numbers. Then I ask him whether it was presented, the beach one now, the second one, not the one in October, the one in November, if they submitted it to the cabinet without the comments of the Ministry of Finance, which should have a hearing. Yes. The submission was presented to cabinet on the understanding that any decision would have to be subject to the comments of the Ministry of Finance when they are made available. The cabinet binds itself to the fiscal responsibility and good governance framework in principle and practice that any decisions with fiscal implication must have the comments of the Ministry of Finance. In this instance, cabinet considered and decided subject to the presentation of the Ministry of Finance's comments, which supported the strategic objective of the sale but did not recommend a waiver of transfer of tax and stamp duty. The final decision of cabinet reflected largely the comments and recommendation of the Ministry of Finance. That's a damn lie. Because this was done before the Ministry of Finance could render comments. And what he's saying is that, well, they considered in whole, and then they didn't give us a transfer tax and a stamp duty, and so they participated in it and they did their job and blah blah blah. That's not the point, Mr. Prime Minister. The point is that this was not supposed to have gone to the cabinet without the Ministry of Finance seeing it first. So them go ask this lady, the permanent secretary, for the the job creation ministry, Miss Audrey Sewell. Her name, I've seen her name come up in a whole bunch of things. And they ask her whether or not she received the comments from the Ministry of Finance before it was sent to the cabinet. And if the answer is no, tell us why the submission was made without the comment. And she tied up herself in a pretzel, said the receipt of documents was expected to be had in time and forwarded to cabinet by the time the submission was pure nonsense. Pure nonsense. But here's what this lady, ma'am, I love this lady, the leader of the Ministry of Finance. She said, the Ministry of Finance, being the financial advisor to the government, is critical to the decision-making process. And in most instances, a decision will not be taken by the cabinet without the input of this ministry. Strong words. But they went ahead and did it. Now, here's what we're going to know. We'll look at the determination of the sale price and how UDC just kind of like just step aside and make the Prime Minister do way more done. When they had a hearing in 2017, the Office of the Contractor General start conducting the investigation. Mr. Hamilton, the Deputy General Manager of UDC, he said discussions had taken place between representatives of the Office of the Prime Minister and the Moon Palace, and they outlined their intent, and the Prime Minister, along with Minister Vaz, had basically agreed on that figure, and that was what was presented to me and informed me to put the decision to the board. This is a smoking gun, people. This is a smoking gun. The man come out and say, hey, I know me do it, and it's not the board do it, it's the Prime Minister, Minister Vaz. Tell me when we must tell the board that they must decide on. It is right there. Paragraph 42 of this document, what page number? Page 17. It is right there. When they asked him, he said that. The Prime Minister, along with Minister Vaz, had basically agreed on that. And they outlined their intent. And the Prime Minister, along with Minister Vaz, had basically agreed on that figure. And that was what was presented to me and informed me to put the decision to the board. the representatives of the office of the Prime Minister and the Moon Palace, and discussions had taken place between them, and the Prime Minister, the Minister of Arts, told me what to do, and I did it. So there was no independence. Here's another one. See, Mr. Hamilton said, the minutes of the meeting in July 29th, he said, Minister Vaz told the meeting with management that the Ministry of Job Creation would be negotiating with Moon Palace. So he's saying that we're doing it, not you. Just leave it alone. We doing it. Here's another one. Minister Vaz outlined that the government through the ministry was having discussions with Moon Palace Resorts Limited regarding the purchase of rooms on the beach. And it says the minutes also indicated that the Minister Vaz stated that it was a matter of investment and said that if it was not Jamaica, it would be elsewhere as everywhere is open for business. And then he said the Moon Palace offer 6 million was low, but look at this last part of the sentence. However, the ministry would be meeting with them and negotiating to increase the offer. And so it went up to 7, and then it went to 7.2. Here's another meeting. Right there at the top, it says the representatives of Puerto Caribe made it clear that they had made an offer to the government at the ministerial level. Not at the agency level, at the ministerial level. So they're talking about Minister Vaz, Prime Minister Holness. Here's another one. A meeting with the owners of Moon Palace, the Prime Minister and Minister Vaz, has been arranged for August 4th. And then Minister Vaz let them know who's the boss. He said Minister Vaz reminded the meeting of his availability and indicated that he had informed the chairman and Mr. Hamilton that if there are matters that need to be dealt with urgently, they should bring it to his attention and he would have it dealt with. Now listen to this. They asked Minister Vaz at a hearing, May 25th, 2017, whether he had any input regarding the packaging of the lands to be sold, or the land sold at the sale price of 7.2 million. People, you can't make this up. Listen to this. They asked him, and if it has been said that Minister Vaz, they're just speaking to him now directly. They said, and if it has been said that Minister Vaz and the Honorable Prime Minister are the ones who approved at the 7.2 million US value, how would you respond to that? That's a bad question. I know all of you who watch the segment we do on interviewing and interrogation techniques would not ask this question. It's a bad question. I know what he's trying to ask him, but the question wasn't properly formulated. So the answer is, I'm not a evaluator, sir. That's what he said. I'm not a evaluator. So then the questioner said, no, my apologies. In terms of agreeing that what should be in the sale agreement, meaning the package is 7.2, 7.2 is a figure that we will work with. The minister said, absolutely not, sir. I had nothing to do with that. I had nothing to do with that. That is a UDC board decision. And then, as you would know, it would go to cabinet prior to the prime minister's no objection. That's foolishness. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't go to the cabinet prior to the prime minister's no objection. It goes to the cabinet after the prime minister's no objection. But there it is right here. Vaz, I have nothing to do with it. And the man who got the phone call said, yeah, them tell me what to do. So, remember now, UDC said the property should be sold for 9.3. So when it got, and remember now, UDC came back and said, no, it should be leased. And then UDC came back and said, yeah, we will agree for 7.2. No, Sankey no sing so. No, Sankey no sing so. Here it is right here. The asked this man at Ransford Braham. I should be the one questioning him. And here the question kind of indicate whether it was the board that had decided on the final sale price of 7.2. You know, ask them question the way there. No. And here him say, the UDC board decided on the final price of 7.2 and there was no objection from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation under whose portfolio the UDC falls. But we have emails and we have an official within the UDC saying, no, it was the Prime Minister and Minister Vaz. Then here when the asks the Prime Minister know about the negotiations being conducted at the ministerial level. Here what him say. Him say, I'll just put the last part right. Him say the discussions held at the ministerial level could not be accurate. So I'm not saying that they never had discussions. Him said they could not be accurately described as negotiations, and the presentation and discussions did not consider price. Now we know that's not true, because remember, the people who want to buy the hotel, they said they went to the prime minister and they offered 5 million. Remember the first meeting? It was 5 million. So the prime minister lied. Prime minister is not telling the truth. But Sita, there's another letter, and it states that the UDC responds as follows: that the negotiations were conducted at the ministerial level based on the strategic investment. The prime minister. So here are the exceptions to the rule, that you can sell it. You don't have to sell it for the valuation price. But there's something coming up that you must see. People, all 2100, I don't know, 2122. If nothing gonna hold on the seat yet. Hold on it now. The contractor general broke down the valuation of the properties and show you how much they were valued at, what the average price was, how much the property was sold for or given away. Here we go. See that? You can see that at the top, Kevin, valuation breakdown.
Yep.
All right. Go to your left and you see rooms on the beach. You see rooms on the beach, right? Twice.
Right.
Right. That rooms on the beach, that's for the hotel and for some land, right? Just the two rooms on the beach. Just go now to your right. One company, CD Alexander, said that the building and the land around adjoining the building was worth 6.53 million. Breckenridge and Associates, another valuator, said that it was worth 6.6 million. And Allison Pitter and company said it was worth 5.5. So if you use the average, it would come out to 6.2. Look at the purchase price, what they sold it for. 5. So we lost 1.2 million right there. We lost 1.2 million on the sale of the building and adjoining property. Now, look below the second beach, rooms on the beach. You said the garden, the beach, landscape, and access area 3 times, right? And if you go now to across to your right, you see CD Alexander said that piece of property is worth 2.93 million. Breckenridge and Associates says it's worth 2.9. Allison Pitter says it's worth between 3 and 3.25. And when you do the average, it's supposed to be sold for 2.956. Look at what it was sold for. 2.2. 2.2. So we lost 700,000. Approximately 756,000. We lost what? We lost 1.2 on the first one, and we lost 700 and change on the second one. Now, people, here is the big steal. You talk about the art of the deal. This is the art of the steal. Look in yellow. Moon Palace Beach, the one that they approved, the cabinet approved in November. One evaluator said it was worth 3.4 million. Another said, because remember, there were only 2 valuations. One said 3.4, one said between 3.6 and 3.7. The average is 3.5. We're not on the far right. Blank. Look down at the bottom where it's in red. You see at the bottom where it's in red, it said the Moon Palace Beach was included in the sale without any adjustment to this final sale price. And guess what happened? Look below the yellow. You see the 3 landscape and access area, no value assigned, free as a breeze. Free as a breeze. Free as a bird. All of that from the yellow all the way down, free. Because here's what happened. When the 7.2 that they offer is for this, for the if you look up top, you see to the far right, 5 million for rooms on the beach and 2.2 for the landscape areas. That's 7.2. That's what they paid. But then they got the beach and everything else here free 7.2. And this was worth about 13 million. No. Kick back now, people. Loosen the seatbelt. No.
Seatbelt pop off and the chair gone one side.
Because now we're going to show you. Now we're going to show you what the contractor general said about Minister Vaz, especially Minister Vaz. We're going to show you. And when we think about the deal, remember what the Prime Minister said, you're not a Jamaican just because you're born in Jamaica. You're a Jamaican based on your choices for your country. This is a choice they make for us, This is a choice they made for us. So as far as me concerned, the Prime Minister is not a Jamaican. This is a terrible choice. Look here, people. Let me skip all of this. Go down your song. Oh my goodness. People, una go faint. Una go faint. Make sure you're not next to somebody, Make sure you sit down next to somebody who can help, Look on this, where it says right here. D. It says, let me big it up here. See that? It says the valuation for the rooms on the beach property range from 5.5 million and 6 million. 6.6, no, 5, yeah, 5, yeah, it should be 5.5 million and US 6.6 million. The valuation, although them up, then put 6,600, 600,000. Yeah, then put a dot on them, shall put another comma, but that's fine. You know what it means. Yeah, 5.5 to 6 million. The valuation of the garden, beach, and landscape and access area were between 2.93 million and 3.25 million, while the Moon Palace beach lands were valued between 3.4 and 3.7 million. The reference lands were therefore, everything add up, cumulatively valued between 11.83 million and 13.5 million at the lowest and highest ends respectively. So what you're saying, the lowest you should collect for them all of the property there is 11.8 million. Remember, them get 7.2, and the highest you could get for it was 13.5. If you take them average there, you'd end up with about 12 something, right? Still sell it for 7.2. No. Look at this one now. The sale price negotiated for all of the property was 7.2, or approximately 4.6 million below the lowest given cumulative valuation figures and approximately 6.3 below the highest given cumulative valuation. A sale price of 9.3 was initially put forward by the UDC. However, UDC approved and divested the property at a sale price of 7.2 with no explanation. No real explanation, because the explanation they gave is foolishness. So you see what happened, people? We lose somewhere between 4.6 and 6.3 million on this sale. Even UDC involved, because UDC said, no, well, it should be sold for 9.3. The same day they said we should lease it. Them say it should be sold for 9.3. And then them come back and them approve it for 7.2. And then they exposed the Prime Minister and Minister Vaz. They said, no, it's them tell we to do it. No independence. But here what? It get worse, It get worse. If you're not faint yet, you're definitely not faint now.
Somebody needs to do a wellness check on Uncle Keith.
Here.
Pass out.
Yeah, notwithstanding the fact that the government, the divestment of these government lands may be described as an exception. Remember the exception, if you're going to get more jobs, you can lower the price. It said, however, the government of Jamaica did not negotiate from a position of strength. More, the lands were sold below market price and the government did not optimize income from the divestment process. The initial offer was 7 million for land, mean valued of 12.6 million. And it goes on to say, this offer, look at that. This offer is an insult to the Jamaican people. This offer is an insult to the Jamaican people, and the acceptance of the offer is tantamount to a departure by the UDC, the ministry, and ultimately the cabinet from fiscal responsibility and good governance. They must say no thief. That's what I must say. This offer is an insult. For somebody put this in a document like this, people, it might talk from yasso, from him gut, no. from him soul.
Mhm.
Because remember, as a public official, you don't even want to do them kind of things. But when you put and say the offer is an insult to the job, people, this offer is an insult to the Jamaican people. And the acceptance of the offer is tantamount to a departure by the UD, the ministry, and ultimately the cabinet, those criminals, from fiscal responsibility and good governance. And then them come talk to you know about good governance. You hear the Prime Minister last week, Sunday? I said about good governance. This is the government of good governance. And this a good governance? Look at this. The beach lands. Hear me and hear me well. The beach lands registered at volume 123642549, leased in the amount of, this is what they leased to the ISAs them, 17,000 plus per annum, with an average value of $3.5 million, was handed over to the owners by the consent of the Honorable Minister Darrell Vass and the non-objection of the Most Honorable Prime Minister. Them guilty. Them guilty. So the man said, it says it right here. Him said them take something value 3.5 and just gave it away. UDC gave it away with the consent of the Honorable Minister Darrell Vass and the non-objection of the Most Honorable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister could have said, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this.
But, all right. So without the objection, it says without the objection, but was there the blessing?
Yes. The no objection is a blessing. The no objection is a blessing. And then they went on to talk about what Vass did. He was very critical of Vass, of Minister Vass. Very, very critical. Here it is right here. The Office of the Contractor General is of the opinion that the UDC was unable. People, stay with me. Don't faint. Stay with me.
Here we go.
Listen to Kevin. Look what the man said. Him say the OCG, the Office of the Contractor General, is of the opinion, based on all the evidence that they collected, that the UDC, the Urban Development Corporation, was unable to negotiate freely and from a position of strength with Puerto Caribe Properties Limited. Why? Because of the direct involvement of the Honorable Minister Darrell Vass and other state agencies. And this has been denied by the Honorable Minister Darrell Vass. Them come right out and say, no, Minister Vass, are you play a role in this? Are you cause this? You make the people unable to negotiate freely because you tell them what you want.
And other state agencies.
And other state agencies.
That would be the Prime Minister.
Well, yes.
Okay.
And then them come on and say, we are questioning whether or not only did really listen to the Ministry of Finance on matters which affect the public purse. The Ministry of Finance has said, no, we don't have any problems with no selling it, but this money I will not do, this money will not sell it for is a problem. Right? Here it is. The OGC is of the opinion that the government of Jamaica, through the appropriate state agencies, should have negotiated from a position of strength with the intent of obtaining a sale price similar to a reasonable market value as per the valuations, which would preserve the integrity of the revenue. Where we hear that language from? The Ministry of Finance. So you have to preserve the integrity of the revenue. The OCG notes that the rooms on the beach hotel was not a liability to the public purse and was in a highly sought after area. So you could have gotten the money. I know what you want there. It's their beachfront property.
Not just beachfront. Yeah,
it have a beach.
Cruise ship access.
Mm.
Oh.
Let me see what else I'm about. All right, here. My try job at them. As it relates to the seeming rush to conclude, they were rushing to conclude the transaction. He said, as it relates to the seeming rush to conclude the transaction, The OCG is uncertain as to whether there was an unstated emergency circumstance. So why now rush to sell the property? Why? Additionally, the OCG is uncertain as to whose benefit this urgency was resolved. Whose benefit? It said here, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, through the negotiation process, surrendered its position of strength, that is, to negotiate a price close to market value, but instead did completely the opposite in the name of attracting an investment. This had the effect of depriving the country of Jamaica of revenue, and the integrity of the revenue was not preserved. Strong language. You must give it the thing. And not them gave, if they gave it away, and these are supposed to be world-class business people, and if they gave it away, you have to think, what did they receive?
Right.
What did they receive? Right? Somebody asked, can Mr. Vaz answer for this after they leave office? I'll answer that in a few. If I don't answer it, just remind me. See, Archer, the UDC must be singled out for failing to stand its ground by way of the recommendation of the sale price, which was also excessively discounted. They're saying that even at 9.3, it was too little. And then you go down to 7.2. Here it is. The UDC must be singled out for failing to stand its ground by way of the recommendation of the sale price, 9.3 million, which was also excessively discounted. And in fact, revising their recommendation to 2.7, the resultant effect of the beachland being sold for very little consideration or value, notwithstanding that the mean value of the beachland was 3.5 million. No. See, my hero in all of this, you know, Miss Hope Blake, said the unit of the Ministry of Finance, headed by Mrs. Hope Blake, should be commended for the recommendation provided to the ministry in its November 10 letter, that as it relates to the sale of lands, consideration be given to ensure consistency with the beach policy being developed, and that the integrity of revenue be preserved. See, here's the language again. That the integrity of revenue be preserved. Mean no sell we out. Because well, so they have the recommendations and a bunch of recommendations. It says that you should have a minimum reserve price whenever you sell these lands, saying we're not selling below a certain amount. And that's one recommendation, that you have a minimum reserve. But you say, okay, we're going to sell beach from now on, going forward. If we're going to sell a piece of property, we must have a minimum reserve. That we say we're not going below this. So, for example, in this case, they could have said 9.3. We're not going below 9.3 or 10, whatever the number is. Then the second one is that you can't deal with the sale of property at the ministerial level. You can't. That's not the procedure. You can't have Minister Vaz jumping in and the Prime Minister jumping in and selling property. You can't. That's not the procedure. It's here to us, and should in no way, unless expressly stated in law or policy, be subject to discussions at the ministerial level, especially in matters of sale price. They also recommended that you must have a team that can look at this. Then they have another one, you do a cost-benefit analysis. And here's another one. It is number 6. It is recommended that relevant sanctions should be developed to address any deviations to the established rules. I don't know if they have, but it was recommended that you put some rules in place. But we already have some rules in place. We have, what's name, Kevin? The one where you have to pay back the money.
The surcharge?
Surcharge. We already have a surcharge penalty. But to answer the question, can we go after Minister Vaz? For the surcharge, no, because you only have 3 years to do it. And I question why the OCG didn't go for the surcharge. Well, here's what he did. I disagree with, but here's what happened. It says, so they sent it to the cabinet without the Minister of Finance. Look at number 8. It says, it is recommended that this report be referred to the Auditor General for consideration as deemed appropriate. Now, guess what the Auditor General did? The Auditor General said, look, Mr. OCG, you have conducted the investigation. There's nothing more for me to do. I can't do anything else. What the OCG should have done, he should have referred it to the Ministry of Finance, the Financial Secretary, which I sent it to the CM lady there, which I sent it to her unit and said, listen, we are recommending a surcharge action against Minister Vaz, the Prime Minister, and the rest of the cabinet and UDC. That's what they should have done, but he didn't do it. I don't know why he didn't do it. And then when he sent it to her, she said, look, you've done your investigation, so that's on you. I can't go and do an investigation. I don't think I'm going to find anything different than what you found. But she didn't refer it. But it really wasn't her job to refer it. She could have, but it wasn't. Someone can't really blame her. It's not her job, but she could have. Instead, he didn't. And that's how we ended up there. No. Let me tell you something now. And we can't talk, Kevin. We have a couple minutes before we get forward. Here's how it works. When you do a contract like this, they have a section, rescission, meaning that you can terminate the contract and it's as if you never negotiated with this person. So you get back all of your money. There are certain requirements for that. One of them is that if there's fraud, right? One of them is that if there's a mistake. Another one is if that there's undue influence by one party over the other party. And I think there might be one or two other things. If you have a contract and somebody says, I'm going to rescind the contract, and they don't satisfy one of those requirements, guess what you have? You have a breach of contract. And in your contract, you should say, if it's breach, here's what you have to pay. Now, the reason Puerto Caribe said that they're not going through, Puerto Caribe, by the way, they rescinded the deal. I think it's in 2022. They're somewhere around there. They rescinded the deal. They said, no, we're not going to go through with it. And because the contract says that if you don't bill by a certain time, then the contract is off. They didn't bill. But first of all, that's a stupid provision to put inside it. There are ways to write it that that's not the way to write it. The other thing is that if you're going to put a rescission piece inside here, then you also put in the contract breach piece inside here, and so you have it. But here's what happened. Puerto Caribe said that because of the outcry from the public, and I'm paraphrasing now, and the stench and the taint of politics involved, that they're not going to go through with it. Well, guess what? That's not a ground for rescission. It is not. So what these people should have done, what the Prime Minister and the UDC and the ministry headed by Mr. Vaz and Mr. Vaz, what they should have said is that, no, we consider that you're in breach. We consider that you're in breach, and there are penalties for breach. But they didn't do that. They gave them back the money. They gave them back 900, I think it was 920, 930, somewhere up there. Close to $1 billion Jamaican dollars they gave them back. After all these years of working hard and trying to put this deal together to basically sell out the Jamaican people.
Mm-hmm.
We get nothing for it. And guess what now? We paid these officials enough to do that work. We were paying them a salary. We were paying Vaz and Prime Minister. We paid them a salary. What did we get for that? Nothing. Because at the end of the day, they rescinded and they had to pay back the money. And it's as if a rescission is like you never had a rescission is like it's like when you're married in a Catholic church and what them call annulment. Yeah. A rescission is like an annulment. It's like you were never married. So people Scratch said, where was the opposition when all these transactions took place? Did they have a say? I don't know. That's a good point, Scratch. I don't know. Was the opposition aware of this sale? Chevy, that's a good question. I don't know.
But how could they not have been?
Oh, Charmin is saying if it went to the cabinet, why did the opposition not object to the sale? The opposition is not part of the cabinet. The cabinet is made up of the JLP, only JLP. Kamar said they raised concerns in Parliament. I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure what the opposition did. I'm really not sure what they did. But we have Joan Jackson. Well, Joan, they did not to tell the opposition because guess what? The opposition, the OCG published this report. How you think they published it?
Right, and I guess that is where those questions are coming from, and I am leaning in that same direction, because here's this information. So nobody else never have the same question.
Like Kevin,
But I guess to get to that answer, we probably need the answer as to why it was sold or negotiated below or negotiated at a loss in the first place. Maybe that will lead to the answer as to why there was no objection from the opposition.
To get to the answer, here is how you get to the answer. Ask Minister Vaz and ask the Prime Minister and ask members of the cabinet, Kamina Johnson-Smith and the rest of them. Ask them, if this was your property and you get an evaluation, say it's worth 13 million, would you sell it for 7?
Right.
Ask them. That's where the rubber meets the road. Because I don't feed them one. So them just not care. And then what happens is that, listen, here's my feeling. If you are going to sell a $13 million piece of property for 7 million, you are getting something.
Okay. Right.
You're getting something.
There's and the question is what is it that they're getting?
Yeah. Crystal G, so who own it now? We still own it, Crystal. It's leased. I think it's still leased to the ISAs.
Apparently, we don't know that we own it.
Aliens a kickback.
Yeah. You mean like our penthouse in the Moon Palace?
Kevin, you're not good.
You're not good, Kevin. Who said that?
You're not good. You're not good. But this is what is going on, people. So when the Prime Minister come and tells you that you're not a Jamaican simply because you're born in Jamaica, it's based on the choices you make for the country. And you look at the choice that he and Minister Vaz and the cabinet and UDC, look at the choice they made for us. Look at the choice they made for us. And I ask again, how many people knew about this? And guess what, folks? This document, freely available. It was there. But we did not see it fit to read. We did not get involved. And that's why I keep going back to Jeanette Calder when she says that a few business, we own this business. And if we don't pay attention to it, these are the things that will happen to us. And then we're going to end up now saying, oh, them are thief and them are this and them are that. When there was a chance that we could have circumvented this whole thing. We could have stopped this whole thing. We could have stopped this whole thing. We didn't. We didn't. Let me see if I can get to something now, Kevin, before. Well, if I get to the school bus now, Kevin. Kevin, with my bus then, the first one with me and my bus, I not see it. Is this for today?
Yeah, this is the one for today.
Yeah, where's my? Oh, you know why they can do this and get away with it because of this.
Oh
They
my
are
God.
dark and they are stupid. They are dunce.
Oh
They
my
are
God.
dark and they are stupid. They are dunce.
Oh,
They are dunce.
oh
They
my
are
God.
dark and they are stupid.
That's why they can get away with it. Because they believe we are dunce, we're dark, and we're stupid. And we don't read. That's why we can do it.
And you know why they will be
Kevin,
able to continuously do
give me
that?
1 minute. 1 minute, Kevin.
Okay.
Go ahead. Do your thing. I just have to.
What will allow things like that to happen is the people being kept in a position where they are unaware. So if for one, we're not reading documents, understanding what we read, then ask questions and demand answers, then things like these will continue to happen. Take into consideration that prior to now, there hasn't been any such exposure of anything happening with any government in Jamaica. Let's keep that in mind, firstly. So, to address some of the things that went on in the past in such a way that we can know wouldn't quite be fair. However, we're looking at old information. I said this before, and I'm saying it again. We're looking at some old information. Old information that was available. Old information that action could have been taken on. The very same way that we are looking at it, others could have looked at it in the same way. People privy to this information, with access to this information, people who have discussed this information, all have a role to play with a responsibility to the people of Jamaica. The important part in all of that is the role to play to the people of Jamaica. The responsibility to provide what is best for the people of Jamaica. The responsibility to secure and preserve the investments of the people of Jamaica. We don't see where that has been taking place. And it is a shame. It is disgraceful. It should even, you could actually say it is criminal, really. And as such, some type of action should be taken. The question now becomes or relates to a question that was asked earlier by someone in the comments. What type of action can be taken, if any at all? If at this point any action can be taken on that, if moving forward any action can be taken on it, is there a statute of limitation relating to the type of action that can be taken on it? Because what is true, one thing remains true. The people of Jamaica have not been benefiting. Not that there are people in Jamaica who have not benefited and are benefiting, but the people of Jamaica have not. And so, what then is the course of action moving forward? That becomes my question as it relates to this particular issue. When you're ready, Rebel, anytime you're ready. But make sure you swallow first, because if you inhale and swallow, you're going to choke.
All right. You know what? We can take some phone calls while we wait for Chief Corey and Anu to join us. I can play some videos. We have two more stories, you know. We have another sellout one. Another sellout one, just like the beaches, rooms on the beach. We have another one to talk about, and we have and again it involves the two same people, Prime Minister and Mr. Vaz. And then we have to look at the Prime Minister, look at his statutory declarations. We're going to just go into it and give you all the reasons why this man has no conscience. This man is like, he has no feelings about his people. And I say that because
Go
the
ahead.
thing to do based on everything that's been provided by the Integrity Commission is for him to just step aside. But he's not doing that. He's moving forward, and he's very arrogant. He's unyielding. He's unwilling to accept blame, and it's almost as if he has never done anything wrong in his life, particularly his political life. It's like, no, I haven't done anything wrong, and we have building blocks of evidence, block after block after block, building this house of lies, of deception, of misrepresentation. I mean, folks, this man will do anything to stay in power, because you know why? He realizes that once he's out, he has no
Still a
value.
moving target.
Yeah, it's open season. He has no value. He has no value to the US, to the UK, to Canada. And so he has to stay in power. And I can't wait for next week, Wednesday, when the Jamaican people, based on the evidence, will say, enough is enough. We've had enough of you. Enough is enough. So, Kevin, you're looking in the video file or no?
Well, is one particular thing had kind of just appealed to me just now, and it is this
Which one?
right here.
Oh, all right. Where? Oh, here it is. I said enough is enough, and Kevin said, no, man, that's not your line. That is definitely not your line. It's this lady's line.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
That's what we should be saying to them. That's what we should be saying to them.
Let me tell you something. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
And of course, we have our favorite round here now. Where is he? This man here, man. This man here set the trend, man. This man a trend setter.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Folks, we have vast about them out, but we have to go find that one there. We have to find that one. What else am I missing, Kevin? Because we only we should be joined now by Chief Corey. Well, 1 second.
I can only shake my head.
Oh, you mean about that deal?
Yes,
Moves on-
man. So, all right. So, apparently, we didn't know that we own rooms on the beach.
Moves on the beach.
Now, coming into this knowledge, coming into this information, what can we do as a people to maximize our profits for the people of Jamaica?
The first thing you say is information. It's knowledge. If people don't know, then they can't take action. How do people know? People can know on their own, or we can stand in the presence of a town crier and say, we are going to tell you, we'll shout it out loud to you, so that you can join us immediately or go and do the research yourself. It should be it should be a point of stimulation, that somebody tells you something and you say it stimulates your interest. I want to know more. I want to know if it's true. And then you go and you deal with what you have to deal with. You do your research, you do your analysis, because it's not enough to just find the document and read the document. It's also understanding the document and making the connections. It's the analysis part of it that a lot of us fall down on our face.
Which leads
We
me to my
don't.
other question, though.
Sure.
What is the actual benefit of us owning rooms on the beach? How do we benefit from it?
You mean now or then?
Either, you know. So here it is: we own a property, and a property like this. Yeah. As it stands, we struggle with access to beaches on a whole. We have this property that is leased to Jamaicans. What benefit is it to Jamaicans? If we own the property and we lease it out, there should be some provision that is available to the owners. What is it? Do we get anything out of it? Can we, as people of Jamaica, can we go there at a discounted rate?
Oh,
Because it's still a business. It's still a business.
Mm-hmm. That's what you mean.
Of what benefit is it to us, the people of Jamaica? This is our property. And are there any other like it? Because this question is not limited to just this. Although yes, we're talking about this. If we can get an answer to this, then we can get an answer to the others.
Mm-hmm. All right. I understand the question. It's rented to a private concern, albeit a Jamaican concern. The ISAs,
Yes.
right? And I see what you're saying. Well, the ISAs, they have it, and what benefit have they afforded us? Can we walk on the beach? Can we walk on the beach? And so I see where you're going, that there has to be government involvement in this, because when they did the lease, all of these things they could put in there, and they could put in there that you can't stop Jamaicans, or you can't stop people from walking on the foreshore, getting in, taking a dip. You can't stop any of that. Or I don't know if they have a discounted rate for Jamaicans. I don't know. I don't know what their tax burden is. I really don't know. They could even make it that, look, if you're going to buy products, you need to buy from the locals, like food supplies. You're going to have to buy from them. You can't import cheap stuff and whatever. No, you have to buy from farmers. They could put that in there. There are lots of things they could put in to address the point you're making, which is, how do we benefit from owning this piece of property? Because it would appear as if we're not getting any benefit, whether it's leased or sold.
Right.
Right. That's a good point. I'll have to go look at the contract and see. Look at the provisions. But already I can tell you right now that the provisions would not be there to benefit us, because if you look at what they did with the rescission piece, where these guys could just get up and just say, hey, you know what, we just don't like the fact that Jamaicans, they're talking against us and about us and against us, and so we're not going to go ahead with this thing. That's not a cause for rescission. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. It's just, people, you understand the concern here, and the more we get information, the more we get this kind of information, is the more, I know for me, the more there are questions. And it's like, let's keep them barefoot and pregnant. Let's keep them dunce, dark, and stupid. Because then we can do whatever we want. It can't be the business as usual and that be the business. That's not good business. Not for the majority being the people of Jamaica who are suffering and things not getting that much better. Things looking gloomy every day. Not all right. Especially when there's opportunity for it to be better. No, sir. That not make it. Yeah,
Need your
Jason,
help.
rabbit hole has no end. Wait till the end.
Blessed one, blessed one, it would be my pleasure. And I've said it before, and some of my dearest friends have criticized me for saying this, that I would do it for free. Just my expenses. I don't want no salary. And if I have to take a salary because of the law, then I'm going to donate that to the people of Jamaica. But it would be my pleasure to help with investigation or investigations or investigating these criminals who have pilfered. Criminals who are involved in kleptocracy and they're involved in corruption and the ones even involved in human rights abuses. It would be my pleasure to hunt these people down like dogs and make sure that they face the full course of justice. Because we cannot turn around and say, well, it happened already and them gone, so let bygones be bygones. No! You have to take a stand. You have to start somewhere. And I'm saying, if you're going to start somewhere, there's no better place than to start today.
That leads back to the question asked before. What course of action can be taken? And is there a statute of limitation as to a course of action?
I mean against Mr. Vaz and Mr.
Yeah. If there's criminal charges to be levied,
It should be, there
is there
should.
a statute of limitation?
I think if it's a fraud charge, I think in Jamaica it's 6 years. When did this happen? 2017. So it's gone. It's gone. It's gone, Kevin. It's gone. So, but here's the thing. You cannot convict them in the court of law because of the statute of limitations. The time to sue them or try them or whatever, that time has passed. But you can convict them in the court of public opinion. And guess what? You can render a verdict, my Jamaican people, on Wednesday. You can render a verdict on Wednesday. It's too late now to say, well, we're going to bring them now and we're going to lock them up on this and that, because somebody sat by idly and just let this thing just happen, and it just happened and it passed and nobody paid attention to it and the time run out. Mr. Attic, can the Prime Minister forfeit his new salary? Yeah, he said he did, and he did. There is a unit in the ministry, I forgot the name of it, Ministry of Finance, and he contacted them, and they did not increase his salary. So he's still making, I think, 9.3 million Jamaican dollars. But of course, he gets the perks. You know, he gets the house allowance, the car allowance, this, that. But his salary has not moved. And it's quite interesting because he's the one who spearheaded the movement for the increase in salary. You remember him saying you get the government you pay for, and that we're trying to increase the salary to attract the best and the brightest to come to government. Remember him said that. And then him said, I don't want the money.
So what him get in return?
See? That's the question I ask. When I see something like this, I said, if you don't do it, if you ask for it, if you do all of these things, and then you say, no, like with the Prime Minister, what is he getting in return? Like with Vaz and the Prime Minister with the land. If the land is valued at, not if, the land was valued at 13 million at the high price, or the low price, 11 million. And if you went from that to 7.2, you sell out your country, man. So what are you getting? What are you getting? And we won't even get into the discussion about what Minister Vaz allegedly did when they say he flew to places and he picked up this and that. We won't even get into that. What we're getting into is what we have here in front of us. Hard, cold facts coming from the Contractor General, from his report. That's what we deal with. So, you know.
And like I was saying when you came off here for a brief moment, this, what we're doing now, has never been done. There has never been this level of exposure about anything. And so this is new territory. This is a whole new world. And so moving forward, what can be done? Moving forward, what is the expectation? Moving forward, who is in place to levy any kind of prosecution, to hold the government accountable, to hold anyone accountable?
They have to do and I sense your frustration, Kevin. I sense it, and what they have to do now is they have to revisit the laws, because the laws are old and the penalties are in
Older.
today's world. Yeah, they're older. The penalties are older. So the penalties, they don't really deter anything, because if you commit a crime and they say, oh, the fine is 200 Jamaican dollars. It's a joke. 200 Jamaican dollars 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that would have some sting, but this $200, no sting whatsoever. I see here where somebody just
200 Jamaica dollars.
No, somebody just Princella, yeah, regarding the beaches, rooms on the beach. She's asking if they get away with what they did. I know it's tough for us to stomach, but think about it like this, right? It's like you rob a bank, right? And then you see a picture, you see a story on TV with your picture on it saying you're the main suspect, primary suspect, and then you go back to the bank and say, I'm giving you back the money. The crime has been committed. So it doesn't matter whether you come back with the money or not. Crime has been committed. And it's the same thing here. I believe that a crime was committed with the way they handled the transaction. The problem is that there's something called a statute of limitations, meaning that by law, you have a certain amount of time. The government has a certain amount, because now it would be the government, right, pressing charges against the government. So you can see already right there that there's a little problem there. But you get a certain amount of time to bring that action in court. And if you don't do it, barring certain exceptions, then you're barred from bringing that action. So, and then somebody mentioned something about Andrew. Somebody mentioned that the prime minister didn't take the salary because he wanted to put a noose from Mark's neck. Here's the thing with that. The civil servants got 20%. Mark Golden said, look, I'll take the salary, but I'm only going to take 20%, similar to what the civil servants are getting. And then the 80% I'll give it to charity. And the prime minister seized on that and said, well, look, him take the money and blah, 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 blah. Well, the thing is, well, Mr. Prime Minister, you didn't take the money, so nobody benefited. He took the money, and at least 80% of it went to a community that didn't have 80% of his salary before. So he's actually doing something for his community. You are show off now. You are the one who asked for the raise, and then you say, I don't want it. And then and then you complain about this man now who said, I'm going to take as much as they were giving the civil servants, and then I'll take the 80% and give to them. There's no argument there. Kevin, you know what? I could just jump in on I was just informed that that Chief Curry and Anu, that they're traveling and they're in a place where the signal is not that great, and they will come on as soon as they get to a place where they can get a good signal. So you want to go on to the manifesto, because that shouldn't be long. We'll just take a few. We'll just go through a couple of them.
Why not?
Yeah, you know what I was thinking? The video from the Prime Minister. I'll look for the video, and then if you can just show me. Oh, the manifestos are in
the bus.
Bus. Okay, all right. Let me look for this then. All right. Now, people, I'm going to show you something now. I promise. Our Prime Minister, he claims that he doesn't make promises. Hold on a second. Call a good, evening. Welcome to Reason Traffic. Where are you calling from?
Jamaica.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
No, my question, Ratty, is my observation over the whole statute of limitation situation. That means that we need to change the constitution then, man.
Well, it's not the Constitution, it's the law. Because it's a
Well,
penal code. Because it says, it lays out the penalty. It lays out the definition of for certain crimes. It lays out the definition for crimes, and it also lays out a process, including the time within which you can bring the action. So we'd have to change the law.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I look backward, man. Because I remember the Tivoli inquiry, right?
Yeah.
When one of the lawyers didn't see it fit to testify at the inquiry. And you know what his charge was? It was a breach not to testify. You know what his charge was? $500.
There you go.
We don't know why the people are really giving it hook, line, and sinker.
Indeed.
That no matter what they do, they can get away scot free. Because they know that the provision in the law that they set up free if you don't have to do it to them.
All right. Well, there you have it, my brother. Well, thanks for calling. Keep watching.
All right, Charlie.
Keep the support strong. All right.
Yeah, man.
All right. Kevin, you know what? With the phone, we get that. I don't need to hear it.
Yeah, I'm hearing a popping.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, I didn't hear it this morning, but it's there now. All right, folks. 1 second. Caller, good evening. Welcome to Reason.
Well, there you have it, my brother. Well,
okay.
Okay, they hung up.
Caller, good evening. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia. Quick question here.
Just turn
Who
on
wants
the
to
phone
take
itself.
action?
Turn on the
Is
phone
it the
itself.
lead? And which one? Is it Louis?
No, me, Kevin, not talking.
Turn up back your mic.
Did you get my question?
Sorry,
No,
ask
go
the
ahead.
question again, please.
Okay, I'm asking quickly. Who wants to take action? Is it the DPP? And if it is the DPP, which of them? Paula Lewin at the time?
Yeah, it was Paulo Llewellyn at the time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Just turn on the phone channel a little bit, Rebel.
All right. Hold on.
And turn your mic back up.
Mic check.
Okay. Yeah. You're good again. Anybody that is calling in, please be mindful to either mute your the device that you're listening to the broadcast on, or turn it off completely. That way it prevents a feedback.
All right. Now listen, folks, we're gonna touch a few things in the manifestos. I say manifestos because the JLP party, they've been ruling since 2016, and this is the third one they've had. The PNP, they have one now, and we're going to look at just certain aspects of both manifestos. But for the JLP, we're going to go back because remember, they've been promising stuff from 2016. But we're going to be looking at both manifestos, and we're just going to pick certain topics because to examine even one manifesto, it's going to take a long time. So hold on 1 second.
Take time, yeah.
Caller, good evening. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good evening, Mr. Rattigan.
Wait, turn them up back.
Hello?
Economist and financial commentator.
I beg your
I
pardon?
was listening this morning. It's not allowable for the Prime Minister only to not accept the increase in salary. Therefore, the conclusion that he is taking the salary, because it's almost automatic that the salary is deposited into your account or whatever, then you have to give directive to your financial institution what to do with the money when it comes in. So the conclusion by that commentator is that the Prime Minister is being deceptive and untruthful when he says he does not take the money. He is probably taking the money according to what he's saying, but undisclosed, doing whatever he prefers to do with it. The opposition leader declared what he's doing with his portion, but the Prime Minister did not, because it's a governmental issue. You cannot just say you are not taking. It's not allowable under the civil service rules and regulations. That's what this financial analyst and economist was saying. So it's like the Prime Minister said, well, he's not under investigation by the commission, but then his case was referred to the FID. So for people who are not listening acutely, you would think that essentially he's saying he's exonerated by the Integrity Commission. But the case was referred to the FID and he didn't disclose that. So pretty much what people are saying, the Prime Minister has a pattern of deception. And the thing that he said may be technically true, but for the undeserving eyes, it would appear as if everything is good and nothing there.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Caller, hang up and listen to this. I have something I want to say. All right.
Cool.
All right. Now, folks, I sent an ATI to, I think it's the Office of the Prime Minister and Ministry of Finance, and they responded and they said to me recently that his salary did not increase. It's still 9 point whatever it is. And I remember this document. This document is it's from JIS and it's entitled Prime Minister Declines Salary Increase, and it's dated May 22nd of 2023, and it says the Prime Minister has declined his salary increase under the new public sector compensation regime. His salary will remain at its current level of 9.16 million. And here is where it says, Prime Minister said, I have directed the Transformation Implementation Unit to remove the Prime Minister's compensation from the new salary scale. The Prime Minister's compensation will therefore remain at its previous levels. And he says, to be clear, no retroactive payments will apply to the Prime Minister's pay. So there is a unit over at the Ministry of Finance called the Transformation Implementation Unit, and they have the power to remove the Prime Minister's compensation from the new salary scale, and they did. So, caller, I hear what you're saying, that under the civil service rules, he cannot. But here it is right here on the JIS website that they said not only he could, but he did. So I'm going to send this to you, Kevin, just in case. We did this one time, but yeah, I'll send it to you again. All right, there it is. All right. So, oh wow.
Chevy using the phrase pathologically mendacious.
Oh, Chevy. No, here is and that's easy because we can do an ATI to that transformation unit and ask them. So, and if they want to lie, that's fine because we're going to find out one way or the other. But let me show you this, people. And then, Kevin, we want to go to the 2016 manifesto. Wow.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah. Let me show this, and then we go to the 2016.
It's above this one in the list.
Okay, so let me put this up, and then I can drag it down for me while I play this. All right, here we go, folks.
Promises that don't make sense. Some of you just want to hear, will we get our water in our homes, in our pipes, that when we step into our bathroom and we turn on the pipe, we can say, shower, shower, shower. And under the Jamaica Labour Party, you can be guaranteed that we pay attention to the basic needs of the people, to the basic public services that you want. Since our administration, we have delivered water to 350,000 households that have not had water, some for their entire lives. Some communities from they were established hundreds of years ago never had water. The Jamaica Labour Party delivered water to them. In our next term, we will deliver water to 900,000 Jamaicans who either don't have water, have unreliable water, or have water that is inconsistent in supply. That is not a promise. That is work in progress. Already, we have launched the Northwestern Water Resilience Project that will harness and utilize the water coming from Martha Brae and Great River, that will replace the pipeline that goes from Trelawney all the way up the northern spine. And we will improve that with greater pumping, storage, and lift capacity, so that this entire area of the northwestern parishes can have reliable and consistent and good quality potable water from Trelawney to Negril. That's not promise that is going to be delivered, because the work has started. In the central part of the country, we have already started work on the Content Water Supply Project, where we will take 15 million gallons of water from the Rio Cobre River to supply parts of St. Catherine and Kingston and St. Andrew to end the water lockups when there is drought in the country in that region. That is not a promise. That is already work in progress. And we have already started work on a major water supply project for Clarendon and Manchester. Massive project. It's the pumped hydro storage project, where we are going to be using the cutting edge technology. We're going to take water from the sea. We're going to use solar energy to pump the water up to the hills of Clarendon. We're going to store it in a reservoir, and then we're going to gravity feed it down and create electricity at the same time. And that will provide water to the plains of Clarendon, to South Manchester. Already underway is the Pedro Plains project that will provide water in St. Elizabeth and Manchester. And already underway is the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Project that is bringing water from St. Elizabeth, taking it up the hills into Manchester through Spurtree, providing the Greater Mandeville with water. 900,000 Jamaicans will have reliable and consistent and good quality water, because this government is not making any promise or talking. This government has run the economy well. Many of you here have come like people watching.
Kevin, we have one thing to say to the Prime Minister. Andrew, what make you so wicked? What make you so, what the Jamaican people do you, Andrew? For you come and you stand up in front of them and you sell them misrepresentations, you sell them flat out lies, you sell them corruption, you sell them kleptocracy, you sell them human rights abuses, and then you turn around and say, "Wanna vote for me because this government is under good management." Why are you so wicked? Kevin, talk to the people before me jump into this thing.
While you were playing the video, somebody called me and asked me if the DPP, if the people of Jamaica can take action against the DPP for not taking action on any of the criminal activity that has now gone out of past the statute of limitation.
Yeah, they could bring an action against the DPP. The people could, but the question is, who's going to do it? Civil society, individuals, PSOJ, who? Nobody wants to do it. They could bring an action.
And the other question then becomes how do they go about doing it?
They could file dereliction of duties. They could file.
So a body has to come together to do it. An individual can do it. How it go?
Yeah,
and who going to try the case? Who going to represent the people of Jamaica?
You know, the Attorney General is the government's attorney. It's the government's attorney, because if you sue the government, that's who will step in and represent the government. But if you sue them in their individual capacity, then the Attorney General is not involved. The DPP is the lawyer for the people. The DPP is a lawyer for the people. I think in some instances the Attorney General can sue if it doesn't involve the government, but it can be done. Under the Constitution, you can bring action against the DPP if you can show certain things, and if you can show dereliction of duties, or if you can show corruption, if you can show this, you can have her removed under the Constitution.
Okay, so
but you know who has to be integral to that process? The Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has to make a recommendation to the Governor General, who then appoints a tribunal, and then the tribunal will try the matter, and then they'll come back to the Governor General with a recommendation. So
again, who represents the people?
Me and you tonight, you know. Me and you tonight. Me and you.
It's a sad state, though. But even looking forward from this point, again, looking forward from this point on, who gets to hold the individuals accountable? And that African proverb, if you want, if how it go with the chicken,
hire the fox.
You have to hire the fox to protect the chicken. Cockroach have to hire a fox to protect the hen house in order for them to survive. Who do we get to say, I stand for the people, I will defend the people, when the person who is supposed to be doing it doesn't do it? And this is where checks and balances come in. This is where separation of powers come in. And as we have it right now, there's no separation of powers. There hasn't been a check on the balance in forever. It's just, everything is just a mess. And it's increasingly frustrating. It's not, I think, frustrate you and stop. It frustrates you, and it frustrates you more and more and more. So public defender office lawyers, all right, Jason, we come back to the issue of the Prime Minister having to play a role, going to the GG and coming back around with a tribunal. So now this becomes constitutional in question. Because if that's the course of action, Rebel, then that needs to change. And in order for that to change, then the Constitution have to go change. So we have multiple issues at play here. We have the laws that are on the books that need to be addressed. And we have the Constitution that needs to be addressed. And we're talking about the Constitution on a whole. Not just one aspect of it, not just as it relates to beach access, not just how it relates to income and salaries. We're talking about a clean sweep, a revamping in order to bring Jamaica to the place where it needs to be to get to where it wants to go.
Yep.
And an overnight thing, but we need to start. How do we start? Other than us sitting here bringing this information, what else needs to happen?
There has to be a groundswell of support for this, and you know, they have a lot of organization that could mobilize the people, but I don't know if they are doing it, and I don't know if they're going to do it. One of them is fear. The fear retribution. Whether it's real or imagined, the fear retribution. And that's a very powerful deterrent to progress.
Yes.
Yeah, because when somebody, they'll look at you and me and they'll say, well, you guys don't live here, so you can say whatever you want to say and not worry about, not look over your shoulders, at least not look over your shoulder as much as we would. And I'm not going to discount that fear. Can't discount that fear. So that's why a lot of the times when we talk and say, okay, people, you need to get, but at the same time, we see where there's an entertainment event, people show up. People show up for an entertainment event, you know. But if you show up for something that is going to benefit you, your children, because you show up for an entertainment event, that's just for you. That's just for you, because your grandchildren, they're not going to benefit if you go watch an artist tonight. You're not going to be. But if you take a stand against the corruption and all this stuff, that would be something that would not only benefit you, but your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren and generations to come. But we don't see it that way. Part of it also is because we have accepted the mantra that we're dumb, dark, and stupid. And so when certain people say certain things to us, we just, it's okay. You know, we take it as gospel.
That and I saw the thing said.
So the thing said. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
if it's said, we need to broke it.
Kevin, I get them feelings now in the people. We should probably leave the rooms on the beach for last. it made Kevin do a left turn on the one. Kevin did a plan for do a right turn, and then the rooms on the beach go up. Kevin gone left. So anyway, folks, look at this. This is the Prime Minister. There he is right here. This is 2016. And in case somebody might tell me I'm a liar, because they say it all the time. There it is. Manifestos 2016.
You have a threat for a lawsuit because of it.
Right. And so here it is right here, where you know what's interesting is that where is it? It said, dear friends and colleagues in 2016. Dear friends and colleagues, as if my chat to him, brethren them, dear friends and colleagues. You know him change it to this year? Dear family. Dear family.
Yeah, well, could I be your daddy? So
that's true. Don't move from friends and colleagues to family now. We're not friends and we're not colleagues and we're family. And then guess what? In 2020, him not address we at all. Him just start him the forward, him just start it. You know, we'll show you that. But anyway, see it right here. Him say all these things, you know, all these things that we're talking about. In 2016, he said this, we're going to deliver them within the next 5 years. See it circle right here? He said it's very clear in its focus on delivery objectives for the next 5 years. So let's go down here and see what else him that talk about for the next 5 years. Wow. We want to get to water. Because you just hear him talk about a whole bunch of stuff. Him will pump water uphill so the water run downhill and you can get the water and the water can turn the turbines, I guess, and provide electricity, and the pump will be powered by solar. All right. More opportunities to cut, to chop. All right, here we go. See this? They're talking about water catchment right here. And it said that they're going to employ people, right there. They're going to employ people to install gutters and roofs and prepare catchment tanks. One of the things you must understand, people, is when they say you get water, you know, they're talking sometimes about the black water tanks, you know, the ones that release chemicals in the sun, you know, the water where you drink and you cook and you shower with. They don't tell you about this, but it is a serious problem. And then we'll go down here. Let me just quickly run through this. 1 second. Bear with me. Here it says water. It says that the construction industry is heavily dependent on two main inputs, which are currently expensive and short in supply: water and energy. Before he said that there's no water shortage, there's a problem of water management. Now he says there's a water shortage. And solving them will lead to more jobs. And then he's talking about getting people to install, I think it's water tanks. Let me go up and see. Oh, water, here we go. He said you must harvest the rainwater, and this requires gutters, barrels, or tanks, and proper filtration. And that training and employing people to do these installations could create over 5,000 jobs in the first year of implementation. Question is, was that implemented? And do we have 10,000 people doing this? Don't make him lie to you and tell you about the unemployment rate now, because we rubbish that already. We rubbish that. Because they changed the whole thing. You know, work 1 hour a week in the reference week and you're employed for the entire quarter. And if you're not working because you've given up looking for a job, you're not unemployed. You're not. So when them come and ask you, are you unemployed? And the answer is yes. And they ask, are you looking for a job? Your answer should be yes. In order to be categorized as unemployed. Because if you say, I'm not looking for a job, you're not unemployed. That's the methodology they're using. But he said he would create over 5,000 jobs for people to set up these things, you know, gutters and all of that stuff. And he said by the third year, remember now, you know, he's promising these things in 2016. And he said, you're going to see a reduction by the third year, by 2019, you're going to see a reduction in your consumption from the main supply. And you're going to spend less to purchase water. And the central supplies will be able to reach many more homes, farms, and businesses as a result. That has not taken place. So let's see what page this is, because we'll fly through this thing here.
So hold on. I think we did ask this before. I'm gonna ask it again. If I did, and if I didn't, it will be the first time. Him have got up on him house to catch rainwater.
Kevin, you ask me like well, you know, I'm say friends and colleagues, but if you mean me, but he never invite me house, so I don't really know. I have to go check him and ask him. Him have got up on top of the house there.
Let me mute back my mic. Go on, do your thing.
I have to go ask him, Kevin. No. Hold on. 21. Oh, this is healthcare. We'll take care of that. All right, we'll pass that. 26. Okay, there it is. All right, here we go. Water, my people. See what he said? We have made significant improvements in Jamaica's storage and distribution systems, and we will do it again. This is 2016. And he says, there it is. We will see right there, sir. We will invest in increased water production by building new water treatment plants, deep water drilling in the hills, and bringing water from the north coast where it is abundant to the south coast. This is 2016. People, this is 2016. He said he's going to reduce non-revenue water by 30%, fixing old leaking pipes. He said he's going to increase the percentage of rural homes with access to potable water from 60 to 85. Did that happen? In urban areas, they're going to increase reliable supply of water to 95%. Did that happen? He's going to incentivize use of water conserving technology in daily life, such as 10 minutes. Anybody out there get money from the government for shower heads and faucets, or them get a discount? I'm saying incentivize it. So I just want to know, if you know, let me know. I'm saying encourage rainwater harvesting in rural drought-prone areas. That not happen. Forget about expanding use of drip irrigation to conserve water. And then him say put the water commission on the stock exchange. I don't know if that was done. Not really matter. And I'm going to do all this stuff, rehabilitate the sewage collection system and so on and so forth. No. I could go to Page 37. Narrow this down. Okay. See, one of the things we do around here, people, is that we read and we remember. You know? We read and we remember. $37. Agriculture and fisheries, right? And it is right here. Investment in irrigation, water, and rainwater harvesting. If you notice the whole thing, they're focused on that you must harvest your water, you know. The whole thing, that if you notice from the first page come to now, that's the focus. You responsible for your own water. They keep saying rainwater harvesting, put up your gutters, get your barrels, get your drums, get your this. All right. Look at this. It says the most direct path, and you need to read this, folks. I need to get this to you. It says the most direct path to sufficiency of water for agricultural and home use is to make better use of the natural resources where it is found, as rainwater and surface water. We will promote the creation of ponds, catchment areas, and microdams and create better incentives for households to harvest. Again, harvest rainwater. Now, when did this take place? 5 years, he said. He's going to do it. 5 years. Now, let me show you. Let me show you the 2020 manifesto. The 2020 manifesto. Let me see my notes here. 2020 manifesto, page 22. Okay. Page 22. Stay with me. 23, 22. This 22? Yeah. Let's see if I'm not 22. Oh, this was this was the stock exchange. Hold on a second. Public-private partnership for, here it is right here. We will launch and complete public-private partnerships for water treatment and storage. This is 2020. When did that take place? I guess we could have just put up all of these things and say, when did that take place, if it did? So let's go to page 94 now. Come on. $93. All right, folks, here we go. 94. Here it is. Access to potable water for all, for everyone, right? Now they said they were going to revise the National Drought Management Plan. Again, more rainwater harvesting capacity. So it's all on you. He said a special regime, incentives regime, will also be developed to offset the cost of investment in rainwater. Where is that regime? Who benefited from that regime? Please, people, if you have, let me know so I can send people out and they can verify that what you're saying is true. So this incentive regime will be developed around water conservation, blah, 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 blah. Here's rural water. We will ensure that all, not some, all rural spaces and places have access to water for life and livelihood. Now, in the make this 20, in the make this 20, in make this now not 2021 or 2030. See that? Rural water. How many of you knew that in 2016 that you wouldn't be getting water until 2030? How many of you knew that? And here it says you're going to pipe water to 60,000 residents and 40 catchment tanks and rehabilitation of over people. We're also planning to build and expand several rural water supply schemes island-wide.
And we're going to put in a standpipe and then take it out back. Because every now and then we have to do something for sure. You know, we have to show the people that we're around. We have to show the people that we're doing something that we said we were going to do. Not to say that it will happen. It's just that we're going to show that we're doing something. Now, they took the show on the road, and I guess for cut another ribbon, Joan, yeah. And the vehicle that them take the show on the road with must have crashed. I don't know, because they open the thing, they cut the ribbon, they take the pictures, a publicity stunt, and then take up back the people them standpipe. So what happened since? How did they get water since? We know it hasn't been raining really. Well, some rain gone last week, right? Jamaica get like a rain last week when Erin passed by north of Cuba. So like a rain. I hope everybody set their gutters and their drums to collect their water at the time. If not, then problems. So, and this was what, 2016? Oh, I thought about that as president. Sorry, my bad. I shouldn't do that. We should keep the past in the past. So the question is, did it happen? We haven't seen any evidence of it. That is where we're at. But a few ribbons have been cut. We've seen evidence of that. Thank you, Joan, for reminding us of that. Rebel, you're still muted.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that is, there's a one here where they said they're going, okay, you're going to pump water. Okay. You see the one where you just talk about when more pump, more use solar, pump water up the hill, gravity bring the water down, you get electricity and you get water, but you must pump the water from the sea. So I don't know how is that water going to be used by citizens. I don't know. But look at this. This one right here. Innovative projects to expand water access. And you hear him say? We will explore and implement a range of solutions, including the interlinking of rivers across Jamaica. Him not have to do that because the Chinese are do that for him already. They already have shut down, reroute rivers out in the same time. And look at this one here. Improvement of the hydromet network through the upgrading and maintenance of 45 existing river gauging stations. Kevin, people, that's what I say, have to pay attention. No, you might say them have to pay attention. Kevin, look on this, Kevin. Remember the video we just done play? Look at it. 2020, we say, we will implement pumped storage, hydro, see right that's all, electric and water systems project to move water from where it is widely available to where it is needed. We will explore combinations of solar and hydroelectric solutions. That him just don't talk about. And him say I'm going to do it now. 2020 him say we're going to do it. 2025 him say we're going to do it. 2016 him say we're going to get all the water on the one. People, come on, man. Oh, see the big one here. Where me want to ask him a question about this. I asked Minister Morgan, Senator Morgan about this, and them couldn't understand the desalination plant. People, desalination plant, you use them to convert seawater into regular water where you can drink, you can shower, you can cook with it, right? This government has told us that them have one already now. It's called the Ferry Desalination Project. See that? And it's located at Ferry Springs at Moses Lake. I've been asking people if they know about this. Nobody knows anything about this. Kevin, help me out, man. Tell me if you know anything about this, you know.
That's the place where Moses struck the rock and water came out.
It look like you still vex over the beaches, the rooms on the beaches thing. You know, so we don't know nothing about this. So again, people, it's just more promises. It's just more promises, 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 promises. And then we could go to the I think that's it. Oh, continue from the.
People. I don't know. Elaine, don't laugh at me. When you're an OT, I don't know why you're laughing at me. But it's a legit question because nobody seems to know where this Moses Lake is. Now, Patel, there could be salt water in that area because of one, just like how the blue hole situated in such a place, the Blue Lagoon. And a lagoon is a lake body with seawater. So you're meant to be showing that right now, Rebel? You're muted. You're muted.
No, keep talking. I'm just lining this up.
Yeah, but I was wondering if you're intentional in showing it as you were lining it up.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mm.
But yes, there could be salt water where that is out by Ferry, albeit Ferry not that close to the water. I always wondered why it was called Ferry in the first place. Growing up as a child, when I would drive Ferry Highway to Portmore, I used to just wonder where's the water because I'd look for it. But I digress. If it is because of the sea level and the land level, there could be some salt, brackish water. So yeah, if they set a treatment plant out there, it wouldn't take as much to desalinate it, but I don't know the whole process anyway. I haven't looked into it, but still, geographically, I haven't been told where that place is, Moses Lake. Still looking for Moses to ask him, and just can't find him. Now, the pumping of the water up the hill for it to run down the hill to generate electricity, to run the pumping station to pump the water up the hill.
Oh, sorry.
Is fascinating to me. It was fascinating at the beginning. It was fascinating in the middle. It's fascinating now. Not to say that it cannot be done. If you're going to be doing that, then, and Rebel and I were talking about this earlier, and he raised a valid point. Why not then create a solar farm? So if you have the solar farm, yes, it powers this pump to pump the water up the hill for it to run down the hill to generate energy so that it can pump the water up the hill. And not only will the solar farm produce energy for this pump, but for the community at large. And then now we're talking about using more natural resources to generate energy. So in theory, I like it. In theory, I can also go down the street, stop at the corner store, buy a scratch off, and become an instant millionaire. What are the odds of that happening? Slim to none. I like the slim odds, and that's kind of what we're going for with this project. The slim odds. But I don't know. Somebody never said that am I a fat thing I carry the swing. Or the seesaw, whichever one. But apparently the government is working with the slim odds. So let's see how this one plays out. But without the solar farm, and like I said, Rebel raised that point, it would be just kind of moot. We want to use up natural resources to produce energy. Let's use up all natural resources. Let's go ahead and work with the solar farm. There was a talk of one prior, and one was established, but may not hear nothing more of it. When we're talking to Philip Powell the other day, Moses Lake is located in Washington State. You know, Uncle Keith, is a reason why you did faint earlier. Them shouldn't did revive you. I'm sure make you stay asleep a little longer. Who care to smell it, salt, Uncle Keith? But you know, we need to look at some of these things logically. And from a logical place, then we can move forward to building on top of that. So we have a logical idea and we do a feasibility study. And from the feasibility study, then we see what it takes to move forward. Where's the feasibility study? We don't even know where the lake is, Moses Lake. We don't know that. So who did the feasibility study? Who got there and do the feasibility study? I want to find that person. His name Aaron? Somebody tell me. Rebel, you ready?
Come on. All right, folks. Let's start with this one over here. By the way, you see this one here? This starting September, what? In 2 days, the government will expand a program to micro, small, and medium enterprises, cutting your bill, your water bills in half. See it here. Cutting outstanding bills in half and offering free reconnections. Now, how is that possible if you lose?
No, but it's before the election. Sorry, it's before the election that gonna happen in September.
Yeah, the first. When is the first? The first is Monday.
September 1, yes.
Yes, so on Monday you can go in and you can get your outstanding bills cut in half, and they will give you a free reconnection. So take them up on that. Take them up on that. But
no, here's what I would have done. I would have taken it, like you said. But that is just one thing. So they're gonna take that one thing now and run with it. And the next thing, you can come back with the next time round. Yeah, some you see it.
See this one. Let me just highlight the new investments in hydro storage. That's what he was talking about when he was on the stage last week. And remember, this is something that was promised back in 2020. And here it is again. We will, whenever you see that, people, you know, say that it's not going to happen. Chances are it's not going to happen, or it's not going to happen to the extent that they said it's going to happen. We will mobilize funding through global partnerships to strengthen Jamaica's water future. So where are they going to get the money for that? Sounds to me like a loan, including through a new hydro storage plant for central Jamaica and a modernized water system for St. Thomas and Eastern. See, they come with this nonsense, and they tell you this because they think you're not reading it, and so they just, or if you read it, and you're not giving it much thought because you're saying, okay, they're going to be doing this. But then if you go back and if you take the time and read it in the manifesto before, you'll find out, wait a minute, they promised this 4 years ago, 5 years ago, or they promised this 9 years ago. And here we are with the promise again. The formatting is different. The graphics are different, but the promise is still the same. Here it is right here. He was just talking to you about it, and I showed you that this was something that was promised at least 4 years ago. This was promised. 5 years ago, this was promised. And now we're hearing, yeah, we're going to do it. But you see what they say now? We will mobilize funding through global partnerships. Now, what if they don't get that funding? Then God forbid that they end up in power. You'll see it next election cycle. You'll see it again. New investments in hydro storage.
Global partnership? You mean like diaspora?
No, we're not Jamaicans, sir.
Oh, that's what it is. Sorry.
And see, here we go again. More of the same promises, the tired promises that they promised already. They say over the next 5 years, we will transform Jamaica's water infrastructure, building on our successful delivery of water to 350,000 more Jamaicans through recent improvements. Now, the thing about it is this. He promised more than 350. And don't forget, they've given you water tanks. So it's not like, don't think that it's water that's coming, you're going to get through a pipe. This is stuff that they're going to find somewhere. And here they're telling you, harvest your own water. And now they're saying, we're going to give you some black tanks, but you harvest your own water. And they were supposed to fix the gutters and all of that stuff so that you could harvest the water. But no, you do it on your own. And they're coming up with all of these things, major projects like the Rio Corbe water treatment plant. It's a joke, people. We will expand Mona Reservoir by 50%. How are you going to do that? And double capacity at the Hermitage Dam. The Mona Reservoir, it's old. It's crumbling. You need a new dam to support the Mona Reservoir. How are you going to expand the Mona Reservoir by 50? What are you going to do? Oh, you're going to expand the Mona Reservoir. Look. And they're going to have a new dam in Rock River to serve more than 10,000 households. Now, listen to this. They knew about this water problem back in 2016, you know. They knew. And they made you a bunch of promises. And here it is now, more promises. Look at this. An additional 100,000 household. See it, yeah? An additional 100 also water tanks and community tanks will be installed across the. Adding 50 million gallons storage, build greater resilience of periods. So this is what they're telling you. Harvest your own water. Water production capacity will grow by 30 million gallons per day. This includes completing the. See what they do? They tell you all of these things, and again, I'll show you something. Show you something. Where is it? See right here, they put it, including major projects like the Rio Corbe water treatment plant, right? And look down here what them say again. Completing the Rio Corbe plant. Man, I'm tired of them people. Tired of them. They just add this to make you think, oh, there's a lot going on. There isn't anything going on. And constructing new plants at Roaring River in Westmoreland and Rio Bueno. It's not going to happen, people. They're going to reduce water loss from leaks and theft from 65 to 30. They said that long time ago. They said that. Complete the great amount of water distribution. They said that. Oh, sorry. Went too far up. Bringing water to more rural. They're going to have floating solar panels at Mona Reservoir. They will continue to improve the lives of Jamaicans living in underserved rural communities by undertaking a major water distribution project to bring water to 38,000 Jamaicans across 6 of the most poorly served rural communities. They didn't know this in 2016. They didn't know this in 2020. In fact, some of these places that they're mentioning, they mentioned them a while back. No one will be left behind. People don't be fooled by this nonsense that they're telling you. I mean, there's another section here, but you know what? It's not worth it. I think you get the point. The point is that it's just promise. It's just promise after promise after promise after promise. And nothing has happened. Nothing will happen because that's just the state of affairs. That's how they carry on. Because we have taught them how to treat us. Because of this.
Oh my God. And they're stupid.
There you go.
They are dunce.
Oh
they
my
are dark. And they're stupid.
Right. So that's why they treat us the way they treat us, because we've allowed them to do it. It's terrible. Let me see what else I need. I can show you out of this. 2025, 2016, 2020. I already showed you what they said about the putting UDC on the stock exchange. They promised that in 2016. And they said to middle class Jamaicans, they said, listen, we want you to become our partners in unlocking and triggering the economic boom. And so we want you to own a piece of Jamaica. So some of Jamaica's assets, we're going to put them up on the stock market so that you can invest in your future in your country. And they put up UDC. And what happened with UDC? What happened with UDC? UDC, hold on a second, Kevin. UDC, they did not put it up in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. And in 2020, they said, yes, they repeat the same promise. We're going to have you invest in Jamaica's assets like UDC. So they told you in 2016, they didn't do it all the way through 2020. They promised you in 2020, wasn't done. I have a letter from UDC saying, we didn't do it because nobody told us to do it. See how disingenuous these people are? Come on, which page I forgot again? We have the
there's a few pages.
This is a PNP's manifesto for fear that people say, well, tear down the JLP manifesto, but we're not looking at the PNP's manifesto. Which one is it again? You remember?
Yeah, so we start looking at section 3. I think it was page 17. I'm looking back for the list. I had the list here thanks to producer Joan. Thank you. Page number. I'm looking in the wrong room.
Here's water right here.
Yeah. That's the first one.
All right. On page 16, they say, the PNP says, water is life. You know, what's interesting is that this line, it came, the JLP actually said that in their 2020 manifesto. Water is life. And it impacts health, food, security, economic growth. PNP believes access to clean water is a right, not a privilege. All right, here we go with water. Ensure every Jamaican household has access to clean water by 2030. Is that possible? Is that possible? They're going to create a national map of water insecure communities and publish a public delivery plan with clear timelines and milestones.
They should have that for sure.
Huh?
They should have that for sure already. The at least the blueprint.
Right, we need to see the map for that. But it's a good idea. It's a good idea. Instead of doing what the JLP just say, all right, we're going to take these 6 communities, and then they say, oh, no one is going to be left behind. And you say, well, what about the other 100 and 500 communities? So this is not a bad plan. A national map of water insecure, but like Kevin says, where is the plan? And some people say, well, they're not in power yet, so they can't show you the plan. But it would be nice to have. It would be nice to have.
If them win, the next week them are coming up.
So maybe they have it.
Like it's next year.
But maybe they have it and they don't want to share it because they don't want the other party to claim credit for it. So so that's I like this one here. I've never seen one like that. Oh wait, hold on now. Okay. This one. Invest in new pipelines, pumps, and storage tanks to reduce chronic water lock-offs.
What happened to the existing one? The existing ones that need repair?
The pipelines you're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the argument they're making is that they exist. Well, some of the existing ones, they're leaking because they've been They've been in existence for quite some time. So there's only so much you can do with those in terms of patching them. So you're just going to have to replace them. The question, all right, invest in new pipelines. Fine. Prioritize climate resilient rural water systems, including rainwater harvesting. So they said including, so they have others as well, and solar power purification. Expand public access in drought-prone areas using community-based mini grids and bulk storage. It's a good idea. Audit and upgrade. Oh, here it is. Audit and upgrade leaking infrastructure to reduce the 40% of pipe water lost before reaching households. Introduce tiered pricing and subsidies to protect the most vulnerable. Now, here's a problem I have. Here's a problem I have with this. I know it's a manifesto. It doesn't give me enough to sink my teeth into, but I like the at least the abbreviated version of what they intend to do. The problem for me is, and it's not a problem now, but it could potentially become a problem after next week. It's not a problem now, but next week going forward could be a problem. And here's it, Kevin. Where is the money coming from to do all of this? Because the first thing you have to do, you have to go in and do an audit. You must do an audit so that the Jamaican people can know what you're inheriting. They can know what you're starting with. Because if you go in there and you don't do an audit, we are going to hold you responsible for failure to provide certain things. If you go in and you do an audit and you come out and say, Jamaican people, guess what? There's very little money in the budget. And so some of these things that we promised, we're going to have to reduce, or we're going to have to eliminate completely because there is no money here, or we're going to have to go take out some loans to do all of these things. So as far as ideas are concerned, I like them. I just don't know where the funding is coming from.
Right.
I don't know. Where's the other one?
So there is page, let's go, okay, there's page 32, looking at care, dignity, and health.
Page 32?
Yeah. And these are just some quick glances at a few key topics that we had looked at.
Oh, it is.
As Will looks for that, there's some producer Joan, you see you, elaborating on Moses Lake just a little bit. There is no Moses Lake in Jamaica.
Jamaican people, you see, we've been tricked. Kevin said there is no Moses Lake in Jamaica.
I don't mean you said so. At the search, at the internet search, no Moses Lake in Jamaica. No, Washington State, you ever go find it. Just like Uncle, what name did say? Uncle did say so.
So there's no Moses Lake.
No.
So why is, I don't even want to go back to it. Why is it then that we have the government saying that they're going to expand and enhance the desalination plant? No, expand and upgrade the desalination plant at Moses Lake.
Because they might go over there go do it. I don't know. Yeah, ask me.
People, you see why I'm saying that you can't believe what the government is telling you. You just can't believe. A desalination plant is a very expensive project. Yes. And if they're telling us that they have one, then tell us where it is. I send them an ATI, you know. Kevin, we have about 15 questions regarding this desalination plant at Moses Lake, you know. And to date, no response.
You'll get it after September 4th.
Well, that's what them say about the receipts for the
it's the same time that you'll get
the buses. Yeah, they'll give me everything all at once. Okay, them say we'll just make it easy for you. We'll just give you everything all at once. We'll give it to you on the way out, right? That's it. All right. So the People's National Party believes that access to quality is a fundamental a national priority. See this? We'll modernize the health system to make it responsive to the needs of the people. That is assuming you have the money. I mean, again, in 2016, was it 2016? Yeah, let me go back and see something here, Kevin. Hold on.
Why you look for that?
Mm.
I Taylor, something about diesel plant being used by a hotel. There was a Sandals was supposed to be using one in a project. So, I don't know.
Where's page 21? Hold on.
So, Crystal, you're building this house off the grid in Jamaica? Where in Jamaica you plan to build this house that will be completely off the grid, where you harvest your own water and install your
All
solar
right.
system for energy? But that's why I know someone can come hang out there.
See this, people? So what it says? In 2016, oh, I'm not for bigger. Here's what the government says. Therefore, we give our pledge to the Jamaican people that health will take center stage in the JLP government. We didn't know that it was going to take center stage in all cost overruns. We thought when I said take center stage, meaning that it would be a focus for the benefit of Jamaicans. But there it is. In 2016, health will take center stage. People, don't be misled. Don't be misled. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
Wrong manifesto.
Yeah, wrong.
Wrong party.
Yeah, here it is. So they said they're going to do a national maternal and child health program to reduce mortality rates. All of these things that I'm reading here are things that are problematic right now. So they're saying all of the problems you're having right now, we are going to fix them. They're going to have reform emergency with adopt an ambulance program supported by the private sector and civic groups. Yes. Train more paramedics. Yes. Create centers of excellence. Establish 24-hour urgent care centers. Ensure every parish hospital has radiology and CTs. Expand the radiology department at Bustamante Children. Oh, this one here could happen if the drill for the children's hospital, they pay 25,000 as opposed to 200,000. I think that's where the drill is, but doesn't really matter. It's in the medical sector, and that shouldn't happen. $200,000 for a $25,000 drill. Build at least one mobile emergency response team per parish. Increase the number of blood collection centers. Like I said, all of these things are problems that have manifested themselves, and we're witnesses to all of these things taking place now. And so this manifesto says to the people of Jamaica, when we take the reins of power, we're going to correct all of the problems. I don't have an issue with that, with saying it. But I'm just saying, people, just be cautious because we don't know what's in the storage facility. We don't know how much money is there. And like I said, this is I like it says our approach. I like the approach to it because the approach is, hey, these things should be there. They're not there, and we're coming in to fix them. Well, next week, Thursday, the heavy lifting will start. Or next week, Thursday, the heavy lifting will start. So, what else we have here, Kevin? What other page?
And the next page is.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me show them something. Let me show them something on 2016. Hold on. 2016 health. Hold on. I'll show you something I found interesting. Page 21. Hold on. All right. Look at this one, Kevin. I guess people didn't know this. The JLP government will seek to infuse more cash in the health sector. One of the sources of additional funding will be from the fees collected from casino gambling.
Done.
Here it is. Right here.
We have casinos in Jamaica now?
We do. We do. But I don't know how much.
Horse racing thing was always the big thing, but the casino, where the casino at?
I wish I could tell you. Right, we got to pay a job before we jump on
39.
Minister
39.
Val. Okay. 39.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is this now? Which section? The data and targeted intervention or public education prevention?
There was the gender-based issue.
Okay.
The gender issue. So that was one that was often overlooked and had popped up a few times.
Yeah. The gender-based, well, the gender thing where they're trying to balance the number of men and women in the workplace, that hasn't quite worked out with the government. They promised that. They did it back in 2011. They had a policy and they haven't adhered to the policy. And I have the responses to show that they haven't. So look, if the government says we're going to build a road, you expect them to build a road. And in fact, that's why you employ them to build a road. But when the government says we're going to build a road and we don't build a road, what are you supposed to do? So we'll wait the next election cycle? No. You have to do something about it. Give me another one. I mean, the things here, like I said, from what I'm reading and what I know about some of these topics, it's like what they've done is they've listed the things that are problematic and like, we're going to deal with this.
And sorry, when you finish your statement, go to, or while you're good doing it, you can go to 49 with the security, just to touch on, because we need to go through this manifesto in its entirety, dedicate some time to it, but just to touch on a few things.
$49. Are you? No, that's 45. Here it is. All right. No,
And thank you for your help, producer John, with those.
No, one of the things here is that, and I disagree with this, where he says a significant reduction in murders this year marks a welcome shift after many years of misguided policies and reflects the effectiveness of evidence-based focused policing versus the unconstitutional, ineffective states of emergency promoted by the HOLNESS administration. Here's my problem with this. The numbers that we're getting from the JCF, they're not correct. They're not correct. When they say significant reduction in murders, I mean, I understand that with this, the PNP saying, okay, we'll give the JLP credit and said, okay, they brought murders down significantly. But the numbers we're getting, they're incorrect. So I don't agree with the statement in the sense that there have been significant reductions in murders. I don't believe, I don't agree with that because I don't think it has been significant.
Mm-hmm.
Violence is a public health issue. Again, money. money, training.
Right. But yeah, we can go look into this one a little bit more
Yeah. I think
and
we have
start
until
holding.
Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah. Because after this point, this becomes the the blueprint which they're operating from.
Right.
If things go their way come next week. So hey, y'all gave it to us. Hey, let's see how you operate.
Well, let's. What you want to know? You want to switch because we haven't heard from. We're still waiting to hear from Chief Curry. They're having signal issues where they are, and no, they're saying that they will probably not come on camera. They'll come on.
Make a phone call, just voice.
Yes.
Well, I'll say this for those who are tuning in to Reggae Global Radio, expecting to hear the Saturday Stew at this time. We've mixed up things a little bit, and there's an extended Reason with Ratigan until 10 p.m. where I'll come on and give you some indigestion with the late night musical stew, so that Dr. Love can come and give you some musical antacid and ease your pain at midnight. So I'll be on at 10 to midnight tonight, and Dr. Love will resume regular transmission at midnight.
All right. I was just sent this piece of information from a dear friend, devout supporter. It says Caymanas Lagoon, also called Moses Lake, is a wetland located in St. Catherine. I've seen it myself. But let me ask our beloved listener and supporter, is it a desalination plant?
Is there one out there?
Yeah, and when was it? No, it said, yeah. What I've seen here is that I've seen it myself. When it says seen it myself, are you referring to the lake or the desalination plant? Or both? And if you have,
it's the lake.
When was the last time you saw it? Because in 2020 they said they're gonna expand. They're gonna expand it and develop it even further. So we want to know the production capacity of this desalination plant. We also want to know how much energy it's taking. We want to know a whole bunch. I asked about 15 questions. Who built it? When was it built? Why was it built? Where's the plan that the survey, the site survey, the plan that went into the development of this? How much it cost? Who got the contract? When were they paid? A whole bunch of questions I asked. Just like I've asked questions about the disposal of medical waste, including body parts. And up to now, they haven't responded. They said they're still looking into it to give me the answer. You believe that? Ministry of Health, they're telling me that they're still looking into it to give me the answer as to where and how they dispose of medical waste. So, oh, sorry, Kevin. Go ahead. You can use it. Just pull on the two videos. Then we can just play some videos with Minister Vaz.
Which one you are looking towards?
Just anyone. Just put up all of them, man. Yeah. We won't get to the Prime Minister and his statutory declarations today, but we're going to have a special program before Wednesday. So it's going to be either Monday or Tuesday, and then we'll get into the rest of that stuff.
Didn't I just put this in? Oh, let's put that there. Oh, your video.
Yeah, there's two of them.
what we need to play.
The one Thursday and the one a week from this past Thursday.
So that is the one from this Thursday. We'll start with
4. No, do the one before. Start the one before. N. Smith said there was a story that they disposed the dead babies in the garbage. Mr. Bram said, Mr. Vaz, I drunk the bus them. Yeah, and I feed the bus them liquor. Narda said, how long have they been disposing medical waste? Narda, that's a question I've been asking because they used to dispose of it through a furnace. They used to burn it. And we were told that the furnaces across the country, they're not working and that they're burying the medical waste, including body parts. So we asked and they said they would get back in touch with us. And so far, we haven't heard anything.
And the struggle, the challenge with burying, that became a water table issue and a quite valid one at that. But where was this burying being done? Who had the contract for that? There's so many other questions layering on top of that. And the furnace, what happened to the furnace?
Right. We don't know what happened. And people, if it's true, think about them talking about water distribution, water management. Remember now, when they bury this, and I remember Jamaica, especially like the central part of Jamaica, is limestone, right?
Yeah, it's porous.
It's porous. And so this is going to go in the runoff. This won't go right into the water. Like Kevin said, not the water table. And so when you have a heavy downpour, just think about all this nastiness and all that will, and people downstream and use the water. So, oh, you have the two of them, Kevin. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, people, take a look at this. And then I have something to show you. Take a look at this. No, not this one.
Which one then? All right, let's remove it.
Yeah, it's the one. This is the first one. There's one.
The one that turned sideways?
No. There's another one. There's another one.
Well, you're hiding things from me, OT, which one are you talking about?
I sent it to you.
Because they were.
Person said to me, you said the Moses Lake does not exist. No, I've asked. I've said, people, tell me where the Moses Lake, because I don't know where the Moses Lake is. So tell me where it is. And now you're telling me that it's called Caymanas Lagoon. But the important thing is not the lake, it's the desalination plant, because we're talking about water. That is the issue. Where is the desalination plant? And not only that, they said that they're going to build desalination plants all along the coastline. And I haven't seen one. So if anybody has seen a desalination plant in Jamaica, just please let me know where it is so that we can go visit it. And then when I do my ATI, I can include that as well, because this one at Moses Lake, I've asked them about it. I've asked them. So it's not like I don't even believe there is a Moses Lake. I asked them questions, said, please tell me about the desalination plant at Moses Lake. So just to be clear, the issue is not the site, the issue is the facility. The issue is not they could call it any name they want to call it. David's Throne, they could have called it anything they want to call it. We just want to know, is there a desalination plant there? So, yeah, Kevin, hold on.
So it's the old one that.
One after
remember, we had the ones that the audio was bad. That.
Then the following week, there's one after that. Maybe OT can share with us.
OT have the one that I have, the new one.
No, there's one before that.
Were you in the seat? This one?
No, man.
So you're
No,
driving the
that's
bus with
the
this
old
one.
one. That's the first one. This one, me, I wear a cap. When I wear a cap on.
Because the cap did fit, so you wear it.
Oh, Tita, no. I sent it to you. It's in your box. Here it is. Here it is. There you go.
Okay. Because you should have taken a couple more calls,
Well, the line is open. So anybody would like to call, please do so. Did I put let me put
You send me the old one? I have the new one up,
I'll send you the
You resend the old one?
Yeah, just look in your WhatsApp.
You sure you hit send? Because it not come through.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at it. It's there. Oh no, you know what it is? It's looks like it's downloading.
You see, people must still work with him,
No, it says sent, but it's just downloading it's in your box. All right.
Okay.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Uh-oh.
Is this Radigan?
Yes, sir.
Is this Radigan?
Yes, sir.
Oh, West here, man. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good. Okay, I understand you're having the chief to come on, and we're trying to get the ebook to him. You remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Right. We want to talk about the priority that will help the incoming government,
Mm-hmm.
so that in 10 years we could surpass a lot of the developing countries.
Okay.
Right. And it's a new paradigm in financial economics, whereby the Maroons create a covenant with the government. And with that, they could help to fund the government in the long run, so they don't have to borrow any money. So those are some of the things we need to discuss and show them how it can be done, okay?
When do you want to come on?
Whenever you're ready, I can come on by telephone, most of the time, because I'm busy, So we can talk on the phone.
I tell you what you do. Just tell me which Saturday is good for you.
Yeah, Saturday is a good day.
Saturday or Wednesday?
Well, Saturday is a good day because during the week I'm pretty busy.
All right. So I have your number.
Right. And if you can give them a copy of the ebook, Kevin has a copy, and I've sent a copy to you. So I don't know if you lost it.
No, I have the ebook.
No, he's still.
Well, Kevin has a copy of it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right, no problem.
All right, man.
Take care of yourself.
All right, blessings, Wes.
All right, bye-bye. All right, Kevin, we have to get Wes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. I sent this to you a long time ago,
Yeah. It would have been in the 23rd.
Yeah, but right now it's downloading, but it's taking a long time. So if you have it,
don't worry about it.
You have it?
I'm resourceful. I find it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So do you want me to? Which one? Play the first one.
Wait, I'm lining up this one for you.
Okay. Cool. No problem. People, you see, what I try showing is that, there's a pattern and practice of Minister Vaz and the Prime Minister not being Jamaicans. And what do I mean by that? I mean, going by the definition provided by the Prime Minister, where he said that just because you're born in Jamaica doesn't mean you're Jamaican. It depends on the choices you make for your country. And the choices we have seen with the rural school bus program, 1.4 billion, and the rooms on the beaches deal, Those instances, those examples clearly illustrate to us that the Prime Minister is not a Jamaican. Minister Vaz is not a Jamaican, regardless of where they were born. They're not Jamaicans. And then if you even take his explanation to his logical extension, he's saying, think about it. Who's going to determine whether the choices you make for the country, they're good or bad? Is it Minister Vaz? Is it the Prime Minister? Who? Because I tell you what, they are in no position to judge the actions of anyone as far as choices that people make for the country. They're in no position because they've clearly demonstrated that they're not Jamaican. Because the decisions they've made, those decisions are not in the interest of the people. It's up?
Yeah, it's the same one. Yeah, but go ahead and play it.
Where this?
Yeah.
No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
From
no, the one you just showed me a while ago. If you look at the clothing I'm wearing, it's different.
But that are the one. Let me show you. It's all right. Let me show you. Okay, here we go.
There it is. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's not the same one, Kevin. You go blind, man. Look good.
You know, you may have a point. People.
The position is the same. You stand up right next to him.
So didn't I just? Oh, right. That is why. My bad. I was in the old folder. My bad. Sorry, people. Sorry. So that's what happens when you hang out with older people. Them rub off on you. Well, man, I forgot to stop hanging out with you. You ready for it? Let me put stop. You're introducing it?
Yeah. Well, one second. Hold on.
So with his attempt of multitasking, we're going to really need this musical therapy tonight. You know, there are desalination plants at the JPS Rockford Power Station, which is in operation since 2016. Another planned project at Ferry was in advanced planning stages in 2008. So the one out at Rockford.
Yeah, but Princella, the desalination plants that she's talking about, that's for different. It's not to provide drinking water, potable water. It's not that. It's to like you showed me this
power
morning.
station.
It's a power station. Right.
Yeah, so that's a power station. So they're using the water to run the turbine.
For cooling and some other things they use it for.
Cooling, yeah. So that's a little bit different.
Different than water that you're gonna use water for drinking purposes, for not for commercial, for domestic purposes. It's right. When you think about desal, and I know about desalination plants. I've seen them all over the Middle East, and they're huge things, and they provide drinking water. That's one of the reasons why they've come up with it, because it's an area that's deserted, the Middle East. It's deserts all over the place. So they need to get water. And where did they get water? From the sea, from the Gulf.
Right.
Yeah, they use it in Cayman. That's true. But the one in Cayman, I've seen pictures of that. They use that one in Cayman for drinking, for domestic purposes. They use it there. All right, you want to put it up now?
Yeah, you said you were introducing it.
Okay. All right, folks, listen. We're not going to stop playing this. Maybe here's why we're not going to stop with the rural school bus program, because every single time, you know, I never used to pay attention to these big yellow buses. Now, I'm not quite, but I'm close to being an expert on these buses, right? Every time I see one, I stop, I look, I say, is it
Bluebird? Is it a Thomas?
Is it a Thomas? Is it a Bluebird? Is it an International? Is it a freight liner or whatever they call? Yeah, freight liner.
Yeah, freight liner.
And I'm looking, is it a 44? Is it a 36? Is what? So, and this is a problem that we're going to be living with. See, what happens is that when they sell a piece of property, you talk about it and then you forget it, because what happens is that the property, many of us will never see that property, will never go look at it. And so we talk about it 9 days and we're finished. But with the buses, you can't help but seeing them every single, well, Monday to Friday, you're going to be seeing them. And maybe Saturday and Sundays, you'll see them too. So you have to talk about them. And I'm telling you what's going to happen. At the very least, they're going to break down like they're going out of style. And remember, people, they don't have a central depot. So if you have buses breaking down in Westmoreland and in Portland, St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, where do they get fixed? Where's the central depot? And remember now, you have to have specially trained mechanics to work on this. Nothing against shade tree mechanics, but they're not trained to fix this thing. And in fact, I saw one where they were putting water, they're getting ready to put water in the radiator. And an expert on these vehicles said to me, that vehicle, once they put the water inside there, that vehicle is just a matter of time before that vehicle is finished. So this issue is going to be with us for a long, long time. And one of the ways we approach the issue from a procurement standpoint, were the rules followed in terms of purchasing these vehicles? That's one. And by the way, the gentleman whose name appears on the invoice, in a few days, we're going to show the background investigation we've done on him and the company, Triari. We're going to show that. But procurement is one. Then we go to safety, road safety, where you have the driver being on the left, and even when they retrofit it and they move the doors to the left, now the children are entering from behind the driver. It's going to be a problem. Also, they said they have cashless system. How are you going to tell who uses the machine? I don't know how that one is going to work. Then you have a problem if you have to go around a vehicle, because you have to push the bus all the way out before you can see it, whether it's clear for you to go around a vehicle or an obstruction. Or are you going to ask the children to be your co-pilot and ask them to tell you what's on that side?
Clear.
And then you go around there. Right? And then one of the things that we talked about, and it's very, very relevant, is the environmental impact that these buses will have in Jamaica, and also the health impact for the children, because we have seen reports coming out of the United States where they said that the emissions from these diesel fuel buses, they cause upper respiratory issues, cancer, and even affect brain development. That's not good for children. Not to mention the environment. And Jamaica said, "Oh, we want a clean environment. So why the hell did you purchase these buses?" And by the way, you've purchased, Minister Vaz, you've purchased buses for JUTC, and those buses, they're environmentally friendly. So why couldn't you do the same thing for the children, the most sensitive, vulnerable, and the most vulnerable, most sensitive, most in terms of the development of their system, the systems, lungs and everything still being developed, and you're going to expose them to this. And then last but certainly not least, we talked about the price. And here we go. And people laugh and say, yeah, dollar. Yeah. And then I did this video.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm back again. And this time, we're not going to drive the bus. We're just going to talk a little bit about the bus because we've heard so many stories about how we bad mind because we've brought this to the attention of the Jamaican people. The cabinet is responsible also. It's not just Mr. Vaz or Minister Vaz. The cabinet is also responsible for the purchase of these buses to take our children from the rural section of Jamaica to school. Now we have come up with plans that don't include these buses. They don't. But we won't talk about that today. What we want to talk about is value for money. Now Mr. Vaz says that the Jamaican public is getting value for money. The buses are in great condition. We know that not to be the case. It's not true. But what I want to talk to you about today is not the refurbishing, not the retrofitting, just the value of these buses. Now, as I mentioned to you last week, this bus cost, well, let me tell you what it didn't cost. It didn't cost 20,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 5,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 3,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 2,000 US dollars. You can actually purchase these buses at auction for less than $2,000. 2010 buses. And we're talking about Bluebird Thomas International. This bus, ladies and gentlemen, cost exactly this. One US dollar. That's the cost of this bus. And the gentlemen who purchased this bus, they were kind enough to give this bus to me to say, listen, we want you to take this bus to Jamaica and make a donation for a worthy cause. Not for the travel of children, not for the transporting children, but for a mobile clinic, a mobile library, a learning center, a food truck, transportation for churches, so on and so forth. And also remember that if I had contacted them last month, I would have gotten 7 buses. This would have been the 8th bus for $8. 7 plus 1, 8. $1 a bus, 8. Now, Minister Vaz, I showed you my document last week that this bus was purchased for $1 American. I'm challenging you now to come forward and put up your documents to show how much you paid for the buses, because it's going to be quite telling.
Right.
What's going to be quite telling going forward is that the Auditor General should make this a priority, should conduct an audit, and if the numbers don't add up to value for money, then there should be a surcharge action. And that surcharge action should be against you and the entire cabinet, because all of you are responsible for that. 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars. We believe it wasn't spent in the best interest of the country. See you on Saturday. Take care.
All right. That was my video. Here's another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm sitting in the back of the bus.
Let me start this one over. This video actually was made 2 days ago, because we did the first one outside and people said, well, the bus inside must say, things wrong with the bus. Anyway, here we go.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm sitting in the back of the bus, but not the back of the class. In fact, I can teach this class, and this class is the Rural School Bus Program. And I'm going to use my bus, this bus, as an example as to how the question should be raised regarding this Rural School Bus Program. And we don't want to hear people come back and say we're bad man, because that's not an answer to the question as to whether or not the money was spent for the benefit of Jamaica, whether we receive value for money. Bad mind is not the answer to that question. Now let's start.
We have one emergency exit here. By the way, this bus comes with 9 emergency exits. It's one right here. We have 3 window emergency exits on the right side, and we also have 3 on the left side, and we have 2 in the ceiling on the roof. So that's 9. 3, 6, 8, 9. Now this bus does not need refurbishing. Look at it. The seats are in perfect condition. The floor is in perfect condition. This bus is what should have been bought for Jamaica. But here is the problem we're having. This bus, or these buses, were declared by the US government to be unsafe. Unsafe for children riding 5 days a week because of the emissions. And also unsafe for the environment because of the pollution. And that's why the US government got rid of, or still in the process of getting rid of, these buses. So the question is, if these buses bad for the environment and bad for the children, the occupants, then why are they not bad for Jamaica? Question for Mr. Vaz. And as we move forward to the front of this bus, again, you will see seats are in perfect condition, floor is in excellent condition. But let's start this bus now and see what's going to happen. One crank, engine turned over. This bus, ladies and gentlemen, is in excellent working condition. Now let's talk about the price of this bus. But before we talk about the price, one of the things we're not going to do, we're not going to night the bus them. No, and in fact, we have a quarter, it's not an imperial quarter, it's a regular quarter, and we have like a flask here. This was made for another purpose, not to night buses and rub it. If you're sick, yeah, but to come out and night buses, no, we don't use this for that purpose. We have another purpose for that. Now, people complain and they say I'm a liar because there's no way you can get a bus for $1. Well, let me show you something. This is the title for bus 59. This is the Maryland title for bus 59. Take a good look at it. And we have redacted some identifiers because we don't want people to be identified. So, but the essentials are there. This is the title for this bus. Now, for those of you who said that you can't get a bus for $1, I said it, but I didn't provide you with the proof. And so it's a fair question, and it's probably a fair assessment that maybe I'm lying. Well, there's a proof. There it is right there. Ladies and gentlemen, $1. Bus 59. Look at the details. 2010 bus. Bus 59. $1, $1, $1, $1, $1. So the question is, how come I can get a bus for $1 and Minister Vaz get a bus like this for $80,000, inclusive of the expenses, but $80,000. $1, people. $1. And if I had made an inquiry last month, I would have had 8 of these buses on this lot for $8. $1 a bus. And the buses are in excellent working condition. The hoses are fine, the engine runs beautiful. I mean, no problems with this bus. So, we have a lot of questions to ask, and Minister Vaz has a lot of answers to provide. So what I'm going to ask you to do is tune in this Saturday to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube at 3 p.m. New York time, 2 p.m. Jamaica time. For more information regarding this bus and the procurement of 110 buses like this for the Jamaican people. And you will see when I'm finished that we did not get value for money. Looking forward to seeing you on Saturday. Thank you. Kevin, see the sign here, I know. Let me make sure that people can see. See there? The vehicle was sold for $1. Take right us off. Bus 59. You need to come closer. See there? $1, bus 59. How much dollar thing? Oh. $1. $1, Kevin. $1. $1.
Very bossy, sir. Very bossy.
$1. And to the title, yeah. See that?
I'll put you up full screen. I don't show you know. I shall put you up full screen. Go on again. Show it up again. Show it up again,
Oh,
please.
good. Down. See down.
Yes, man. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tire clear that's all. Bus 59 up, that's all. It's a title, redact the names and things like that.
Right. Right.
No title. So we're good, Kevin.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no more. See the price, huh? $1.
Not carnival dollar, real dollar.
And we can get 110 of them for $110. Remember that.
You know, get bulk discount.
You're right, because you know what? No, it's a good point to raise, because I think that if we go to the school district, Kevin, I've been getting all kinds of inquiries. One person asked me for 3 buses. No, 2 people asked me for 3 buses. I've gotten a lot of calls from preachers asking me for 1 bus so that they can take their members, their parishioners, pick them up and drop them off. Right. I've had people who just want to operate a food truck. I've had them calling and asking. I've had teachers who have come and said, we want to do a mobile learning center. And so we need 2 buses. So to all of you, and Bim and Bam, they're watching right now. Bim and Bam, we're talking to a school district, and we've been told that the school district is going to change its transportation protocols and policy, that they're going to hire a company to provide that service. So they're getting out of the business because it's a cost-cutting measure, and they say that it's too expensive for them to maintain the buses. So they're contracting out the service to a company. So those buses that they have, they're gonna get rid of them. If they do, if this comes to pass, not pray hard enough, people. I'll preach them out and not pray hard, because if this comes to pass, we're gonna ask for the entire fleet. And we have the room to store the entire fleet. So if we get the entire fleet, then people who want but here's something that I think should happen. We shouldn't have to go through this. What I think should happen is the government should just reverse course right now and say, look, this was a bad purchase. Minister Vaz, shame on you. We're going to do a surcharge action against you and the cabinet and the prime minister. And what they should do is the 110, because we don't need any more pollution down there. What they should do is take that 110, take them out of commission, and the things that people are asking me to use the buses for, then say, give these buses to these people. And they could just start now with the coaster buses. Let's do it and then do a feeder system where you take some of the JUTC buses off the unprofitable routes, and then you take the coaster buses, because they're a proven commodity. Take them up into the hill so that they can pick up the children, bring them down on the flat, and have them, the JUTC, the luxury liners, have them take them to school. They could go ahead.
110 of these buses not in Jamaica right now, Will.
Well, that's a good point, because we And we haven't played the video yet, where the Prime Minister said that some of them will be, and I've heard Minister Vaz, he said that they will all be in country by the end of
Right.
July. The end of
Yeah.
July, he said. And here we are, the end of August. School
Right.
starts next week, and all the buses are not there. And we heard the Prime Minister saying some of the buses will come in September, some, I think he said October, one of them.
Like 60 of them are here, and the rest coming for January.
Right. So how were you so forceful? How were you so forceful and adamant and confident that the buses would be in place so that you can test them on the routes, right? And prepare them for school next week, and they're not there. These people are there. There are some choice words I have for them, but it's a family program, so I can't say them. But trust me when I tell you that these people deserve to be out of office. They deserve to be out of office. Think about it like this. I know I'm talking to my people now, particularly those in Portland. Think about Jamaica as a company, right? You have a company called Jamaica. And let's say Portland, you have a subsidiary, and it's called Portland. And what have you done? You hired somebody to do a job, to provide. Let's say you put them on the board, and you hire them to provide transportation services. And you give them 1.4 billion. And they go out and they bring back garbage. And you said to them, what is this? This is not what I expected. I expected better from you, my board members. You're highly qualified, trained, educated people, intelligent people. You are not dumb, dark, and stupid. So how you end up with these kind of buses for my transportation routes? And when you make that statement to the board, and the board that you hired, you paid them, the board members look at you and they said, they give you one of the ugliest retort they could have, one of the ugliest answers, and that is, you're too bad, man. Remember, no, you hire them, you give them your money, and you give them a tasking, and when they fail you and you call them out, they say, you're too bad, man. What do you do at that point? It's your company, you know. It's your company. We could take it down from the Jamaica and the Portland thing. You have a private company. You have a little company and you run it. And you give somebody some money for buy something. And we could just come back and say, you buy 2 taxis and choose the things them run and everything all right. And when you look, you give money for buy taxes. You bring money for buy some Toyotas. And when you look, the man bring you a whole heap of ladder. I don't know if some of you remember the Russian vehicle ladder. I don't know if I'm bringing some U-boat.
Yo, no run put a lot of guinea, you know. Just have a lot of guinea, you know.
So him bring back ladder guinea, and then bring back you go guinea, right, for you. And you said to him, say, no man, no, me never give you no money for buy this. What did you bring back? This not gonna work. And then look by you and tell you, say, you're too bad, man. What are you going to do with that person? Apart from trying to do something violent, which we don't suggest to that person, what are you going to do? At the very least, you're going to fire that person. Because you have lost money. And the person who want to give back, so them can't pay you back. If you say, I want back my money, so I don't have the money to give you. You're going to fire that person. And so, people, we have a board meeting on Wednesday. And the board is up for an extension of their employment. You are the shareholders. You don't want a board there. You do not want that board. You have to get rid of that board. The board has not only failed you, but the board has insulted you. How dare you ask the board that question? That's what they're saying to you. How dare? And when I said the board, you know what? It's the cabinet. It's not just Mr. Vaz. Of course he should go, but it's not just him. The prime minister, people, I talk to people in Portland. No, I talk to people over in a Towile, Compound, Cockburn Pen, Seaward. You need to get rid of your board member. You need to get rid of your board member. Your board member has failed you. Your board member sign off on something, and here is it. Add the insult to injury. Them spend your money in a way that is not in your best interest, because you can't make money with them mess up taxes, yeah, right? But then them turn around and say, you're picking them a company, we have to charge them. They have to pay your money, they have to pay $100 round trip. People, think about that. Think about that. You have to get rid of the board. And the board is, what, 14, 15, 16 people. You have to get rid of them. And you have to get rid of the chairman of the board. And that is the prime minister. He must go. People at Towile, remember now, I used to play football over Towile. I used to hang out over Towile. Some of my best friends, Shorty and Dirks and Mikey. One of them man from Towile. We used to play football at the ball ground on Olympic Way, right next to the school. We used to do that Towile every day. We used to live at McKinley Crescent. Now ask you no. Now beg you no. Now plead to no. Fire the chairman of the board and make we get a new board and make we see what we can do. Because this chairman has been sitting there since 2016 and we have not seen the promised prosperity. This chairman was hired because he told us that whatever you guys are experiencing now, you guys and girls, trust me, trust my skill set. Right? I'm a financial controller. That's what he said in 1998. 1998 when he ran. And he said, I want you to be the chairman of the board around here. We said, fine, we gave him the job. Financial controller. One of the questions, we didn't even get to it, I'll get to it some other time. One of the best questions asked, I think, during the debate, the 3 debates, was, I think her name is Keisha. She didn't say much. But what she said reverberated. Shook the ground, shook the very foundation of me, you, Kevin, everybody who watched that. You know what she said? She said, and I'm paraphrasing, how many of you can say that your life is better now than it was back then in 2016? How many of you? How many of you can say that you have enjoyed the promised prosperity from 2016 till now? How many of you? They tell you about the macroeconomics, it's sound. They say, oh, unemployment is the lowest it's ever been. They say, oh, we haven't raised taxes. Then if all of those things are true, then how come me still live in a board house? And me have to take care and have to find money and struggle for put food on the table and all. How come me? And not only that, me know it's not me because me know me is a hard worker. I know it's not just me. I know just me. My neighbor is a hard worker too, And them all of my neighbors, them have the same problem me have to make ends meet. Where is the prosperity? Where? Some people are prospering, but it's not us. It's not us. And therefore, what we need to do, we have to deliver the change that we seek. We cannot let people deliver the change for us. We have to take control of our destiny and we have to say, you know what? Enough is enough. They've promised us. They've insulted us. They've ignored us. And therefore, we need to take back that which we had and we relinquished it to them, and that is the power to make decisions. We don't let them make the decisions for us, we make the decisions for them, because guess what? They're all running around now. Wouldn't we all be happy if every month we have election, because guess what? You get to see them now. Some of them you have to see them years, and you get to see them now, and you get handouts now. Beautiful. They're giving you handouts. But you know what? We played the video, sir. We didn't play it today. There's life after the campaign.
After the campaign, yeah.
Yeah, there's life after the campaign. And you don't want to go back to that life. So we need to fire the board members. We need to fire every single one. It would do me, it would please my heart to no end. Come Wednesday to see that all of the board members are gone. And we're putting a new board member. And then we'll hold them board members accountable. Just like what we're doing with these now. Look, Kevin, if you want to get a politician now, no, Kevin, and shake him hand and talk to him. No, you can't do it.
No, you can't.
I can't. But you know what I'm saying. You know, yeah, mash me up, someone. Yeah, mash me up, so. Yeah, mash me up. But no, if you want, because somebody come today and tell me that a politician come by and say, how much are your rent? We can't pay your rent, and because they might look a vote. They might look the vote. But
I like to know how long they will pay the rent for.
Yeah.
They'll pay for the next 4 years.
They're not for the next 4 years, maybe the next 4 days. But what happens is that now they come around and now you can get anything you want, including audience with them. You think a year ago you could have called a politician and said, listen, I'd like to speak to you? Hell no. No, if you say, I want to talk to him, my family, if you say as a community, we want to talk to him because we're 100 strong on this road here, 100 voters strong. I want to talk to him. Guess what? The politician will be there. Politician will be there. And if you want money now, they might give you money. If you want bills paid, they might go pay it now. Because guess what? They're all looking for a job. And I say to you, my fellow citizens, whether the Prime Minister want to believe we're citizens or not, we know who we are. I say to you, when you go into that booth, look at your situation. Look at how it's been since 2016. Look at how many promises you have been fed. Look at how you have been starved of resources. Look at the state of your community. Look at the state of Jamaica. Why is it that you can't experience the prosperity that they promised you from 2016? Why? Why? You see big buildings going up. You see people driving fancy cars, but you are not on the list of the fortunate. You're not on the list. We want to go back to a time when people were industrious. People felt good working and taking care of their families. And even though they may not be rich, they weren't exactly poor. They could put food on the table. They could send their children to school. They could hope for a brighter future. Those days are long gone. I would like to know how many of you since 2016 can honestly say, I have raised my standard of living since 2016. Whatever I could do in 2016, I can do a lot better right now. I'd love for you to tell me that. How many of you can say that? How many of you can say, you know what? My parents struggled and sent me to school, and I was an industrial student, and I left school with a degree, and I have the dream job. I have the job that I want. How many of you can say that? Most of you with a degree, well, a lot of you with a degree, you're working in a call center. That is beneath you. And when it's beneath you, beneath your qualifications. You know that. And then you look around and what do you see? You see a prime minister who didn't declare his income when he was working for Mr. Siaga. You see a prime minister who was involved in two taxi companies, Sunshine Mobile and Delido Taxi. He owned Delido. You see him involved in a loan company, Omega Bridge. You see him involved in a company called Palladium where they buy big boat. Want to see the boat? We show you the boat earlier. He was involved in estate. Oh, ADMAT. Can't forget that offshore holding company, ADMAT. Where up to now we don't know where the money come from to start up ADMAT. Then we see Imperium. Then we see Estate Bridge. Then we see Positive Jamaica, the foundation as well as the media. And God knows what else this man was and probably still is involved in, because I don't think we have gotten to the bottom of this. He said the other night that everything he owns, the Integrity Commission knows. Well, I tell you what, Mr. Prime Minister, how did they find out? Because they squeezed you. You didn't tell them when you were involved with the leader. You didn't tell them when you were involved with Sunshine. You didn't tell them when you were involved with Omega. You didn't tell them when you were involved with Palladium. You didn't tell them when you were involved. I think it was Estate Bridge and it was also ADMA.
Cash Plus.
Oh, my goodness gracious. And Olint.
SSL.
You didn't tell them these things. You didn't, and we can pull up the documents, the same documents that Mr. East is planning to sue me over. We can pull up that document and show you that the Integrity Commission said you did not tell them. And guess what? We have not heard from you denying it. To say, no, I told you. You are wrong. We haven't seen that. So we have to take it at face value that you didn't tell them when they said you didn't tell them. So when people look at you, who do they see? What do they see? Do they see a role model? Who do they see? Do they see somebody with a huge dark cloud hovering over him? Do they see somebody who should be relieved of his chairman of the board duties? Who do they see? Who do they see? Remember, now you're the leader of the country. We have elected you. We didn't elect you to be leader. We elected you as an MP, and the party selected you as the leader. So that, to some degree, that was imposed on us. We never signed up for that, but those are the rules, right? And we said, fine. And you get the job. And you said, I go and give you this. Well, before you got the job, you said all kind of things. Because leader of the party, you said all kind of things. And you didn't. And remember now, when you say I'm going to give you a road and you build a road, you don't get a medal for that. You don't get a medal because that's the agreement. That's the social contract with you, sir. That's the contract we have with the board. We say you build a, you plan to build a road. Well, fine. We'll let you build a road. We'll give you the job so you can build a road. When you don't build a road and we ask you questions, what do you say? Instead of saying, you know what, folks, I promised you, I failed, I'm going to try harder, I'm going to try and get it done. Instead of saying that, which is more palatable, that goes down well with Jamaican people because we're very forgiving. Instead of that, what do you say? Uno bad mind. And then the rest of the board members, them now, they see it fit to follow you because that's the example you're setting. Uno bad mind. Uno bad mind translates to, me no have the answer. Me can't answer uno. Uno catch me. That's where it comes out to. So
somebody sent me a message that they drove down to Sav playing Dandy Shandy with potholes. Drove down to Savanamar.
See there?
And on the way back, wondered if they were driving the same way because they might drive on carpet, road smooth, fix right away. God bless elections.
That's what I'm saying. We should have an election every month, people, and everything would be fine. Everything would be fine. See, Jesus is Lord. No, not Jesus is Lord. Chevron said, PM says he's not under investigation. What a man lie. The man stood there, Kevin, and said, I'm not under investigation, knowing full well that his documents have been sent over to FID.
Right.
Also, he knows that in the affidavit, Craig Beresford's affidavit, Craig Beresford said in this year that I am waiting for the Prime Minister to give me the documents that we requested so that we can finalize his statutory declarations. So he can give the documents over to FID or give them to the integrity, the IC. The IC has not foreclosed the possibility of the continued review of his statutory declarations should he present the document that they've requested. They're not foreclosed to that. So when him come out and say I'm not on an investigation, Mr. Prime Minister, you know that's a lie. And I've been told that you're a man of God. I'm not so sure now. Well, I had my doubts a while back, but now you're definitely not. You know what I'm thinking about, Kevin? I wonder how much he prays at night for forgiveness. To say, Lord, me tell him a bunch of lies today. Please forgive me. I hope me not tell them none tomorrow.
Well,
no.
There's a simple answer to that, The Lord forgives. So the prayer goes.
But we won't. We shouldn't forget, though. We shouldn't forget. The Lord forgives, but we shouldn't forget.
Right. It's simple. It's not that hard.
We shouldn't forget. This people, this board that we have as shareholders, we have put them in charge of our affairs. We need to get rid of them. We need to get rid of them because it is not working out and it hasn't been working out. And again, I go back to the question posed by the young lady during the debate, which I think was one of the most profound questions. It didn't get a lot of attention, but for me, it resonated. And the question was, tell me now, sound better than before. Tell me. Tell me. And they cannot tell. They cannot say it, Kevin. They cannot. People cannot say it because people are suffering. People are suffering like crazy. Look at the healthcare system. Law enforcement, they're lying to you. They're shooting down they're shooting people, killing people like birds. No, some people say, yeah, but I'm gonna kill off the bad guys. But guess what happened? You might be next. They might say you are one of the bad guys, though. We have to have rules in society. We have to have rules. We're not saying that the police is challenged that they shouldn't respond and respond appropriately. We're not saying that. But when you kill someone in cold blood, there's no justification for that. There's none. There's none. We're saying if you're challenged as a law enforcement officer, then you respond appropriately. And if it's a situation where you're challenged and the person has a deadly weapon, then we say you do whatever is required to neutralize the threat. That's what we say. But then they go, a lot of people have been, and then the numbers that they're giving us, the numbers are incorrect. We know that. I've been asking, they're afraid of me now, Kevin, because I asked them so many times and they give me some numbers, and when I come out and talk about them, we can't give me more numbers.
No, that's why you can't get nothing. You're gonna get a phone call, you're not getting a response, your ATI is coming after elections. And then if me go beg something now, I can't get it either because I know Rattigan. It's just a rough life.
No, man, no, you have your own cross of beer, no, don't worry about me. You have your own cross of beer. You can't help you with that, so you still think I'm me. I'm the other reason why, but you can't carry a cross.
So you're friend with the people, misery love company. I can't do something, so you're not gonna do it.
No, but here's how the friendship works. I'm telling you that this is how them feel about you. Because I'm not saying nothing, and then them grab you, I tell you. So, people, Chris Boat mentioned Kamina. That's one of my favorite ministers. And she was horrible in the debate. For somebody who's the longest serving foreign minister of Jamaica, it solidified my belief that she's the worst foreign minister in the history of Jamaica. She's the worst. Absolutely the case. She's the worst. You see our performance, you think that she's been up there for a while. She's been all over the world giving speeches, doing this, answering questions, and then she got up there and they made mincemeat of her. She was a rank amateur up there. And then we had Pernell Charles Jr. What did he get lost and somehow somebody directed him and just go up on stage or what? Because he certainly could not have been selected to present the government's case because he was useless. Speaking of which, Kevin, we have his sister. By the way, his sister people. Wait, Kevin, we have 35 minutes. Which part of the thing there is his sister?
People, here we go again.
See, we not get to Minister Vaz yet, you know. We just touch him up with the rooms. What is it? Rooms on the beach. Yeah. And we talk a little bit about the bus, but we don't really get in on the bus yet. And the Prime Minister, I'm not get to, you know. We have theme statutory declaration. We will go through, not today, but definitely before the election. And then, all right, go back to the first one, Kevin. Not this one yet. The first one. Ah, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
People not for big up Kevin, you know, because without Kevin, there is no Ratty. Here we go.
See it there? Reasons Kevin.
And of course, we can't lift out the two. We can't lift out the three. We can't lift out the three stalwarts them, you know. We can't lift out the three stalwarts them because we are surrounded by women, people. Because like I'm saying, them tell me, you know, when we had the little problems last week, and somebody come after me and say, you hang around too much, man. You need for their own women because women will see you through, and they're absolutely correct. We have 3 women around me, and I mean, give praises. Here we go.
I'm glad so nobody don't know them face.
Right. Nobody don't know. All right. Board of Dentistry, General Business Meeting. This is in Jacksonville, Florida. This is the board that they deal with complaints made against dentists. Right? I'll bring this down somewhere. And just so people know that whenever I steal this, I want to show you something. See this? Public meeting. See that right here? Public meeting. So it was open to the public. Everything that they discussed was right there in the open. And they memorialized it in writing. Now, let's go back up a little bit here. Hold on. So we segue to this, Kevin, and we completely forget. Well, I have completely forgotten about this. Here we go.
It showed up just for you.
Yeah, see, it's May 20, 2022. 7:30 a.m. early in the morning.
And
General business. Yeah. So let's go down now and see what were they discussing. Let's go down. Hope we not go too far. Ah, here we go. Voluntary relinquishment. And there it is, people. Somebody named Michelle J. Lucy Charles, DDS. That's a dental degree.
Is that Lucy? Lucy?
Lucy.
How you pronounce it?
Lucy. I think it's Lucy.
Okay.
And here's the case number. Anybody can look it up. Can look for the case number. And the issue regarding this individual, I've never met this individual, Michelle J. Lucy Charles. Don't know this individual. The issue was about voluntary relinquishment. What does that mean? It means that the person approached the dental board and said, listen, I want to turn in my license. I no longer want to practice in this jurisdiction. I want to turn over my license. Normally, when you do that, they'll say, fine, no problem. They'll take your license, strike you off the rolls, and you finish. Now, look at this. Says, Dr. Lucy Charles. They didn't put Dr. Michelle Charles, so I wonder why. Maybe she went by Lucy, and I'll show you why they said Dr. Lucy Charles and not Dr. Michelle J. Lucy Charles. I'll show you why, because this person has been using a whole bunch of names, a combination of names. But it says this doctor was not present, that this doctor was not represented by counsel, because it's a hearing, voluntary relinquishment. You need to have a lawyer or you show up. Doctor wasn't there, lawyer wasn't there. And it says the department withdrew the voluntary relinquishment. No, I don't know why. It was the department says we're not going to accept it because they withdrew it. It was presented and they withdrew it. Now I call up a bunch of dentists, and here's what they told me to a person. They said, whenever you see the department withdrew the voluntary relinquishment, it means that there is something very serious, and they're not going to let you just walk away without addressing the issue. What I'm going to do right now, let me just see, and Kevin, if you, where we're going here? Oh, if you can help me out here, I'm looking for voluntary relinquishment. Let me see if I'll see it. Voluntary relinquishment. Voluntary relinquishment in dental hearings. All right, let me see. Boom. It's taking a while.
Let me share this video.
Share it to me, because yeah, it means to surrender of a license to practice. That's what it says. It says here, definition, surrender. It means the voluntary relinquishment of a license to practice dentistry or dental hygiene that may be subject to certain conditions set by, let me see something.
Here you go. I'm gonna borrow this and show this. There you go. That's a quick search.
Oh, here it is. It says a voluntary relinquishment in the context of dental practice involves ceasing to practice and agreeing not to reapply for licensure. Why would you do that if you're a good dentist and you have no issues? Why would you turn it in and not to reapply unless you're retiring, unless you're old and you just, that's it. This decision can have significant long-term effects on your license and career, including immediate cessation of practice and potential legal implications. It is crucial to understand the implications of such a decision before proceeding, as it may lead to complications in the future. So this is saying a voluntary relinquishment is something you really shouldn't do. You should consider it carefully unless you're retiring. But we see where that was the case here, that it was a voluntary relinquishment, meaning that she's turning over her license, but then they withdrew it. They were like, no. And I think I saw something one time, Kevin, where they said that it's something serious. And hold on, definition of let me see if okay. All right, it says key aspects of voluntary relinquishment. The licensee chooses to surrender the license, though this often occurs under pressure from an investigation into professional misconduct. And it says a dental board may offer voluntary relinquishment as an option to settle a complaint instead of proceeding with a hearing that could result in suspension or forced revocation. So it's not a good thing. And it says relinquishing a license is a serious disciplinary action that is reported to national databases. And it goes on, permanent consequences, legal counsel. So this is what we're seeing here, that Dr. Lucy Charles was not present for a hearing on voluntary relinquishment. Now, we don't know if it was the department that says, we're offering it to you, or she said, I want it done. One thing we know is that this is a serious matter. Another thing is that the department withdrew the voluntary relinquishment. So we don't know if they offered it to her and then they withdrew it, Really don't know. But we're hearing all kinds of things. We're hearing all kinds of things. Kevin, what the other second document then? So let's just assume that they imposed it on her and then they withdrew it. So something was wrong for them to have done that in the first place, or for her to have done it. Something was wrong. Because you just don't get up and just voluntary relinquishment for no reason. Something was wrong. Now, here's what happened. I want to show you something. Remember I showed you that they said Michelle, they showed her name. We have a report, and I just want to show you something. See this? See that? Page 2 of 199 pages. In this report, on an individual by the name of, here we go. And here are all the names that we came up with. We have this one here, Michelle Judith Marie. Look at the combination of names. Here's one, Michelle Judith Marie Charles. Then there's another one, Michelle J. Charles. Then there's another one, Michelle J. Lucy Charles. Then Michelle Judith Marie Lucy Charles. A whole bunch of, it's a combination of names. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about 5 or 6. But the you know what the report is saying, that all of these, the person using this name, the person with all of these names
is the same person.
It doesn't say that, but it's saying that somebody's doing some stuff here. They're using a whole bunch of, they're using a combination of their names. That might be one person, might be different people. But if you look at it, it says here that from 2000 to 2014, there was a Michelle Judith Marie Charles. From 1995 to 2025, there's a Michelle J. Charles. Then a Michelle J. Lucy Charles, 06-2010 to 06-2025. And you can see all the names going on there. It's a combination, a mixture of the names. We don't know if the same person. They're saying that this person was born in 1970, and they're 96% sure that it's somebody named Michelle Charles.
And not the other person born in 1950 when?
Another person is born in 1943, and they said no, 0% that it's this person, because that person is 81 years old. This other person they're talking about is 55 years old. And so what we did was to protect certain things. What we did was we
redacted some information.
Redacted the email. Oh, they said that this person or these people, they had bankruptcies. Here it is right here. Yes. We don't know if it's one or several people over there. They had liens. Yes. They have judgments, yes. They have properties, yes. They have corporate affiliations, yes. They have a criminal history or traffic history, yes. And there's no global what this. So we don't know if it's one person or several people with this name. But we do know that this name pops up in different combination.
Let me ask you this. Retired FBI supervisor, Agent, Special Agent Rattigan. In your experience, when there are this many aliases or potential aliases, is that signaling something? Is that a red flag? Is that cause for concern of any kind?
Yeah, it is. If you start seeing, let's say it's one person, because we don't know if it's one person, right? We just did our search on a Michelle Charles, and then we came back with all of these things: Michelle Judith Marie Charles, then Michelle J. Charles, but then we have this Michelle J. Lucy Charles, Michelle Judith Marie Lucy Charles. We don't know if it's one person or several people. We don't know. But what they're saying is that all of these people that you're looking for, we have one person that was born, we have somebody that was born in 1943 with these names. Some of these names, and they're saying it's a 0% that that's the person you're looking for. because that person is 81. Because we told them we're looking for somebody who's like around, late 40s, 50s. So they said, this person can't be that person. Then they said, we found somebody 1970, born 1970, and we are 96% sure that that's the person you're looking for. People, this documentation, this report is 199 pages. It is right here. And this is page 2. What we did was, to protect whoever it is, and again, it might not be one person. What we did was we redacted the mobile numbers. Here's a number that they said they're 86% sure that the person we're looking for is using this number, but we redacted it. And then it goes down, 67%. Now, it's possible that the same person could have used all of these phones or different people.
At some point.
Yeah, at some point. You could have a phone and you change the number or whatever. You have 2 phones, a business phone or this phone. But then we blacked out the email. Yeah, because this one I think is, like I said, that we have an email right here that they said they're 96% sure that the person we're looking for is using this email address. So then they said, look, the person you're looking for has had bankruptcies, yes, liens, yes, judgments, yes, properties, yes, corporate affiliations, yes, criminal or traffic issues, yes. All I can tell you, people, is this. This is page 2. We have 197 pages to go. And we're going to go through this. And when we have completed the report or a review of the report, then we will certainly share the results with you. But as of this point, we have somebody or people using they're combining their names. And these are records. These are records from public sources. We just said, look, we want to know who is Michelle Charles. And they came back and said, here is a list of names used by a person or people with the name Michelle Charles. And they gave us this thick, fat report. So we're going to go through it because we don't want to accuse the Michelle Charles, because Michelle Charles, that's a very common name, I think. So we don't want to confuse that name with that person who's the subject or who's running in the Jamaican election. We don't want to do that and unfairly taint her. We don't want to do that. But all we can say is that we have a whole bunch of names here, and we're not quite sure if it's the same person using all of these names or it's just different people. But the one thing I can assure you is that we are going to review the remaining. We're going to review the remaining. Well, this is page 2, 197 pages. I took. Oh, Missy said Pity didn't come with a photo. Well, I tell you what, Missy, it might as well come with a photo because it's very specific. Some of the pages I've looked at, very specific. That you can tell if the person you're asking about, if that's the person being identified. So we have our work cut out for us. We're also looking at several people in the government. We're looking at several people that we don't know what they've done, what they're doing, but we suspect that there's something going on. And it's only fair that the Jamaican people know about their representatives. It's only fair. So, wow, time flies. 6 minutes left. And we just reach halfway. All right, let me move this. So that's where we are, folks. That's where we are. I wasn't planning on doing another program until next week, Saturday. But Kevin, we have to do a program, I think, either Monday or Tuesday. We have to do a program. I know Mystic has a program at 12:45 our time. So I have to find a way that I can do a program and focus on just the Prime Minister and Minister Vaz, and I think we have a couple more ministers that we want to look at, or a couple more MPs that we want to look at. Because the
Well, I can
reports are coming in.
Kevin Stew has the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew Healthy Love edition on Tuesday night at 10 o'clock.
Forget about Tuesday night. How about Monday?
Monday.
All right,
Kevin.
forget about Monday. How about Sunday?
Sundays when you say you're not doing a broadcast.
No. Sunday night.
Oh.
It will be short. Oh, somebody said me have to do the tourism minister. We have a little bit of stuff on the tourism minister too. Yeah, we have some stuff on him. We have some stuff on Minister Johnson. We have some stuff on the Prime Minister's wife. We have some stuff. I have to go back and look because these things just land in my lap. People just send me stuff. So
Hey, Jesus is Lord, say Monday or Tuesday. Well, good, Jesus is Lord. You can show up, you can do it.
Daisy Rose, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed. But people, when you say that this government they must sell we out from 2016 till now, they must sell we out. They must sell we out. So we just have to do something. And for those of you who came by and especially those of you who stayed with us for the entire program, I just want to thank you because it's been a short 7 hours. I can tell you that. It just went by because we have Kevin on the bus alone right now, including the stuff that we put in this week. We may have about 200 items on the bus. Some of them you've seen, some of them you've never seen. Not to mention the videos. We have a whole lot of videos. And we didn't even get to talk about the debate because there were some doozies at the debate. And then here now we have this Michelle, Judith Marie, Lucy Charles report we have to go look at. 200 pages. It's a lot of work. And I was planning on just taking off because, frankly speaking, I just need to get back and just into normalcy and start doing some things because I've been sleeping 2 to 3 hours a night, getting up early, start doing the research, started reading, started connecting the dots. And listen to this, Kevin, I'm doing this not for me, I'm doing it for you, my people. You, because I can tell you right now that most of you who've been with me and Kevin for the entire program, you learned things today that you did not know about. And you live in Jamaica. You live in Jamaica, and we're telling you about things that happened in Jamaica and you didn't know.
Right.
And there was so much more that we have that we just time won't permit us to even discuss them. I said to Kevin and OT and Joan, I said to them today, I said, well, I don't think I'll finish this. But I thought that extra 2 hours we'd be able to cover everything. And just think about it. Chief Curry was supposed to be here. Chief Curry was supposed to be here.
And didn't make it.
Right.
But,
so
I said it in our group chat. I don't know if you were on with us or not. I said it. I'm like, 7 hours, still not enough. I don't know when we'll ever learn that there's not enough time to cover.
We're at 9:59. Kevin, make up play the thing there. Make up play it before we go. Make up play it. Hold on, make up play the thing there. Hold on, make up play the thing there, man. We can't wait there, Kevin. Help me out, man. The pledge, brother.
Yeah, man, it's supposed to. Oh, the thing that shut down, no? Yeah, you wrap up with that while I jump over because I need to start. But just add it. It is in the box. So just add it.
All right. Thanks, man.
Jamaican poetry Poet.
Oh, here it
All right,
is.
people. Saturday Stew coming up in 4 seconds. I'm out.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Folks, I just want to say thanks for being with us today. And there is unfinished business that must be addressed before Wednesday. And I will get together with Kevin and we'll figure out something. So stay tuned. Until you see me, until you hear from me, take care of yourselves. Be well.